Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Ark, once a port city and the final capital of the Kingdom of Prylecha, it is now part of the Duchy of Hardenberg and serves as the trading hub of the RE Empire. While it's called a trade hub, it could just as easily be described as a melting pot of misfits and troublemakers. Pickpockets and robbers are common, but they're just the beginning. The city teems with slave traders, human traffickers, and individuals dealing in the worst kinds of business. In the story, it's also the place where Adele was kidnapped and sold into slavery. And yet, you want to come with me? Yes. Adele's confident gaze met mine, and my head began to ache. The fact that she was kidnapped in the original story is something only I know, but still, why does she insist on going to a city that's practically a haven for crime? When I asked her directly, she gave me an unexpectedly simple answer. Because it's the Emperor's hometown. Her reasoning wasn't necessarily flawed. She couldn't hear Imperial secret from someone else, so she wanted to see for herself. Fair enough. The problem, however, was the inherent danger of Ark itself. Before the Kingdom of Prylecha fell, it burned Ark to the ground in an attempt to deal a final blow to the RE Empire. The destruction left the city in ruins, turning it into a shadow of its former self, a seedy underbelly of crime. Although the Emperor ordered the city rebuilt, it wasn't possible to restore the humanity of those who lived there. Does she not know about Ark's infamy? When I looked back at Adele, her bright, curious eyes told me she was oblivious. She didn't seem to have the faintest idea about the city's reputation. Is it not possible to go? Ark is crawling with crime of every kind, I explained. She nodded, appearing to understand, but then shook her head and retorted. But I have Evan with me, don't I? Evan, a knight at the peak of sword expert, just shy of sword master. With his level of aura alone, there were few who could rival him. He could probably even overpower the crown prince, a sword master himself. The fact that he couldn't protect Adele during the hunting festival wasn't entirely his fault. It was more due to the imperial family's meddling with monsters. With Evan by her side, there was some reassurance, true. However, her complacent attitude was the real issue. I had thought she'd improved recently, but it seems old habits die hard. She'd thrown herself in harm's way multiple times, blocking Luke's attack to protect Lily, almost falling to her death at the hunting festival. Despite experiencing countless life-threatening moments, she hadn't changed. Though she disliked her regression ability, ironically, no one relied on it more than she did. Fine. This time, I decided to let her be. If things got truly dangerous, she could always call me through the sigil. That was why I accepted her offer for those 3 chances she suggested, to prepare for the possibility of her getting trapped in an endless loop. Really? Adele's face lit up instantly. Had she assumed I'd refuse? She looked more excited than a child stumbling upon a lucky coin. Yes, really. Yay. Ahem. She was so ecstatic she didn't even notice the glare from Alan. Get ready. What? Adele tilted her head, surprised. Did she not expect us to leave immediately? We're going to Ark right now. Already. Her voice carried a hint of complaint, but I shook my head. I don't have time after the next few days. I had worked tirelessly to clear my schedule, leaving just enough time to make this trip possible. Alan would handle the remaining administrative tasks, so I had no major worries. My focus now was on making the most of these few days. What should I prepare then? Light clothes, a change of outfit, and I opened my subspace and reached inside. After rummaging through countless trinkets, I finally found what I was looking for. What's this? A necklace inlaid with a pristine white gem, a relic I had picked up at an imperial auction by chance. It's an artifact, useful for disguises. The artifact would instantly reverse the user's hair and eye color. Of course, it didn't include the more critical effects of a proper disguise, such as perception hindrance, which made it somewhat useless and relegated it to a forgotten corner of my subspace. All I have to do is wear it. That's right. Adele cautiously fastened the necklace around her neck. When nothing happened immediately, she tilted her head in confusion. The artifact hung around her neck vibrated briefly before it began absorbing her mana. Whoom! Her black hair, which had been tied back, started turning a silvery shade, while her ruby-red eyes transformed into a sapphire blue. I froze for a moment, taken aback by her drastically changed appearance. Her beauty, though shocking in a different way, was undeniable. Did something change? Adele looked perplexed, as though she couldn't see any noticeable differences. However, from my perspective, the change was significant. Her sharp, villainous aura had mellowed into a serene, almost saint-like atmosphere, thanks to her now blue eyes. I had thought this artifact's abilities were rather lackluster, but I hadn't expected it to alter someone's appearance this dramatically. Spending 300 gold on it was suddenly worth it. Alan. Yes, sir. Bring a mirror. Understood. Alan bowed his head and exited the room. Adele watched him leave, a question mark practically floating over her head. Did I really change? You've changed a lot. If her previous vibe was that of a sharp-tongued villainess, she now looked like a saint with something to hide. Adele crossed her arms, pouting at my comment. What kind of comparison is that? It's exactly what I said. You'll understand when you see it for yourself in the mirror. I've brought it. Alan returned, carefully setting down the full-length mirror. Adele hurriedly approached it, letting out a soft gasp when she saw her reflection. Her reaction was understandable. The woman staring back at her in the mirror was a completely different person. Her lips, slightly parted in surprise, didn't seem like they'd close anytime soon. Wow! Adele let out several soft exclamations as she turned from side to side, marveling at her reflection. It's just as you said. She nodded slightly, as though my earlier comparison now made sense to her. You really do look like you went from a villainess to a shady saint. What? What are you saying? Alan's voice rose slightly, clearly flustered by my remark. He turned to me, his gaze filled with his usual sternness, which made me avert my eyes instinctively. Your Grace. What is it? There are things one should never say to a lady. Understood. I nodded at Alan's advice, and he said no more. He probably knew there wasn't much point in lecturing me further. When I glanced at Adele again, I caught her sticking her tongue out, making sure we couldn't see her. I suppose I should be more careful with my words next time, especially around this tattletale. Clack, clack. The train's rhythmic noise filled my ears as the scenery outside the window zipped by faster than I'd expected. The speed wasn't much different from the subways I'd ridden in my past life. This, too, must be the power of magical engineering. I had marveled at it before, like when carriages scaled the steep mountain paths during the hunting festival. The development of this world felt strangely asymmetrical. Some aspects rivaled modern technology, while others lagged behind the Middle Ages. What a peculiar world. Shaking off my idle thoughts, I turned to see Lily sitting beside me, drooling onto my shoulder as she leaned against me. I couldn't help but chuckle softly at the sight. Considering how long we'd been sitting, it made sense she was exhausted. Across from me sat Abel, quietly engrossed in a book. He seems at ease. The peaceful atmosphere of the train, combined with Abel's composed demeanor, created a strangely satisfying scene. Perhaps it felt odd because I'd never seen him so relaxed before. Yet it was oddly reassuring. I turned back to the window. In the faint reflection on the glass, I saw the image of a woman with silvery hair and ocean blue eyes. The unfamiliar appearance was one I'd have to grow accustomed to while in Ark. The ocean. In my past life, I hadn't even managed to visit the sea. I was too busy juggling part-time jobs and studying. I had even turned down invitations from friends to go with them. Looking back, what was so important about those part-time jobs that I refused their offers? I could have found another job, and studying could have waited. A small pang of regret stirred within me. Maybe I should ask Abel to visit the ocean with me. The thought crossed my mind briefly, but I shook my head. It didn't seem like something he'd agree to. Still, if we did end up going together, it might actually be fun. How boring. Grabbing a random book to pass the time had been a mistake. Out of all the books available, I had to pick one about religion and theology. The title God is Gone made it seem like some kind of fantasy novel, but that wasn't the case at all. It was nothing but theoretical discussions and fundamental principles about religion. As someone who was practically an atheist, this book had nothing of interest for me. I closed the book and set it down on the table. Lifting my head slightly, I saw Adele and Lily leaning against each other, fast asleep. They must have been exhausted. Watching them, I realized I wasn't as bored as I had thought. It's been a while since things felt this peaceful. A drowsy feeling crept up on me as I watched them. Of course, this brief moment of peace didn't last long. Boom. A flag, huh? A bad omen appeared in my precast detection magic. It wasn't surprising. There was no way the Empire's eyes wouldn't reach this far. Still, the fact that my prediction was spot on was a little absurd. Boom. I roused the mana flowing within me. A refreshing sensation washed over my body as my senses expanded. I was using mana as an extension of my perception. Soon, an image of the train formed in my mind. The strong wind rushing past, the leaves drifting down, the mana engine burning brightly. A flood of information rushed into my brain. I filtered out most of it and focused solely on the train tracks. The disturbance detected by my spell was on the tracks. A man stood there, a massive figure with his arms crossed, silently staring at the train. A name from the original story surfaced in my mind. No way is it him? I cast teleportation and appeared atop the train. My vision shifted, revealing a red-haired man. His face, arms, legs, even the corners of his eyes were covered in rough scars. He measured the distance between himself and the train with his fingers before taking a deep breath. Hope! With a short exhale, he extended his hand toward the train. His fist sliced through the air, advancing slowly. The ridiculousness of the act made me chuckle involuntarily. Boom! His punch pierced the front of the train. With a deafening roar, he was pushed back along the tracks, thick veins bulging on his forehead. His feet dug deep into the ground, leaving rough marks on the railway. Screech! The gears driving the train's wheels screeched in protest. Sparks flew as metal ground against metal, producing an unpleasant noise. The train's speed was visibly slowing. Strength alone, without using aura, was stopping an entire train. I had my doubts, but now there was no mistaking it. Screech! The agonizing shriek made me frown. The train, already slowing, came to a complete stop with a final, exhausted hiss. I still got it. The man pulled his fist from the train center and rotated his wrist. Then, as if simply stretching after a workout, he rolled his shoulders and loosened up his body. Catching his breath, he scanned his surroundings before locking eyes with me. Oh, whoosh! I heard the sound of wind whipping past my ears. Boom! A fist halted just inches from my face. The force of his leap made the train shake slightly. My slightly disheveled hair was tossed around violently. Huh, impressive. You actually blocked that. Who are you? Haha, who else would I be? I'm the bandit leader, of course. A bandit leader? Huh. I couldn't hold back my scoff. What kind of bandit stops a train with his bare hands? I never heard of a bandit who could throw a punch faster than I could react. If the world were truly filled with bandit leaders like this, the Empire would have been conquered by bandits long ago. The Emperor's blade, Kutra. His pupils trembled slightly at my words. Did he really think he could fool me? I didn't let the brief hesitation go to waste. Boom! A hammer-shaped spatial spell sent him flying. Catching him off guard, the impact slammed him onto the tracks. Dust erupted into the air, momentarily concealing him from view. Just like the rumors say. Duke Hardenberg. So he's already showing his true colors. The red-haired man emerged from the dust cloud, stepping forward at a leisurely pace. Kutra, a warrior from a barbarian tribe that had been annihilated by the Empire. Through sheer combat prowess alone, he became the Emperor's blade, an absolute monster. Even in the original story, he was strong enough to fight Abel on equal footing. But more than his brute strength, the real problem was something else. He was a battle junkie. I hate people who just run their mouths. He cracked his knuckles, locking eyes with me. Then, Crimson aura flared around his body. So up until now, he hadn't even used aura? He stopped to train using nothing but raw physical strength? His power was on an entirely different level from anything I had encountered before. What a coincidence. I don't like pointless chatter either. Then let's fight. A crimson gleam flashed in his eyes. Before I could even react, his fist was right in front of me. But just before impact, within mere inches, it stopped. Physically speaking, Kutra was superior to me. But my primary weapon wasn't my body. It was magic. His unrefined fist could never break through it. Boom! A flurry of punches came flying at me. Pure physical force, reinforced only by aura. Yet, each and every strike was nullified right before my eyes. What the hell is this trick? Kutra's face twisted in frustration. His attacks were powerful enough to make the veins in his arms bulge, yet none of them could reach me. It's just ordinary magic, a spell that controlled the very fabric of space. It was a level that Abel, in the original story, had never managed to reach. I didn't even need to move my hands. Just my will alone was enough to dominate space itself. And by doing so, I could nullify any form of energy within it. In other words, I was Kutra's perfect counter. This is getting interesting. He scoffed and took a step back. I didn't want to resort to underhanded methods, but the moment Kutra snapped his fingers, black-masked men materialized from the shadows. They hadn't just been hiding. If that were the case, I would have noticed them earlier. This was something else, something closer to teleportation. Artifacts, maybe? No, there was no time to analyze. If I hesitated, Adele would be in danger. The masked figures shattered the train windows and stormed inside. The Emperor's hand. The moment that name flashed in my mind, I teleported. The scene inside the train shifted into view. Screams stabbed into my eardrums. The windows were already drenched in blood. Anyone who resisted, even slightly, had been executed in an instant. It was an absolute massacre. Lily, stay behind. Adele had already deployed a shield, calmly fending off the assassins. Though, from the looks of it, she was barely holding on. Boom! I reached out, and one of the assassins was launched into the ceiling. With a sickening pop, his head burst like a watermelon, scattering unrecognizable fragments everywhere. I used magic to wipe the blood splattered on Adele's shield. She turned toward me, eyes wide in shock, before hastily grabbing my hand. Abel, what is going on? Her voice, uncharacteristically high, betrayed her panic. We're under attack, and the one behind it is obvious. As I answered, I extended my right hand toward an enemy lunging at me with a sword. An invisible hammer slammed into him, sending him crashing against the seats before he was flung straight out of the train. How did you know? Who knows? I shrugged, saying I didn't know would be a lie. But there was no need to explain right now. Besides, it was classified Imperial information. I couldn't reveal it even if I wanted to. More importantly, are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. But Adele hesitated, glancing to the side. There Lily was crouched, clutching her mouth as she dry heaved. Adele patted Lily's shoulder, trying to comfort her. Lily's not handling this well, so she trailed off, suddenly sensing something behind her. Boom! The train door flew off its hinges, slamming straight into the assassin who had been creeping up on her. With a sickening crunch, the door and the assassin both embedded themselves into the ceiling. I turned my head. Standing there was Evan, his sword wreathed in a blue aura. My apologies, Duke. I'm a little late. Blood dripped down his forehead as he caught his breath. Though he was covered in red, most of it didn't seem to be his own. A quick mana scan confirmed that his condition wasn't too bad. Evan, protect her. Before I could finish my sentence, my instinct screamed a warning. A blinding white magic circle flared in my vision. An overwhelming force surged from beyond the spell. If I had reacted even a second later, both Lily and Adele's heads would have been separated from their bodies. The chilling realization sent shivers down my spine. You actually blocked that. What is this? Adele, having witnessed the attack up close, collapsed onto the floor, her legs giving out. Kutra, however, remained unfazed. He simply locked eyes with me, unbothered. Well then, Let's start round two, Duke. Scarlet aura erupted from his body, flaring like wildfire. How boring. Grabbing a random book to pass the time had been a mistake. Out of all the books available, I had to pick one about religion and theology. The title God is Gone made it seem like some kind of fantasy novel, but that wasn't the case at all. It was nothing but theoretical discussions and fundamental principles about religion. As someone who was practically an atheist, this book had nothing of interest for me. I closed the book and set it down on the table. Lifting my head slightly, I saw Adele and Lily leaning against each other, fast asleep. They must have been exhausted. Watching them, I realized I wasn't as bored as I'd thought. It's been a while since things felt this peaceful. A drowsy feeling crept up on me as I watched them. Of course, this brief moment of peace didn't last long. Boom! A flag, huh? A bad omen appeared in my precast detection magic. It wasn't surprising. There was no way the Empire's eyes wouldn't reach this far. Still, the fact that my prediction was spot on was a little absurd. Boom! I roused the mana flowing within me. A refreshing sensation washed over my body as my senses expanded. I was using mana as an extension of my perception. Soon, an image of the train formed in my mind. The strong wind rushing past, the leaves drifting down, the mana engine burning brightly. A flood of information rushed into my brain. I filtered out most of it and focused solely on the train tracks. The disturbance detected by my spell was on the tracks. A man stood there, a massive figure with his arms crossed, silently staring at the train. A name from the original story surfaced in my mind. No way is it him. I cast teleportation and appeared atop the train. My vision shifted, revealing a red-haired man. His face, arms, legs, even the corners of his eyes were covered in rough scars. He measured the distance between himself and the train with his fingers before taking a deep breath. Hoop! With a short exhale, he extended his hand toward the train. His fist sliced through the air, advancing slowly. The ridiculousness of the act made me chuckle involuntarily. Boom! His punch pierced the front of the train. With a deafening roar, he was pushed back along the tracks, thick veins bulging on his forehead. His feet dug deep into the ground, leaving rough marks on the railway. Screech! The gears driving the train's wheels screeched in protest. Sparks flew as metal ground against metal, producing an unpleasant noise. The train's speed was visibly slowing. Strength alone, without using aura, was stopping an entire train. I had my doubts, but now there was no mistaking it. Screech! The agonizing shriek made me frown. The train, already slowing, came to a complete stop with a final, exhausted hiss. I still got it. The man pulled his fist from the train center and rotated his wrist. Then, as if simply stretching after a workout, he rolled his shoulders and loosened up his body. Catching his breath, he scanned his surroundings before locking eyes with me. Oh, whoosh! I heard the sound of wind whipping past my ears. Boom! A fist halted just inches from my face. The force of his leap made the train shake slightly. My slightly disheveled hair was tossed around violently. Huh, impressive. You actually blocked that. Who are you? Haha, who else would I be? I'm the bandit leader, of course. A bandit leader, huh? I couldn't hold back my scoff. What kind of bandit stops a train with his bare hands? I never heard of a bandit who could throw a punch faster than I could react. If the world were truly filled with bandit leaders like this, the Empire would have been conquered by bandits long ago. The Emperor's blade, Katra. His pupils trembled slightly at my words. Did he really think he could fool me? I didn't let the brief hesitation go to waste. Boom! A hammer-shaped spatial spell sent him flying. Catching him off guard, the impact slammed him onto the tracks. Dust erupted into the air, momentarily concealing him from view. Huh, just like the rumors say. Duke Hardenberg. So he's already showing his true colors. The red-haired man emerged from the dust cloud, stepping forward at a leisurely pace. Katra, a warrior from a barbarian tribe that had been annihilated by the Empire. Through sheer combat prowess alone, he became the Emperor's blade, an absolute monster. Even in the original story, he was strong enough to fight Abel on equal footing. But more than his brute strength, the real problem was something else. He was a battle junkie. I hate people who just run their mouths. He cracked his knuckles, locking eyes with me. Then, crimson aura flared around his body. So up until now, he hadn't even used aura. He stopped a train using nothing but raw physical strength. His power was on an entirely different level from anything I had encountered before. What a coincidence. I don't like pointless chatter either. Then let's fight. A crimson gleam flashed in his eyes. Before I could even react, his fist was right in front of me. But just before impact, within mere inches, it stopped. Physically speaking, Kutra was superior to me. But my primary weapon wasn't my body. It was magic. His unrefined fist could never break through it. Boom! A flurry of punches came flying at me. Pure physical force, reinforced only by aura. Yet, each and every strike was nullified right before my eyes. What the hell is this trick? Kutra's face twisted in frustration. His attacks were powerful enough to make the veins in his arms bulge, yet none of them could reach me. It's just ordinary magic, a spell that controlled the very fabric of space. It was a level that Abel, in the original story, had never managed to reach. I didn't even need to move my hands. Just my will alone was enough to dominate space itself. And by doing so, I could nullify any form of energy within it. In other words, I was Kutra's perfect counter. This is getting interesting. He scoffed and took a step back. I didn't want to resort to underhanded methods, but the moment Kutra snapped his fingers, black-masked men materialized from the shadows. They hadn't just been hiding. If that were the case, I would have noticed them earlier. This was something else, something closer to teleportation. Artifacts, maybe? No, there was no time to analyze. If I hesitated, Adele would be in danger. The masked figures shattered the train windows and stormed inside. The Emperor's hand. The moment that name flashed in my mind, I teleported. The scene inside the train shifted into view. Screams stabbed into my eardrums. The windows were already drenched in blood. Anyone who resisted, even slightly, had been executed in an instant. It was an absolute massacre. Lily, stay behind. Adele had already deployed a shield, calmly fending off the assassins. Though from the looks of it, she was barely holding on. Boom! I reached out, and one of the assassins was launched into the ceiling. With a sickening pop, his head burst like a watermelon, scattering unrecognizable fragments everywhere. I used magic to wipe the blood splattered on Adele's shield. She turned toward me, eyes wide in shock, before hastily grabbing my hand. Abel, what is going on? Her voice, uncharacteristically high, betrayed her panic. We're under attack, and the one behind it is obvious. As I answered, I extended my right hand toward an enemy lunging at me with a sword. An invisible hammer slammed into him, sending him crashing against the seats before he was flung straight out of the train. How did you know? Who knows? I shrugged. Saying I didn't know would be a lie. But there was no need to explain right now. Besides, it was classified Imperial information. I couldn't reveal it even if I wanted to. More importantly, are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. But Adele hesitated, glancing to the side. There, Lily was crouched, clutching her mouth as she dry heaved. Adele patted Lily's shoulder, trying to comfort her. Lily's not handling this well, so she trailed off, suddenly sensing something behind her. Boom! The train door flew off its hinges, slamming straight into the assassin who had been creeping up on her. With a sickening crunch, the door and the assassin both embedded themselves into the ceiling. I turned my head. Standing there was Evan, his sword wreathed in a blue aura. My apologies, Duke. I'm a little late. Blood dripped down his forehead as he caught his breath. Though he was covered in red, most of it didn't seem to be his own. A quick mana scan confirmed that his condition wasn't too bad. Evan, protect her. Before I could finish my sentence, my instincts screamed a warning. A blinding white magic circle flared in my vision. An overwhelming force surged from beyond the spell. If I had reacted even a second later, both Lily and Adele's heads would have been separated from their bodies. The chilling realization sent shivers down my spine. You actually blocked that. What is this? Adele, having witnessed the attack up close, collapsed onto the floor, her legs giving out. Kutra, however, remained unfazed. He simply locked eyes with me, unbothered. Well then, let's start round two, Duke. Scarlet aura erupted from his body, flaring like wildfire. Evan, take Adele and run. Understood. At my command, Evan immediately nodded and took Adele and Lily with him. A brutal impact echoed as a fist and magic circle clashed. Boom! With a thunderous sound, one of the magic circles shattered. Was he destroying magic itself using just aura and sheer force? It was an unrefined method, but undeniably effective. Hiya! With a powerful battle cry, Kutra smashed another magic circle with his fist. A relentless barrage followed, his next strike aimed straight at my chest. Yet, it stopped just a hand's width away from landing. His expression twisted again at the sight. Again with this nonsense. Calculation deployment. Dozens of white magic circles unfolded in the air. Kutra, watching them, took a slow breath in. Then, crimson aura began to swirl around his entire body. Strike! Hiya! Countless spears shot toward him. With a short, sharp exhale, crimson afterimages filled my vision. The next moment, the spears were all shattered. Standing in the middle of the destruction, Kutra exhaled a white breath and spoke. Is that all you've got? Just covering himself in aura gave him this level of reaction speed? He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and gave a crooked grin. This magic wasn't meant to deal damage, but it had been a while since I'd seen someone endure it so effortlessly. Coordinate designation. The true purpose of my deployed spears was to pinpoint his exact location. They were merely a setup for my next move. Beyond the shattered ceiling, an enormous white hammer appeared. Seeing it, Kutra grinned wickedly and looked at me. Huh, you really are something else, Duke. Chain strike. The hammer fell. A colossal blow, carrying the weight of gravity itself, came crashing down on him. Boom! With a deafening roar, the entire train car was wrecked. The floor had already shattered, and debris from the gears that connected the wheels to the power source flew in all directions. A cloud of dust rose, obscuring my vision. Cough! I clicked my tongue at the sight of Kutra, who had caught the hammer head-on with both arms. I already knew the Emperor's sword was strong, but facing him directly like this, it was a bit overwhelming. TCH, you got me. Duke, you bastard. Let's take this elsewhere. If we continued fighting here, the entire train might explode. Fortunately, this car wasn't directly connected to the power source, so it wouldn't blow up immediately. As for the remaining small fry on the train, Evan would handle them. For now, it was best to change locations. What? Ignoring Kutra's confused response, I approached him. He was barely managing to hold up the hammer pressing down on him. I reached toward him, and in an instant, white magic circles began forming around him. A thick vein bulged on his forehead as he realized what was happening. You damn. Before he could finish his sentence, he vanished. He was probably teleported to the everlasting Snow Mountain Peak, a location I had pre-designated. Honestly, I didn't care if I left him there. I was already getting tired of dealing with him. But knowing that battle maniac, he'd never forget this. Kutra, the sword even the Emperor couldn't fully control. Which also meant, if used correctly, he could become a tool for rebellion. It might be troublesome now, but dealing with him here and now was the better choice in the long run. A snowstorm raged so fiercely that it obscured all vision, a treacherous mountain teeming with monsters of an unknown kind. And in the heart of it, a lone man clenched his teeth in frustration. Snow piled up everywhere except for the space surrounding him, where a crimson aura flared. This is unbelievable, Kutra muttered irritably. But words alone weren't enough to vent his frustration. He threw a punch at a nearby tree. Crack! The massive tree snapped like a brittle twig before crashing lifelessly to the ground. The sight only seemed to stoke his rage further, and he followed up by kicking the remaining stump. I finally got fired up, and this damn. It had been a long time since he had faced someone of that caliber. The second prince was just an inexperienced sapling, not even worth the trouble of beating. The master of the magic tower had refused to fight him altogether, so he wasn't even worth mentioning. And that so-called chief attendant who never left the emperor's side? The man never revealed his true strength, making him even less worth his time. For far too long, he had been parched for a real opponent, someone who could quench his thirst for battle. And then, finally, Duke Hardenberg appeared. Fighting him felt just like the time he had faced the emperor. The overwhelming sensation of standing before an immovable wall. The raw exhilaration of struggling against something greater than himself. And the bitter taste of defeat. The first man to ever defeat him, the emperor. Now, standing against someone of a similar level made his heart race. But then, Katra had always thirsted for battle against the strong. And yet, before he could even savor it, he had been thrown to this desolate place. Next time I see you, I'll kill you. Kill who? A sudden voice snapped him out his thoughts. Katra whipped his head around. Gray hair, sharp silver eyes. If his vision wasn't failing him, then this was without a doubt. Duke Hardenberg. Huh. Ha ha. So, you didn't run away after all? Why the hell would I run from the likes of you? That arrogant tone, a deliberate provocation, but Katra didn't mind it one bit. After all, everyone else had always run from him. Even the emperor, his only exception, found it bothersome to fight him directly. Fine then, let's have a proper match. Just the two of us. The snowstorm blurred their surroundings. It wasn't an ideal battleground, but Katra didn't care. Compared to the battlefields he had fought on before, this snow-covered mountain was nothing more than a soft playground. If anything, it was the perfect place to set his fighting spirit ablaze. Whoosh! Crimson aura began melting the swirling snow. At the same time, brilliant white magic circles flickered into existence beyond the storm. Boom! Fist met magic once again. But this time, it was on an entirely different level. Katra couldn't help but grin. So that earlier display on the train wasn't even his full strength? This is thrilling. That feeling of standing before an insurmountable wall. That crushing, unbreakable presence. The exhilarating sensation of being alive. How long had he searched for this? Even when he killed the chieftain of the barbarians. Even when he slew their so-called strongest grand chieftain. He had never felt this. Some called him a madman. And they weren't wrong. For this very sensation, this primal battle instinct, he had even slain his own father. Ha 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 ha! A booming laugh erupted from him. Even though he was being pushed back, he couldn't stop laughing. It didn't matter if his fists failed to break through. As long as he could experience this, the raw, visceral thrill of risking his life in battle, he was satisfied. This is the end. Just like before, but even bigger. A massive warhammer appeared. Its sheer size alone could flatten an entire mountain. And yet, instead of despair, all Katra felt was burning anticipation. Boom! With a sickening crunch, his arm snapped. A grotesque, sharp crack rang out, but he didn't react. He had no time for pain. No time for anything except fighting. Ha! His vision turned slightly red. Was it excitement? No. Perhaps it was just the blood seeping into his eyes. It had been a long time since he had been driven into such a corner. Hiya! Crimson aura surged, regenerating the broken bone. His muscles repeatedly expanded and contracted, releasing wisps of white steam. With his aura-clad arms, Katra slowly lifted the hammer, one arm holding it up while the other clenched into a tight fist. Boom! His fist struck the center of the hammer, and a crack formed along its massive surface. He didn't stop there. Blow after blow, he relentlessly struck until finally the hammer shattered. Let's keep going. Just as he was about to take a step forward, a sharp pain flared at the back of his neck. That familiar sensation made Katra scowl. TCH, just when I was starting to enjoy myself. The Emperor's summoning command. As if warning him not to resist, the pain intensified. Was that bastard really trying to interrupt his fight with this pathetic excuse for pain? Crunch. What? Without hesitation, Katra dug his fingers into the flesh at the back of his neck and tore the mark right off. A dull ache followed, but was far less painful than the engraving's relentless burning. Watching the reckless, brute force act, Abel unconsciously furrowed his brows. The wound closed almost instantly as the crimson aura restored his flesh, leaving no trace of the mark behind. Of course, this was only temporary. The mark would return. It always did, but at the very least, until that happened, he could keep fighting. You crazy bastard. I'll take that as a compliment, Duke. His fist flew forward, shattering magic circles as he charged in. Yet Abel showed no sign of panic. Instead, he simply launched another barrage of spears. With explosive speed, Kutra crushed the spears and lunged forward. Even if his arm was severed, his aura restored it instantly. Yet whenever he tried to land a decisive blow, Abel's absolute control over the battlefield blocked him. It had turned into a battle of attrition, and Kutra was loving every second of it. Then, ZZT, the engraving reappeared on the back of his neck. And this time, the pain was beyond comparison. His knees buckled. Damn, that emperor bastard. Cursing under his breath, Kutra staggered backward. At the same time, golden magic circles began forming around him. The energy felt eerily similar to when the emperor's hand had appeared earlier. Guess we'll have to settle this next time, Duke. And with that, Kutra vanished. Yeah, no thanks. Abel let out a tired sigh. That bastard was exhausting to deal with. It was hell. Blood splattered in every direction. Pools of red were scattered across the ground. The sight of bodies collapsing helplessly under a single strike burned into my eyes. I tried to turn my head away, to ignore it, but the afterimage clung to my vision. The masked figures in black rampaged through the carnage. They were nothing more than machines of slaughter, built solely for the purpose of killing. And so, they moved to take even one more life. SHHK. Move! Evan shouted, his voice unusually loud. His sword, pulsing with blue aura, sliced through the enemies with ease. Their heads parted from their bodies like tofu, the sight alone enough to churn my stomach. Ugh! Lily had long since fainted. Even for someone who had witnessed and survived dozens of deaths, this was unbearable. It was only natural that she lost consciousness. With Lily hoisted onto my back, I barely managed to follow behind Evan. He cut through the enemy with sharp battle cries, severing their legs to clear a path forward. I'll carve a way through. Stay close. With a rough shout, a blue sword slash flew forward. I shut my eyes tightly at the sight of bodies being cleaved in half. Then, gripping Lily's arms tightly, I sprinted like mad. I had thought I'd already abandoned modern notions of morality. But this was beyond me. No, even people from the Middle Ages would probably vomit at this sight. Even Evan, for all his resilience, was dry heaving from the stench of death. No one could ever grow accustomed to such a scene. You're in my way. Evan gritted his teeth and swung his sword. With each step forward, a sickening squelch echoed beneath my feet. I had stepped on something. For a brief moment, an unfamiliar sensation crawled up my leg. But I refused to look down. If I saw what I'd stepped on, I might collapse right then and there. If ever there was a moment to use the phrase, a sea of corpses and rivers of blood, this was it. It was revolting. That single thought consumed my mind. The further we moved through the train cars, the worse the scenes became. My nose had long gone numb. Whether it was from the sheer intensity of the stench or from my body's own defense mechanism, I couldn't tell. Squelch. Each time Evan swung his sword, blood sprayed in every direction. He wiped a crimson streak from his cheek with the back of his hand. Then, without hesitation, he cut down an enemy lunging at me from behind. Damn it! Our pace slowed drastically. It was as if a portal had opened. More of the Emperor's hands poured in endlessly. By now, they had abandoned precision or technique. They were simply charging in waves, using sheer numbers to overwhelm us. Even Evan, skilled as he was forced to step back slightly. Stay right behind me, my lady. All right. A blue flame surged. Evan's black eyes gleamed with an eerie blue light. With a sharp exhale, his figure disappeared from sight. Shadows flickered, and in the next instant, flames erupted across the enemy's bodies. Nearly 10 of them collapsed in a blink. Evan steadied his breath, gripping his sword tightly. There's no end to them. Watching the horde swarm like mindless zombies, he let out a frustrated sigh. My lady, go ahead. Evan, but the Duke will arrive soon. He said it with a smile, one filled with unwavering faith in Abel. At his words, I nodded and turned away. With a loud whoosh, flames roared behind me, followed by Evan's battle cry. The exit, the exit. We were close to the emergency exit. Just as I reached it with Lily on my back, a dark silhouette emerged ahead. One of the Emperor's hands, hiding among the corpses. A dagger flew straight toward my face. The chilling sensation of death seized my entire body. Instinctively, I squeezed my eyes shut, but the pain never came. When I cautiously opened my eyes, I saw the dagger, frozen in midair. You insignificant pests. Abel stood before me. At that moment, my legs gave out, and I collapsed to the ground. The fear, the anxiety, it all melted away, leaving only a long, shaky sigh of relief. Are you all right? He reached out a hand. I shook my head and grasped it. No, I'm not. I figured. With a soft chuckle, Abel pulled me to my feet. Then, he turned his gaze away, raising his right hand as he murmured a short incantation. Calculation expansion. A brilliant white magic circle spread outward from him, expanding across the entire train. Light flared. Annihilate. Dozens of spears shot forward. In an instant, the enemies surrounding Evan in the next car collapsed, their throats skewered by flying spears. A single gesture. That was all it took for Abel to resolve the chaotic situation. It was yet another reminder of just how terrifying his strength truly was. When I turned my head, I saw his face slightly weary. Abel, are you all right? I'm fine. Abel landed lightly on the floor as he answered. He looked a bit exhausted, but seeing no visible injuries, I felt a small sense of relief. My lady, are you unharmed? Evan, drenched in blood, approached me. The sheer brutality of his appearance made me flinch involuntarily. A man of his size, covered in gore, was intimidating in more ways than one. With a snap of Abel's fingers, the blood-staining Evan vanished instantly. Yes, I'm fine. That's a relief. Clearly exhausted, Evan leaned against a nearby seat, letting out a slow breath. It was no wonder. He had cut down nearly hundreds of enemies in such a short span of time. What a mess. Abel muttered as he took in our surroundings. Then, he stepped toward the shattered train window, peering outside. After observing the scenery for a moment, he let out a deep sigh. We're still far from our destination. How much farther? About halfway. Halfway. Of all the places for an ambush to happen, it had to be in the middle of our journey. If it had happened at the start, we could have turned back. As I stood there, arms crossed in contemplation, a thought suddenly struck me. Abel, can't you just teleport us there using spatial magic? At my question, Abel shook his head. It's not that simple. Spatial magic was originally designed for personal teleportation. Transporting others made it dangerously unstable. A slight miscalculation, and we could end up stranded on some unknown island. But that man, I trailed off, recalling a certain red-haired individual. Abel answered matter-of-factly. There's no need to be cautious with enemies. I nodded at his words. You're right. Now that the situation had calmed, I finally took in my surroundings. Bloodstains splattered across the shattered windows. Corpses piled across the floor. My mind grew hazy at the sight. I was the one who had insisted on accompanying Abel to Ark. If I hadn't, he would have simply teleported there. If he had teleported, the Emperor's hands wouldn't have attacked this train. And these passengers, they wouldn't have died so horrifically. Once the thought took root, it spread, tormenting me. If only I hadn't spoken up first. Would they still be alive? Surely, none of them had wanted to meet such a terrible end. Maybe. The negative thoughts spiraled endlessly. I knew there was no point in dwelling on them, but I couldn't stop. One undeniable fact remained. If not for me, this wouldn't have happened. Adele. At the sound of my name, I looked up. Abel was gripping my wrist, his expression slightly tense. A frown creased his brow. It wasn't until I followed his gaze that I realized. I had been biting my thumbnail. Get a hold of yourself. I'm sorry. So, this habit still hadn't changed. Even in my previous life, whenever I got overwhelmed with negative thoughts, I would bite my nails. It was the only way to ease my anxiety. Even after all this time, I still couldn't break the habit. Abel let out a quiet sigh. This isn't your fault, Adele. What? Had I misheard? I lifted my head and looked at him again, but his expression remained as indifferent as ever. This happened, but it wasn't your doing. He gestured toward the corpses as he spoke. I hadn't expected those words. In this situation, I never thought he would be the one to offer comfort. But whether he realized it or not, he continued speaking in his usual calm tone. You're still too soft-hearted. Soft-hearted. That was something I had never been called in this world. Here, I was infamous as a villainess, cursed and scorned wherever I went. No, wait. There was one other time I had heard those words. During our contract negotiations, when Abel first spoke them to me. Was he right? Was I truly soft-hearted? I don't know. As a child, I had often been told that. But after growing up, not once had I heard those words again. I had assumed that meant I had changed, that I had become an adult. But was that really the case? The more I thought about it, the more my head throbbed. Noticing my distress, Abel stepped closer. The one to blame isn't you. It's the Emperor. Is that so? When I murmured my doubt, he answered firmly. Yes. Then, gently, he placed a hand on my head. If you keep tormenting yourself over things beyond your control, you'll destroy yourself first. His face remained unreadable, yet his words carried a quiet warmth. The unexpected gentleness made my chest tighten. Okay. I lowered my head, unsure how to respond. Rest for a while. Abel slowly withdrew his hand. Then, without another word, he turned away. On any other day, I might have thought his back looked cold and distant. But for some reason, today it felt warm. In the port city, Ark, there was a clear sky without a single cloud in sight. Yet, in stark contrast, thick fog coiled between the buildings. The sight was so strange that people had even given it a nickname, the God's Nose Bridge. That alone was enough to show how unnatural the scenery was. Now, I could somewhat understand why Abel had warned me to be careful. Miss, watch out. Suddenly, Evan grabbed my arm and yanked me back. The next moment, the thundering sound of hooves filled my ears, and a carriage raced past, barely missing me. A chill ran down my spine. I had nearly been run over. Was it because of the thick fog that I hadn't seen it coming? Or were the carriage drivers in this city just that reckless? Probably both. Thank you, Evan. You don't need to thank me, Mississippi. Evan scratched the back of his head awkwardly at my gratitude. Next to him, Lily looked tense. She had her arms crossed, cautiously scanning our surroundings. Lily? What's wrong? It's just, I have a bad feeling. Now that she mentioned it, I couldn't shake off the uneasy atmosphere either. Was it the ever-present fog? Or Abel's words about how Ark was a breeding ground for crime? Maybe I'm just overthinking it. Lily laughed awkwardly, trying to dismiss her own words. I had a feeling she was hiding something, but I chose not to press further. If she wasn't willing to open up first, I didn't want to pry. We continued walking for a while until Evan suddenly spoke. This way, he led us into a narrow alley. It wasn't so tight that we had to squeeze through, but it definitely wasn't wide enough for two carriages to pass side by side. The fog here was noticeably thicker, making the place feel even more unwelcoming. I hesitated for a moment before cautiously following Evan inside. Lily, on the other hand, looked even more uneasy. Her body trembled slightly, and even her eyelashes quivered. I couldn't just stand by and watch anymore. Lily, I reached for her hand. It was ice cold. She flinched at my touch but didn't pull away. It's all right. After a moment, the trembling lessened, and warmth slowly returned to her hand. Thank you, my lady. I'm just glad you're feeling better. Let's go. Yes. As we ventured deeper into the alley, the surroundings grew worse. Was this the infamous back street I had only heard about? Filthy children with ragged clothes peeked at us from the shadows. A few even glared at us from beneath their tattered blankets, though they bolted the moment Evan's sharp gaze met theirs. It wasn't hard to guess what they had been planning. If Evan weren't here, I would have already been pickpocketed. A foul stench filled the air. The reek of filth and decay was even more unbearable than I had imagined. I glanced sideways and saw Lily wrinkling her nose in discomfort. Then, Evan suddenly stopped. Lily, who had been walking absent-mindedly, bumped right into his back. Startled, she quickly stepped aside and clung closer to me. Evan, what is it? Wait. Without answering further, Evan reached into his coat. Shing! A sharp, metallic ring echoed through the alley as a gleaming blade caught the dim light. Before I could even react to Evan's sudden movement, voices erupted from the shadows. TCH, they noticed. Run. Damn it. Which idiot gave us away? How bold. A blue aura surged along Evan's blade. Without so much as a battle cry, he swung his sword. Slash! In an instant, a streak of blue light cut through the alley. A second later, agonized screams erupted from the darkness. Blood sprayed into the fog, painting the scene crimson. I barely had time to process what had happened. Evan had incapacitated most of them in just 3 strikes. Of course, I always found myself getting caught up in absurd situations, but this just proved that Evan was incredibly skilled, even if not quite on Abel's level. Still, was it really necessary to use aura against mere back-alley thugs? No, that's not it. I glanced beyond the mist. At least 10 more figures lurked in the shadows. And if I could spot that many from a distance, the real number was probably much higher. Evan's attack hadn't been just to subdue them, it was a warning. And, judging by how most of the hidden figures were now retreating, the warning had worked. So, this is what Abel meant when he called Ark a den of criminals. For the first time, I truly understood his words. The thick fog concealed countless criminals, moving in a disturbingly organized manner. If I had come here alone, a shiver ran down my spine. Let's move, Mississippi. I nodded and followed Evan. Lily, having witnessed his overwhelming strength, seemed far less afraid now. She wasn't trembling anymore, but she also wasn't talking like usual. Did she have some bad memories about places like this? I briefly considered asking, but decided against it. Prying into others' past rarely led to anything good. We walked for a while until a rundown inn came into view. A wooden building with no signboard, just an eerie, desolate atmosphere. Dim lights flickered through its windows, casting an ominous glow. Evan approached the entrance. This must be the place. The information guild Abel spoke of. The building was so run down that it made me wonder if it was even operational. While I was lost in thought, Evan stepped forward and knocked on the door. Knock, 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 knock. Exactly 4 knocks. Not long after, a low voice came from the other side. The hawk that crosses the moon can even cross the sun. As Evan completed the passphrase, silence stretched between us. Just as doubt began creeping in. Did he get it wrong? The door creaked open. You may enter. A man wearing a black mask greeted us and motioned us inside. We stepped in, immediately enveloped by an unexpectedly warm atmosphere. The masked man gave a small bow before speaking in a rough voice. Welcome to the Ark branch of the Information Guild. He paused briefly, then walked behind a bar counter. Judging by the layout, this place resembled a tavern. Yet, not a single person occupied the room. Was it because it was still daytime? As I pondered the emptiness, the masked man returned, carrying something in his hand. What is this? I asked. Write down the information you seek. A small notepad and a pen. I carefully picked up the pen and began writing on the notepad. At first, nothing appeared. No ink. I pressed down slightly, retracing my words a few times, until a faint glow of mana began to seep from the pen. That's when I realized. Invisible ink. A writing method using mana. Only those with a keen sensitivity to mana would be able to read what was written on this paper. A security measure befitting an information guild. The Emperor's homeland. Its exact location. I wrote my request and handed the note over. The masked man glanced at the paper, then suddenly froze. Follow me. His eyes, barely visible beneath the mask, flickered with an unreadable emotion. A strange chill ran down my spine. I hesitated, but in the end I followed. Lily and Evan moved to follow me, but the masked man raised a hand, stopping them. You two will wait here. I'm afraid that's not an option. Evan's hand moved to his sword hilt, his voice firm. The masked man leaned in, whispering something into Evan's ear. Evan's expression shifted subtly. His brows furrowed in displeasure as he glared at the man, but after a heavy sigh, he withdrew his hand. Fine, but make sure you make the right decision. At his warning, the masked man gave a small nod before turning back to me. Shall we? All right. What did he say to Evan to convince him? Evan wasn't as stubborn as Abel, but he wasn't the type to back down easily either. Curiosity stirred, but I chose not to ask. It wasn't just that I disliked talking to this man. I also trusted Evan's judgment. So I simply followed. We walked down a long, dimly lit hallway. Strange magic circles were etched into the walls and floor. Being nearly clueless about magic, I had no way of knowing what kind of spells they contained. After what felt like ages, we reached a door. A walnut wood door. It didn't look ordinary. I reached out with mana, only to sense an overwhelming number of enchantments layered upon it. Reflection spells, fire spells, electric spells, wind spells. Even teleportation magic? Why would they put so many spells on a single door? As my head spun with questions, the masked man stepped forward and knocked 4 times. Knock, 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 knock. We have an esteemed guest. A girl's voice answered from beyond the door. Let them in. Before her words had even fully settled, the door swung open on its own. The masked man gave a slight nod. The master is expecting you. I stepped inside. The air changed in an instant. Literally, it felt as if I had crossed into a completely different space. Was this the purpose of the teleportation magic on the door? As I was lost in thought, a voice called out, "Are you just going to stand there?" I hesitated briefly before cautiously stepping forward. Between aged, antique furniture, I saw a girl. Platinum blonde hair, eyes as deep as the ocean, and pointed ears like an elf. An elf? But did such a race even exist in this world? Hi. Hello. I awkwardly responded with formal speech to the girl's greeting. Despite her youthful appearance, there was a certain air of experience about her. She gave a half-hearted nod at my response, then placed the long-stemmed pipe she had been holding onto the table. After scanning me for a moment, she spoke again. So you're Kane's person, huh? Huh, Kane. Hearing an unfamiliar name from her mouth caught me off guard. For a moment, I wondered if I had come to the wrong place and asked her again. She tilted her head slightly before letting out a sigh, as if realizing something. Ah, you don't know that name, do you? She lazily tapped the end of her pipe, as if the conversation itself was tedious. I'm talking about Duke Hardenberg. He's a regular here. So Abel had another name, Kane. Well, it made sense. Someone operating in the underworld couldn't exactly go around using their real name. Still, I couldn't remember if this setting had been in the original novel. Then again, I had never read the original, so I couldn't be sure. A friend wouldn't bother sharing details like this, after all. Of all names, Cain, Abel and Cain. Even I, who knew little about the Bible, had heard of them before. The first murderer, Cain, and the first human to be murdered, Abel. Did Abel deliberately choose such a name because of the author's intent? Since I had never read the original, I had no way of knowing. What's wrong? Something bothering you? I shook my head at the girl's questioning gaze. Finding me dull, she simply put her pipe back in her mouth. Anyway, this is interesting. That guy, getting involved with a woman? If the gossipers got wind of this, they'd be spreading it everywhere. Can I ask you for some information? Oh, you're the type who doesn't like small talk either. I nodded slightly, and she let out a deep sigh before lighting her pipe with flame magic. A pungent tobacco scent spread from the pipe's tip. The acrid smoke stung my nose, making me cough involuntarily. But just as quickly, the smell vanished, leaving behind a surprisingly fresh, almost cooling scent. She tapped her pipe over the ashtray before speaking again. All right, we haven't been properly introduced, have we? Despite saying that, she continued to puff on her pipe without a care. Her shamelessness might even surpass Abel's. I knew it was rude of me to think that, but since she had been impolite first, I figured it didn't really matter. Lewis. Just call me Lewis. I'm Adele. Nice to meet you. Yeah. Her expression showed clear boredom. From the way she spoke and carried herself, she seemed to have lived a long life. Well, elves were known to be a long-lived race. Still, I hadn't expected to meet one in this world. Perhaps noticing my lingering gaze, Lewis smirked and asked, "What? Never seen an elf before?" "Huh? Oh no, I haven't. Figures. We're on the brink of extinction." "Ah." She said it so matter-of-factly that I wasn't sure how to react. Seeing my awkward expression, she let out a short chuckle. "Don't look so serious. It's just the way nature works." She casually placed the pipe back in her mouth, exhaling another cloud of white smoke. The scent, which should have been unpleasant, wasn't too overpowering. No, if anything, it had a refreshing quality to it. Strong, isn't it? Smoking's just a habit for me. Not really. It actually smells kind of fresh. Fresh. Lewis's eyes sharpened in an instant. Just a moment ago, they had been hazy and indifferent, but now they gleamed with interest. Her sudden shift in demeanor caught me off guard. She climbed onto the table and locked eyes with me. Before I could even react to her abrupt actions, she spoke. "Who?" Then she tilted her head, examining me closely. Unlike before, her gaze was meticulous and searching. Lewis ignored my hesitation, crossing her arms as she seemed to contemplate something. Then, with a faint smile, she muttered, "You're a half-blood, aren't you?" Half-blood. I had never heard that term before, but Lewis's confident gaze made it hard to dismiss. Half-blood of what exactly? Was she suggesting that Adele had non-human ancestry? "You're part elf." "What do you mean?" She didn't answer my question. Instead, she simply stared into my eyes. At this point, it was clear she was someone who did things entirely on her own terms. Whether or not she knew what I was thinking, Lewis just continued to scrutinize me. "Eyes like rubies." Her words made me instinctively touch my necklace. If my artifact was working properly, my eyes should have appeared blue. Noticing my reaction, Lewis smirked. "Artifacts like that don't work on elves. We see the essence of things. Elves' eyes do." She added that remark before collapsing back onto the sofa, this time chain-smoking without restraint. "It's not a strong trace, though. Maybe 10 generations back, an elf was in your bloodline." Me? I unconsciously touched my ears. I only felt the familiar shape of human ears. Seeing this, Lewis shook her head slightly. "Only pure-blood elves have pointed ears. Half-elves have normal ones." Pure blood. Did that mean the woman in front of me was a pure-blood elf? The realization that I was standing before someone of an entirely different race felt strangely surreal. Still, this is quite a surprise. Who would have thought Cain's woman was part elf? Can you even call it a mixed blood? If my only elven ancestor was 10 generations back, calling me a half-blood felt like a stretch. But Lewis shook her head as if dismissing my doubts. "Elven blood runs thick." She gestured toward my face. "Even your looks make sense now." I had often thought my appearance seemed almost inhumanly beautiful when looking in a mirror. Was this because of my elven heritage? Well, it's not that important, so let's move on. Saying that, Lewis tapped the end of her pipe again. "Normally, I would have just sent you away. Cain probably wanted that too." "Excuse me, normally?" Did she mean she had intended to turn me away empty-handed? I've stopped dealing in information about the Emperor. Cain must have known that too. She let out a deep sigh before continuing. "But well, running into a descendant of my kind in a place like this, I suppose that's worth marking the occasion." "Are you saying?" "Yeah, here." With that, Lewis reached into a spatial pocket, rummaging around inside. For a while, her hand shifted through empty space before she finally pulled something out and tossed it toward me. Before I could even process her sudden action, my reflexes kicked in, and I caught it. I opened my palm to reveal a silver compass. It's a compass that points to the place you're looking for. A thin wisp of white smoke curled from the end of her pipe. "The rest is up to you." Thank you." As I bowed my head in gratitude, Lewis frowned in distaste and waved her hand dismissively. "Don't bother with thanks. This was an exchange. We both got what we wanted." With that, she placed her pipe down on the table. Resting her chin on one hand, she studied me for a moment before speaking again. "Oh, and one more thing." "Yes." "Don't overuse regression." At her words, a shiver ran down my spine. When I met her eyes, they were serious, too serious. I didn't ask how she knew. Someone who had lived as long as she had would likely have no trouble seeing through my abilities. But listen to me carefully. This is a warning from one kin to another. Her expression was filled with a deep, indescribable sorrow, a gaze so heavy that it left me speechless. There is no such thing as power without a price. I understand. With that final exchange, I stepped outside. My hands trembled slightly. I never expected my ability to regress to be exposed so easily. And even more shocking was the fact that she had seen through it, despite the fact that I had never once used it in front of her. Inside the inn, the tense silence between Lily, dressed in a maid's uniform, and Evan, clad in armor, stretched on. Unlike her, Evan seemed completely unfazed, resting quietly as if accustomed to such an atmosphere. But Lily, unable to bear the silence any longer, was the first to break it. "Evan, how did you meet the Duke?" At her question, Evan, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them. Then he calmly answered, "We met at an orphanage in the back streets." "An orphanage?" "Yes. My birth parents sold me off." Hearing that, Lily awkwardly averted her gaze. She had meant to lighten the mood, but instead, the conversation had taken a heavy turn. Noticing this, Evan chuckled softly before continuing. "It's a common story, isn't it? I don't mind. If not for that, I wouldn't have met the Duke, so I have no regrets." "I see. What about you, Lily?" At his question, Lily folded her arms, seeming to hesitate before eventually answering. "My story is similar. My so-called parents abandoned me and ran away." Her voice carried a bitter edge as she gave a faint smile. "And then Miss Adele picked me up. Called me a raw gemstone buried among the rocks." "Sound familiar?" "Yeah, though she's changed a lot." Lily suddenly recalled the Adele of the past. Violent, tormented, always on the edge, like someone being chased by something. Even now, as she watched Adele, who had lost her memories after the accident, flashes of that time still came to mind. Especially the moment when Adele abandoned her once again, casting her back into the slums. That memory was her deepest wound. That was why Lily feared the backstreets. That was why she had trembled with unease ever since they arrived here. At the hesitant tone of Lily, Evan also fell silent. "She's changed quite a bit." Was she talking about those nasty rumors surrounding Adele? But the Adele he had seen with his own eyes was not someone capable of such things. On the contrary, she was kinder and more compassionate than anyone else. "She seems like a good person, despite the rumors," Evan said. At his words, Lily gave a small nod. "She's much better now, but there was a time when she was exactly as the rumors said." Her fingertips started to tremble slightly. Seeing that, Evan, who had been about to say something more, closed his mouth again. After all, he was just a knight assigned to guard Adele. Lily probably knew more about her than he ever would. There were likely things he wasn't aware of. He could only guess. "To be honest, I'm still uneasy. It feels like Lady Adele could change back at any moment." Adele had lost her memory due to a carriage accident. Not just the memories of her past misdeeds as a villainess, but most of her childhood memories as well. When her pure and kind nature returned, Lily had felt relieved. At the same time, she was a little sad that their childhood memories together had vanished. The Adele who had lost her memories was the one who had reached out to her first. That was how Lily found herself able to trust her again. She was that kind, that gentle. But if someday Adele were to regain all her memories, how would she look at Lily then? That thought worried her. "Miss Lily." At Evan's call, Lily slowly lifted her head. The usual carefree expression was gone, replaced by a serious gaze. With his arms crossed, Evan asked her, "Do you trust Lady Adele?" "I do." But before Lily could finish her sentence, Evan shook his head. "Then isn't that enough?" "Enough." She tilted her head slightly, confused by his words. Seeing that, Evan placed a hand on his chest. Then, as if making a vow, he spoke slowly. "I trust the Duke, and I also trust myself, whom he has placed his faith in." Isn't that enough? Belief in oneself. At Evan's firm words, Lily found herself looking down. Back when Adele was known only for her cruelty, Lily had once given her advice that behaving like that would never earn anyone's trust. But in return, Lily had been thrown away in the back alleys. If not for Count Este rescuing her, she wouldn't have been able to return to the mansion. The trauma from that event remained fresh, a memory that the current Adele did not know. But the Adele who lost her memories had reached out to her first, even though she had no knowledge of what had happened. Carefully, patiently, even when Lily had panic attacks due to her trauma, Adele endured and approached her with understanding. Yet, Lily had failed to fully believe in her. How foolish of me. Even if Adele regains her memories, the moments they've shared won't disappear. The warmth she had shown, the kindness in her gaze, those things wouldn't just vanish because of one regained memory. Yet she had let herself be consumed by fear just because they were back in the alleys again. How foolish. You're right. I wasn't thinking clearly. If my words helped, then that's good. Evan smiled. Seeing that, Lily awkwardly smiled back. A short silence passed, but it no longer felt suffocating. How much time had passed? The sound of steady footsteps echoed. With them, Adele emerged. Her slightly tired expression made both Lily and Evan pause. I got the information. Saying that, Adele pulled a compass from her coat. Lily quietly observed her face and stepped closer. Did something happen? HM? No. Nothing you need to worry about. I'm fine. But she didn't look fine. Her face was clouded with thoughts, but she didn't elaborate. Perhaps it was something that could be discussed another time. This artifact. Evan held the compass and carefully channeled mana into it. A soft hum filled the air as the compass emitted a faint glow. Do you understand how it works? It activates when mana is infused. It's an old technique, but the needle pointed toward the inn's entrance. All they had to do was follow its direction to reach their destination. However, the mana consumption was considerable, making this type of artifact a rare relic. There's enough mana stored already. Then we just need to follow it. At Adele's words, Evan nodded. Yes. Miss Lily, can you guide us? Taking the compass from him, Lily nodded. Watching the two interact so naturally, Adele raised an eyebrow. You've grown close to Evan? Oh, well, somewhat. When she turned her head, she saw Evan smiling as he nodded. Adele chuckled and reached out to ruffle Lily's hair. Well done, my Lily. For the first time, Lily laughed without a trace of anxiety. She could finally trust Adele. And herself. Let's head out, then. At Adele's command, Lily and Evan both nodded. Leading the way, Evan exited the inn first. As Adele turned slightly, she caught sight of a man bowing deeply. She returned the gesture before stepping out of the information guild. A thick fog blanketed the forest. The mist was so dense that even a single step ahead was barely visible. Lily clung to my arm like a cicada, her grip tight and unwavering. Come to think of it, Lily had always been a bit of a scaredy cat. I didn't expect the fog to be this thick, Evan muttered, his voice low with unease. He waved a hand through the mist and sighed. He was right. The fog in Ark usually allowed for visibility up to about 100 meters. But here, in this suffocating haze, even 3 steps apart made it impossible to see one another clearly. Lily, stay close. Yes, Lady Adele. Lily didn't take her eyes off the compass, her gaze fixed on the needle. Only when it shifted direction did she quietly raise a finger to indicate the new path. We followed the compass, step by step, through the dense forest. After walking for a while, a small shadow emerged between the thick trees. Evan instinctively reached for the hilt of his sword. As we drew closer, the figure became clear, a young girl in a red cloak. She held a basket in one hand and a wooden tong in the other. The girl seemed to notice us as well, her expression filled with curiosity. Just as I was about to take a step forward, Evan lifted a hand to stop me. Excuse me, who? Before the girl could finish speaking, a burst of blue aura sliced through the air. The girl's body split clean in half, only for her form to dissolve into the fog, vanishing in an instant. A chilling, eerie laughter echoed through the mist. It's a mist phantom bloom. They deceive people with illusions before devouring them whole. A shiver ran down my spine as I instinctively rubbed my arms. If Evan hadn't stopped me, I would have spoken to her without hesitation. Thinking back, something had felt off. There was no way a young girl would be wandering alone in the depths of a forest this dense with fog. We need to be careful. With that resolution in mind, I followed Evan's lead once more. Not long after, a man's silhouette emerged from the fog. As we approached, the figure became clearer, a gaunt-looking young man with deep dark circles under his eyes. His hollow face carried an eerie, unsettling aura. "Are you outsiders?" He lowered the crossbow in his hands and looked at us. Seeing this, Evan let go of his sword hilt. "Yes. Is there a place where we can stay for the night?" "Lodging?" The young man seemed to ponder for a moment before nodding. "There's a village nearby. As long as you have enough money, you may stay." At his words, Evan also nodded. The young man gestured for us to follow him before turning away without another word. He walked ahead without looking back. A strange feeling crept over me, and I whispered to Evan, "Is it really safe to follow him?" Evan replied in a low voice, "He doesn't seem hostile. We should remain cautious, but I think we can follow him for now." All right. Trusting Evan's judgment, I followed after the young man. His footsteps were firm, unhesitant, as though he knew exactly where he was going. Almost instinctively, "What brings you to a forest like this?" he asked suddenly. "We got lost by accident." I feigned nonchalance, but he scrutinized us with sharp eyes. After a long pause, he finally turned his head forward again and spoke in a detached tone. "This area is dangerous. Even I cannot guarantee your safety. That won't be necessary. I can protect us." "A knight, are you?" The young man glanced at Evan's armor before letting out a faint chuckle. It wasn't a laugh of amusement, but one of disbelief, perhaps even mockery. Without another word, he continued walking ahead. What a strange man. His movements followed the exact same direction as Lily's compass. Could the village he spoke of be the very place we were looking for? The Emperor's hometown? I have a bad feeling about this. I can only hope it was just my imagination. We've arrived. At the young man's words, I cautiously looked around. Thick fog hung heavily in the air, and beyond it, only a few wooden buildings were faintly visible. The gloomy atmosphere sent an unsettling feeling through me. This was not a place I wanted to step into, if I could help it. Of course, the young man's face only added to the eerie mood. "What about the compass?" I asked with my eyes, and Lily carefully pulled out the compass. The needle was still pointing somewhere deeper into the village. "So we haven't reached it yet." According to Evan, the compass would start spinning wildly once we arrived at the designated location. If that were true, then the Emperor's hometown must be even further in. Just the thought of it gave me a headache. "Where can we stay for the night?" At Evan's question, the young man gestured for us to follow. The way he did it was unnerving, but at this point, turning back wasn't an option. "Just follow me." With one hand on his sword scabbard, Evan cautiously trailed behind him. Despite his obvious wariness, the young man showed no particular reaction, just an indifferent gaze. To be that calm, while leading a knight gripping his weapon. Was it boldness? Or is he just that strange? This is the place. When a young man finally stopped, what stood before us was an abandoned house. Scorch marks here, and there suggested it had once been in a fire. It looked like it could collapse at the slightest touch. The interior was somewhat tidy, suggesting someone had maintained it, but that was the best that could be said. I barely held back a sigh. Lily's expression crumpled in clear disapproval, and even Evan frowned at the state of the place. Turning to look at the young man, I found his expression just as indifferent as before. "There's nowhere else, unless you'd rather go knocking on other doors and ask for a place to stay." He scratched his head as he spoke. No matter how scarce the options were, who in their right mind would stay in such a creepy, abandoned house? And the fact that he actually intended to charge for this dump. It was laughable. Seeing Lily's expression, the young man seemed to realize we weren't interested. He clicked his tongue and turned away. "Well, if you don't like it, that's your choice. If you change your mind, come to my house." He had already started walking away when he suddenly paused and turned back. "Oh, right. My house has a yellow roof. Don't mix it up with the others." With that, he disappeared into the fog. Watching his retreating figure, Evan clicked his tongue in annoyance. Lily had a similar look on her face. "There's something off about this place." Stay close to me. I nodded at his warning and moved a little closer. Lily also gave a firm nod, acknowledging his words. She glanced at the compass again before pointing in a direction. So, this isn't the place after all. Muttering under his breath, Evan took the lead, following where Lily pointed. Unlike usual, he was on high alert, his voice lower and more serious than before. As we walked through the village, where even the path ahead was barely visible, the thick forest gradually came back into view. Beyond the trees, the fog obscured everything. That made it even harder to take a step forward. Evan stopped in his tracks and turned around. You must be getting tired. Do you want to keep going? Now that he mentioned it, we had been walking for quite some time. Lily was slightly out of breath, and I wasn't in much better condition myself. We had taken a few short breaks along the way, but it wasn't enough to recover fully. Even though that house was practically a ruin, it was still better than collapsing in the middle of the forest. It would be safer to rest in that house than out here. Evan seemed to share the same thought, but Lily frowned, clearly uneasy. That man and this whole village. She hesitated before letting out a deep sigh. Wouldn't the village actually be more dangerous? That's a fair point. She wasn't wrong. The young man's demeanor was strange, and Evan had also sensed something odd earlier. Not to mention, I had noticed something while walking through the village. The abandoned house was located almost exactly in the center of it. That couldn't be a coincidence. It had to mean something. Seeing my expression, Evan seemed to come to the same conclusion and nodded. All right, let's keep going. There is still some time before nightfall. If it really came down to it, we could always return later. Evan drew his sword and lightly slashed a tree. As we moved forward, he continued marking trees along the way. Was he making a trail so we wouldn't get lost? That was actually a smart move. If we needed to, we could follow these marks back to the village. How long had we been walking, following the compass's direction? Before we knew it, we arrived at an open plain, a patch of vibrant green grass, oddly out of place in the midst of the dense forest. It was suspicious, but the compass still pointed beyond the plains. Are you all right? We have to go. That was my only answer to Evan's question. Lily nodded vigorously in agreement. Stay cautious. With those words, he pressed forward once more. Lily and I followed behind, watching as Evan cut through the grass with his sword. His grip on the hilt was firm, his steps slow and deliberate. Lily also scanned her surroundings carefully as she walked. A cabin. A small wooden cabin came into view. Unlike the houses in the village, it wasn't very large. A faint light flickered beyond the window, and thin smoke curled up from the chimney. Unlike that eerie abandoned house, this place seemed warm and cozy. Evan silently approached the door. After returning his sword to its scabbard, he cautiously knocked. Knock, knock. There was no response. The sky was growing darker, yet the dim light inside the cabin remained. That alone raised questions. Frowning slightly, Evan knocked again. Is anyone there? Knock, knock. This time, there was movement from within. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing an old woman. Her wary eyes darted around, scanning the surroundings before she motioned for us to step inside. The moment we entered, she shut and locked the door behind us. Her hurried actions only deepened my curiosity. You must be outsiders. Yes. Leaning on her cane, the old woman let out a deep sigh before sinking into a chair. Sit wherever you like. I'd offer you something, but I don't have much. No, we're just grateful you let us in. It was certainly better than staying in that abandoned house. With that thought, I took a seat on a wooden chair. The old woman studied us for a moment before speaking in a calm voice. What brings outsiders all the way here? At her question, Lily hesitated and glanced at me nervously. The compass in her hand was spinning wildly now, as if its job was done. That meant this house was the Emperor's hometown. When I turned back to the old woman, her sharp gaze was fixed on me. She won't fall for lies. She had hesitated before answering Evan's knock. She had locked the door the moment we stepped inside. Someone that cautious wouldn't be easily deceived. If anything, lying might make things worse. With that thought in mind, I slowly opened my mouth. The Emperor's hometown. At my words, the old woman's expression stiffened slightly. We came to this village looking for it. Lily gasped and clamped a hand over her mouth. Evan, too, looked startled, his lips parting slightly in shock. The old woman observed us carefully before placing her cane on the table. After a moment of silence, she let out a soft chuckle. "You're quite the honest one. Oh, Lady Adele." Lily had crept behind me, whispering urgently into my ear. Evan stared at me, his expression torn between disbelief and frustration. His trembling gaze alone spoke volumes about his emotions. It's fine, it's fine," the old woman reassured us with a warm smile. "If you were really Imperial spies, you wouldn't be acting like this." Her words made Lily hesitate before she reluctantly took a seat beside me. Evan let out a long sigh before finally speaking. "Lady Adele, please consult with us before making such decisions in the future." "I'm sorry. I'll be more careful next time." Hearing my apology, he nodded and moved closer. "So, why are you searching for the Emperor's hometown?" "We want to know the Imperial family's deepest secret." At my words, the old woman exhaled sharply. "That's quite the bold statement." She chuckled, shaking her head as if reminiscing about her younger days. After a brief pause, she finally spoke. "I was the one who raised that child when he was young. So yes, you could say this is his hometown. That child." She must be referring to the Emperor. So we really had come to the right place. But there's not much I can tell you. I was never part of the royal family. I stiffened. Only those of royal blood could reveal the Imperial family's secrets. Even after coming all this way, the same restriction was blocking our path. It was frustrating. Noticing my expression, the old woman shook her head before speaking again. "There is one thing I can tell you." "What is it?" She hesitated for a moment before finally parting her lips. At the same time, a thin stream of blood trickled from her eyes. A different kind of restriction? Despite the blood running down her cheek, she showed no intention of stopping. "That child is not the Emperor." "That child is not the Emperor?" It was difficult to understand what that meant. The compass that Louis had given me clearly indicated that this was the Emperor's hometown. Everything suggested that the Emperor had been born and raised here. And yet, that child is not the Emperor? What could that possibly mean? The old woman pulled a cloth from her sleeve and wiped the blood trickling down her cheek. Even as the cloth became soaked in red, the bleeding did not stop. I reached out and cast a healing spell. A red magic circle formed around the old woman, and soon, the blood flowing from her eyes stopped. She looked at me with a hint of surprise before breaking into a soft smile. "Thank you, dear. When you get old, the tears just won't stop." There was no way those vivid streaks of blood were mere tears. But I couldn't bring myself to ask further. I had no idea what kind of consequences the old woman might face if I pried too deep, so I had to carefully choose my words. Seeing my expression, the old woman muttered, "Oh dear," as if she had just remembered something. Then, slowly she spoke. "Now that I think about it, I do have something left at home." With difficulty, she rose to her feet and grabbed the cane resting on the table. Seeing this, Lily hurried to her side. Blocking her path, Lily offered her an awkward smile. If you tell me where it is, I can get it for you." No need for that. A host should serve their guests personally. But I'm a maid, so it's fine." At that, the old woman firmly shook her head. "Nonsense. Before being a maid, you were a guest in my home." Her unwavering refusal left Lily with no choice but to step aside. The old woman leaned on her cane as she slowly made her way toward the cupboard. She looked unsteady, making not just me, but even Lily visibly worried. Reaching what appeared to be the kitchen, she opened a drawer. After rummaging through it, she pulled out a single tea leaf. "This is a rare thing I got from the East. It's quite old now, but—" "Wait." Before she could finish her sentence, Evan reached for his sword. His sharp eyes darted around rapidly before stopping on a single point. His pupils dilated slightly. Then, with a long sigh, he muttered, "We're under attack. SRRNG." With a clear, ringing sound, he drew his sword. Startled, Lily moved closer to me. I could feel the tremor in her grip on my arm. In contrast, the old woman's expression remained calm, almost as if she had been expecting this moment. There was even a hint of sorrow on her face. "TCH, they won't even give me time to serve my guests. Do you know who they are? If you've come this far, young ones, you should already know. The Emperor's hand. The words burned into my mind, resurfaced instantly. Unconsciously, I clenched my fists. Memories of the ones who had died in the library at their hands flashed before my eyes. My body trembled slightly, but I forced myself to take deep breaths to steady myself. Lily, however, trembled even more violently. Seeing her shake with fear, I gently patted her head. Miss Adele, don't worry. Evan and I will handle this. That child is not the Emperor. It was difficult to understand what that meant. The compass that Louis had given me clearly indicated that this was the Emperor's hometown. Everything suggested that the Emperor had been born and raised here. And yet, that child is not the Emperor? What could that possibly mean? The old woman pulled a cloth from her sleeve and wiped the blood trickling down her cheek. Even as the cloth became soaked in red, the bleeding did not stop. I reached out and cast a healing spell. A red magic circle formed around the old woman, and soon, the blood flowing from her eyes stopped. She looked at me with a hint of surprise before breaking into a soft smile. Thank you, dear. When you get old, the tears just won't stop. There was no way those vivid streaks of blood were mere tears. But I couldn't bring myself to ask further. I had no idea what kind of consequences the old woman might face if I pried too deep, so I had to carefully choose my words. Seeing my expression, the old woman muttered, "Oh dear," as if she had just remembered something. Then, slowly she spoke. Now that I think about it, I do have something left at home. With difficulty, she rose to her feet and grabbed the cane resting on the table. Seeing this, Lily hurried to her side. Blocking her path, Lily offered her an awkward smile. If you tell me where it is, I can get it for you. No need for that. A host should serve their guests personally. But I'm a maid, so it's fine. At that, the old woman firmly shook her head. Nonsense. Before being a maid, you were a guest in my home. Her unwavering refusal left Lily with no choice but to step aside. The old woman leaned on her cane as she slowly made her way toward the cupboard. She looked unsteady, making not just me, but even Lily visibly worried. Reaching what appeared to be the kitchen, she opened a drawer. After rummaging through it, she pulled out a single tea leaf. This is a rare thing I got from the East. It's quite old now, but... Wait. Before she could finish her sentence, Evan reached for his sword. His sharp eyes darted around rapidly before stopping on a single point. His pupils dilated slightly. Then, with a long sigh, he muttered, "We're under attack. SRRNG." With a clear ringing sound, he drew his sword. Startled, Lily moved closer to me. I could feel the tremor in her grip on my arm. In contrast, the old woman's expression remained calm, almost as if she had been expecting this moment. There was even a hint of sorrow on her face. TCH, they won't even give me time to serve my guests. Do you know who they are? If you've come this far, young ones, you should already know. The Emperor's hand. The words burned into my mind, resurfaced instantly. Unconsciously, I clenched my fists. Memories of the ones who had died in the library at their hands flashed before my eyes. My body trembled slightly, but I forced myself to take deep breaths to steady myself. Lily, however, trembled even more violently. Seeing her shake with fear, I gently patted her head. Miss Adele, don't worry. Evan and I will handle this. Miss, stay as close to me as possible. You too, grandmother. I nodded and stepped closer to Evan. The old woman hesitated for a moment before sighing and moving behind him as well. Crash! At least 5 windows shattered simultaneously. Beyond them, a swarm of glowing red eyes stared at us like a pack of starving beasts. A murderous intent radiated from their gaze. I swallowed hard. Had they spent their entire lives as mere weapons of slaughter? Just meeting their eyes made my legs weak. Whoosh! Evan raised a sword in front of me and murmured in a resolute voice, "I won't let them through." A brilliant blue aura ignited around him. His eyes gleamed sharply before a fierce slash flew forward. The blade, infused with aura, sliced through their necks effortlessly. Blood gushed like a fountain, spraying in all directions. Headless bodies collapsed onto their knees. Ugh! A sharp gasp echoed as Evan's sword flashed once more. With a single swing, 5 more fell. Yet, The enemies showed no hesitation. Their eerie persistence made them seem almost inhuman. Where do you think you're going? I concentrated magic into my fist, using the same shield spell I had used in the library. I struck one of them, sending him flying. He crashed into the wall, coughing up blood, but soon stood up again. His zombie-like resilience made Lily shriek and hide behind me. GRRRK. The attackers let out guttural, beast-like growls and lunged. Evan swung his sword with a composed expression. Even as blood splattered across his face, he didn't blink. Something about that sight felt off. What is it? A gut feeling rang alarm bells in my mind. I didn't know exactly what it was warning me about, only that it signaled death. I turned my head urgently, searching for the source of my unease. Miss Adele. I ignored Lily's questioning voice as I scanned the room. Something was wrong. I couldn't explain it, but I was sure of it. Why aren't they coming in from the back? The house was a mere wooden cabin, made of logs hastily stacked together. For the Emperor's hand, breaking through such a weak barrier should be effortless. So why weren't they doing it? Just as that thought crossed my mind, a magic circle began forming on the floor. The moment I noticed it, I opened my mouth to shout. But before I could utter a word, my body was violently shoved aside. Squelch. The sound of a blade tearing through flesh. But there was no pain, not even the sensation of being cut. I tumbled across the floor several times. What the? I lifted my head. A crimson blade had pierced through the old woman's shoulder. Her lips trembled as she bit down in pain, her breaths coming in ragged gasps. Kya! Lily's sharp scream tore through the room. Evan whipped his head around at the sound, immediately grasping the situation. Without hesitation, his sword slashed through the air. Blood spurted from the attacker's back as he collapsed on the spot. Seeing this, I pressed my hands against the floor and pushed myself up, quickly stumbling toward the old woman. Cough. It was bad. Blood soaked the area around the blade buried in her shoulder, staining her clothes a deep red. The blood that trickled down her arm pooled onto the ground, forming a small puddle beneath her. The sight made my head spin for a moment. When I lifted my gaze, I saw the old woman's eyes slowly losing focus. I was used to my own death. No matter how many times I died, I could always turn back time. Even if I died without realizing it, my ability would automatically rewind the past. But the death of others was different, especially the death of someone who had chosen to sacrifice themselves for me. A memory flashed through my mind. The first time Lily had died, she had taken the assassin's blade in my place, the one sent by the Crown Prince. She had bitten down on the assassin's leg with everything she had, desperately buying time for me to escape. That image, her bloodied form, overlapped with the old woman before me. The same resigned expression, the same face accepting death as inevitable. I won't let her die. The moment that thought formed, I fumbled inside my cloak, hastily pulling out a healing magic scroll. It was expensive, but that didn't matter. A human life was worth far more. Without hesitation, I grasped the scroll with both hands, ready to tear it open. But my fingers were trembling too much, slipping against the paper. Get a grip, Adele. What the hell was I doing, wasting time? Clenching my teeth, I bit down on the paper and ripped it apart. A crimson magic circle formed in midair as the mana within the scroll drained away. The bleeding began to slow. It was a third-tier healing spell, powerful enough to save someone even on the brink of death. But despite the spell, the old woman's condition was only worsening. Although the bleeding had lessened, it wasn't stopping completely. I cast a coagulation spell over and over, but the blood refused to clot. The old woman, despite her ragged breathing, chuckled softly. Such a kind girl. That child was like this too, back then. Shut up. You're losing too much blood. Even a sharp tongue is the same. Despite the pain, she let out a hoarse laugh. I bit my lip hard and cast the spell again. Young lady, may I ask you for one thing? Her voice trembled. She was coughing up blood, barely able to speak. I couldn't even form a reply. Please save that child. Her words trailed off midway. I couldn't save her. I knew that. My mind understood it. but I couldn't stop casting the spell. My hands were shaking. My mana, which had been plentiful, was almost depleted. "Stop! Stop it!" Lily cried out and hugged me tightly from behind. Her warmth seeped into me, and at last my eyes focused. The old woman lay still. Her eyes were closed, her face serene, as if she were merely asleep. Again, tick, tock. The familiar ticking of a clock echoed in my ears. I heard Louis's voice, reminding me that every rewind came with a price. I ignored it. If I didn't use my power now, I knew I would regret it forever. Time rewound. Time rewinds. The ticking of the clock gradually fades from my ears. A piercing pain shoots through my chest as I open my eyes. It wasn't as agonizing as dying, but it was still a pain I could never grow used to. Gasping for breath, I slowly lifted my head. First, I need to assess the situation. The first priority was determining when I had returned to. I saw Evan, his sword cloaked in aura, cutting down the Emperor's hands. Behind him, Lily stood beside the old woman, trembling slightly. Further back, a golden magic circle was being redrawn. I clicked my tongue without realizing it. Of all times, the rewind was much shorter than I had expected. If I had returned to a point before the battle had started, I would have had more time to prepare. Countless thoughts crowded my mind, but I shook my head to clear them. There was no time to complain. I took deep breaths and quickly scanned my surroundings. A shadow entered my vision. Someone appeared out of thin air. It was similar to Abel's teleportation. If I hadn't been paying close attention, I wouldn't have even noticed. That must have been why my past self almost got killed before the rewind. Maybe it was just my imagination, but it felt like their tactics were becoming increasingly precise. Whoosh! The sound of the wind. A figure, clad in a black mask, lunged at me. I deployed shield magic over my fist. A red magic circle wrapped around my arm, forming multiple layers of protection in an instant. It was the same method I had used in the library against them. They hadn't learned. Thud! KKRRK. The attacker let out a strangled sound as they crashed into the wall. Their body trembled violently as they tried to get up. But before they could, a streak of blue aura sliced through the air, severing their neck. Evan's urgent voice followed. "Lady, are you all right?" "Yes, I'm fine." It felt almost anticlimactic, stopping the attack so easily. Evan stepped in front of me, rain-fusing his sword with aura. More golden magic circles began forming on the ground. He clicked his tongue and took a deep breath. More enemies infiltrated using teleportation-like techniques. Yet his sword did not miss a single one. One by one, then another. The battle was nothing short of a massacre. The number of Emperor's hands had already dwindled significantly. Even if they were mass-produced weapons, their numbers weren't infinite. Thud! When the last of them fell, Evan leaned on his sword, breathing heavily. He didn't say a word, but it was clear he was exhausted. It was only natural. He had fought them all alone. Letting out a long sigh, he muttered, "To think they would come all the way here." I agreed. Even I hadn't expected them to attack such a secluded village. Wiping the blood from his sword, Evan sheathed it. Clap, clap, clap. A sudden applause echoed through the silence. Evan frowned at the inappropriate sound. The clapping grew louder, closer. Through the doorway, a man stepped in. He entered the cabin with slow, deliberate steps, still clapping. Pale skin, deep dark circles, an eerie presence, golden eyes. It was the young man who had guided us here. Were his eyes always golden? The thought struck me. The first time I saw him, he had black hair and blue eyes. Before I could dwell on it, the young man spoke first. "Impressive. I didn't think you'd fend off that attack." He walked toward us, his every step sending a chill down my spine. Gone was the indifferent face from earlier. Instead, there was an overwhelming pressure exuding from him. Even Evan swallowed hard and tightened his grip on his sword. The man smirked. "And what do you plan to do with that lump of iron?" "Shut up." Blue aura flared to life. Though dimmer than before, its intensity had not faded. The raging flames of his aura looked like they could tear through anything. But the man simply stared at Evan, expressionless. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal. It was a bizarre sight. Not only did he stop Evan's sword with a single hand, but he didn't even bleed. A golden magic circle on his palm blocked the blade with ease. Still, Evan didn't waver and immediately launched another attack. Clang! Screech! The clash of sword and magic circle filled the air with a harsh metallic ring. With nothing but a magic circle the size of a palm, the man blocked all of Evan's strikes. Strong, but too soft. He clenched his right fist. Evan gritted his teeth and swung again. His blue aura slashed toward the man. But before it could reach, a magic circle materialized, stopping it effortlessly. Let me show you. Whoosh. The sound of wind brushing past my ear. A gust swept against my cheek. And in that moment, the man vanished. He reappeared behind Evan, throwing a punch. Evan barely turned in time, raising his sword to block. But the man's fist shattered the blade. Boom! It was a deafening crash. Evan was sent flying into the wall. Lily and I froze in place. I had never seen Evan so utterly overpowered. He wasn't as strong as Abel, but he was still one of the finest knights. Yet this man took him down in one hit. Was I being too soft? Cough! Evan forced himself up, gripping his broken sword. His legs shook, but he refused to fall. The man watched, then smiled as if amused. How loyal. Stay away from the lady. A blue slash shot forward. It was blocked. Easily. Still, Evan did not stop attacking. The man clicked his tongue and strode forward. Wong! With a single wave of his hand, dozens of golden magic circles materialized around him. A massive surge of mana gathered at his fingertips. Chills ran down my spine. Mana of this magnitude, comparable to Abel's. To control this much mana with just a gesture. Boom! God! Evan didn't even have time to scream before the attack hit. He collapsed. Watching him fall for the first time, a sinking despair clawed at my chest. I won't let you. With a weak clatter, Evan reached for the man's leg. You have remarkable willpower, the man mused. But that's all. With a single kick, Evan was sent flying again. The man turned away, as if he had lost interest. Then, he looked at me. He's strong, blocking all of Evan's attacks with a single magic circle, controlling enormous mana with a flick of his wrist, overpowering Evan as if he were a mere child. My arms trembled. I stepped in front of Lily and glared at him. Familiar golden eyes, strength comparable to Abel's. There was no mistaking his identity. The Emperor. A low chuckle came in response. Quick-witted, aren't you? The Emperor smirked and stepped toward me. Gone was the benevolent ruler from the hunting festival. Before me stood a ruthless predator. If I let my guard down for even a moment, I would lose my head. My lips felt dry. First, I should deal with that old hag. What? The Emperor extended his hand. Something in the old woman's throat began to burn a deep crimson. Her face turned deathly pale before she collapsed to the floor. Cold sweat dripped down her wrinkled face as she coughed up blood. Kook! Cough! Struggling for breath, the old woman convulsed, then fell completely still. I turned my head, only to meet the Emperor's indifferent gaze. Why would you kill the person who raised you? Are you asking me? I nodded. The Emperor smirked. Bold of you. Well, I suppose there's no harm in answering. He stroked his chin for a moment before continuing. It's simple. She was interfering with my plans. He killed her just because she was an inconvenience. Suddenly, I recalled something Princess Arya had once told me. Abel intends to bring down the imperial family. It's true. I'm on Abel's side. When she first confided in me about Abel's rebellion, my first thought had been, why? Why would a princess, a member of the royal family, side with a traitor? But now, standing face to face with the Emperor, I could begin to understand. He had just killed the woman who raised him without hesitation, simply because she was in his way. Did any other reason matter? I see. Anger seeped through the cracks of my fear. A burning sensation spread through my chest as I inhaled deeply, trying to suppress it. The Emperor merely watched me, unfazed, as if he assumed I was frozen in terror. If that's what he thinks, he's sorely mistaken. SHHK. A blade, hidden in my wrist, shot forward. The sharp edge buried itself deep into the Emperor's abdomen. It was the same dagger the Emperor's hands had used in the library, an artifact capable of ignoring magic and piercing through anything. The very same blade that Princess Arya had secretly passed to me. As I looked up, I saw it. For the first time, the Emperor's face twisted in shock. "You let your guard down, Emperor." GHH. A groan of pain escaped the Emperor's mouth. Adele clenched her teeth and gripped the sword tightly. From the Emperor's abdomen, hot blood began to seep out. The sickening sensation of flesh being torn and organs being pierced traveled up from her fingertips. The feeling of taking a life was still as repulsive as ever. Even so, she drove the blade in deeper with all her might. If she hesitated for even a moment, she would be the one to lose her life. That singular thought consumed Adele as she put every ounce of strength into her arm. "Cook, gaha!" The Emperor burst into laughter. Even if this was just a borrowed body, he hadn't expected to be caught off guard like this. A normal person would have been enraged, but he found it nothing but amusing. It had been a long time since he'd taken a hit, so long that it almost felt refreshing. The laughter, once started, showed no signs of stopping. From Adele's blue eyes, pure murderous intent radiated. The sight only seemed to delight the Emperor further as he locked eyes with her, a grin stretching across his face. How entertaining. This Saintess is quite the bold one. Saintess. Before she could even process his words, his fist shot toward her. She barely managed to raise one arm in defense, but crack! With that sickening sound, Adele was flung across the room, slamming into the wall. Boom! God! For a moment, she felt like all the air had been knocked out of her lungs. A wave of nausea hit her as she struggled to get back on her feet. The Emperor watched her and chuckled softly. Huh, it's been centuries since someone's managed to land a blow on me. With a firm grip, he yanked the embedded sword from his abdomen without hesitation. Blood gushed out in a crimson fountain, but he only smiled, unfazed. Wong! As Adele reached out, the sword responded, flying toward her hand. Seeing this, the Emperor's smirk widened. Oh, you handle it better than I expected. You lunatic, she muttered under her breath, watching him slowly approach, completely unbothered by his bleeding wound. This sword carried a curse. Any injury it inflicted could not be healed. That old woman had been unable to stop her bleeding after being stabbed by it for the same reason. And yet, here he was, moving as if it didn't even matter. I appreciate the compliment. Ignoring her insult, the Emperor had already closed the distance between them. Without hesitation, Adele hurled the sword straight at him. Thud! He caught it effortlessly with one hand. Blood dripped between his clenched fingers, but he remained unfazed. The Emperor let the blade fall to the ground and slowly pressed his foot against it. All your little tricks amount to nothing in the end. How do you plan to defeat me with that frail body of yours? Shut up. She knew. The moment her last-ditch attempt had failed, her chances of victory had vanished. A part of her wanted to rewind time immediately, but she forced herself to wait. Saintess. Centuries. Even just those two words were crucial hints. She had to keep him talking, had to extract more information. What do you mean by Saintess? Is that your final question before you die? But the Emperor only smirked, having already seen through her intent. Then, without warning, his hand shot out, grasping Adele by the throat. A choking sensation. Her vision blurred. KK. No, Miss Adele. Hearing her strangled gasps, Lily rushed forward, desperately grabbing at the Emperor's arm. That brief moment of reprieve allowed Adele to regain a sliver of focus. She grabbed onto his wrist with both hands, attempting to twist it away, but her arms lacked the strength. The Emperor paid no attention to Lily tugging at him. His sole focus was tightening his grip around Adele's throat. KGGH. A cold wave of terror surged through her. Even if she died, she would return. That thought had always reassured her. But as she met his golden eyes, something felt wrong. Why can't I hear the ticking? The ticking sound. Every time she returned, she heard it in her ears. Even just before her death, the sound always rang. She had never truly focused on it before, only barely registering it through the agony. But now, it was completely silent. Why? Even that question began to fade as the pain of dying took over. Her body trembled from the overwhelming sensation. Am I actually going to die? Primal fear clawed at her. Her mind was shutting down. Her dimming vision sent her into full-blown panic. She struggled with all her might, but it was useless. Still, she clung to a desperate hope that perhaps the ticking would return in her final moment. I don't want to die. Her breath was running out. The Emperor's golden eyes gleamed as he smirked. Even fear itself was fading. Ah, Abel. Why was his name coming to mind now? Of all times, why was she thinking of that detestable man? Perhaps more than she realized. Just before her thoughts completely ceased, from Adele's right hand, a brilliant white light burst forth. A single stroke of the marking engraved on the back of her hand shone with an almost blinding intensity. Before the Emperor could even react, a white magic circle wrapped around his right arm. A massive surge of mana gathered around her. The overwhelming energy manifested beside Adele, and in the next moment, his arm was severed in two. SCHLK. A sharp, chilling sound rang out as the Emperor staggered backward, his cleanly cut arm falling to the ground. Blood gushed from the exposed wound, but before he could even process the pain, a figure appeared in his blurred vision. GHH. Ugh. On the floor, Adele gasped for air, her breaths coming in ragged, desperate gulps. Her lungs burned, starved of oxygen. Slowly, she lifted her head. A man stood before her, clad in a pristine uniform, with silver-gray hair and piercing silver eyes that gleamed like a blade. It was Abel, the head of House Hardenberg, and her fiancée. He gently lifted Adele into his arms before turning his gaze toward the fallen emperor. TSK. So you had such a last-ditch trick up your sleeve. Shut up. A white magic circle bloomed in the air. Mana, vast as an ocean, surged around Abel, flooding the space with an overwhelming force. Feeling the ominous energy, the Emperor grinned as he pushed himself upright. Sequential deployment. At Abel's murmured command, dozens of spears materialized in the air. Strike! With a flick of his fingers, the spears shot forward. The Emperor extended his remaining left hand, conjuring a golden magic circle in midair. The barrier blocked the incoming spears one by one. KHH, but the defense barely lasted. Cracks spiderwebbed across the golden barrier, the relentless barrage proving too much. Finally, shatter. The Emperor's barrier crumbled under the sheer force of the assault. Clicking his tongue, he immediately raised his hand again, summoning dozens of new magic circles. I don't have time to waste playing with a mere puppet, as Abel muttered under his breath. All the magic circles surrounding the Emperor shattered at once, a technique that neutralized magic itself by overpowering it with an immense difference in mana capacity. In his current state, nothing more than a possessed shell, the Emperor had no way of resisting. Huh, what an interesting day. The Emperor let out a quiet chuckle, just before a spear pierced straight through his throat. He made no sound, no scream. Even as death claimed him, he smirked. Seeing that infuriatingly composed expression, Abel clicked his tongue in annoyance. Thud! The Emperor's possessed body crumpled to its knees before collapsing completely. His lifeless form lay limp, golden eyes dimming like a candle snuffed out. This was what made dealing with the Emperor so troublesome. If necessary, he could possess another body, eyes, hands, or even an entirely new vessel whenever he wished. Abel, are you all right? Yes. Her answer, clearly unconvincing, made him sigh. Red handprints marred her neck. Her left arm hung limply, already broken. Dark shadows lined her eyes, evidence of exhaustion. She was utterly drained, yet still pretending to be fine. TSK. Without a word, Abel carefully set her down, propping her against the wall. Then, he reached into his coat. A small glass bottle, filled with a deep red liquid. Popping off the cap, he gently tilted it toward Adele's lips. The moment the potion touched her tongue, she grimaced. Ugh, swallow it. It won't work if you don't. Even as she tried to turn her head away in disgust, Abel paid her no mind. He continued to pour the potion into her mouth. When she attempted to spit it out, his stern expression made her reconsider. Defeated, she swallowed. Aha! The effects were immediate. The searing pain in her arm faded. Her ragged breathing steadied. Watching her, Abel finally spoke again. If I had been even a second later, what would have happened? At his words, Adele fell silent. She had been reckless, thinking she could extract information from the Emperor. Her ability to rewind time, something she had always relied on, hadn't activated. If she hadn't thought of his name in that final moment, she would have died. For real. That realization sent a shiver down her spine. I'm sorry. This is the part where you say thank you. Thank you. Her voice, hoarse and quiet, barely reached him. Abel sighed again. Without another word, he slipped off his uniform coat and draped it over her shoulders. Then he stood. Rest for a while. He wanted to lecture her. But for now, letting her recover took priority. A few strands of green hair stood out against her black locks, like stray gray hairs. Her light green eyes evoked the image of a lush forest. Dressed in a light leather armor, the woman pushed the door open and stepped inside. It was Aaron, commander of the Black Raven Order and the only spirit knight in existence. She was one of the children taken in alongside Evan when we were young. In the original story, she had appeared as Lewis's personal knight. Using my knowledge of the original plot, I had recruited her first, and now she had single-handedly eliminated 3 Imperial nests before finally returning to the ducal house. Erin knelt on one knee, her gaze lifting toward me. It's been a while, Duke. Yes, it has. Her tone was still stiff. There was a time when I tried to correct it because I found it unpleasant to hear. But in the end, I gave up. Her personality was one that strictly separated business from personal matters, and I had realized that changing it was impossible. Pushing aside unnecessary thoughts, I waited for her to speak. I will report my findings. Rising to her feet, she began her briefing. A total of 13 Imperial nests were discovered in the Hardenberg territory. Of those, 12 have been successfully purged. That many Imperial nests, mid-level intelligence hubs that manage the Emperor's eyes and hands, collecting information. Each region typically had 2 or 3, and they maintained connections with the nobility to some extent. In modern terms, they were equivalent to intelligence agencies, so secretive that even the Empire kept their very existence under wraps. Even someone of my rank, a duke, had only learned of their existence after reaching this position. That alone showed how deeply concealed they were. Yet, there had been 13 of them hiding in my territory. Even considering the vast expanse of the Hardenberg lands, that was an absurd number. I barely held back a sigh and gave a nod. Erin continued her report. I found clues regarding one of their new projects. And what would that be? A new project. Given the nature of an intelligence agency, it was unlikely to be anything good. The project is named Sacrificial Lamb. The details remain unclear, but appears to be related to the Hardenberg family. I see. So they were finally making a move. It made sense. Honestly, it was surprising they hadn't acted sooner. With all the groundwork they had laid, it was shocking that they were only just now beginning a project. I can't take this lightly, though. I wouldn't let my guard down. The Imperial family was the opponent. They would undoubtedly try something unimaginable. For now, I needed to have my ravens gather more information about this project. Good work. By any chance? Aaron hesitated, stealing glances at me as if expecting something. Amused, I stepped forward and ruffled her hair roughly with one hand. I had thought she had grown up, but it seemed she still sought comfort in moments like this. The little slave girl from back then had already come so far. The passage of time felt strangely bittersweet. You did well, Aaron. Thank you, Father. Father. It had been a long time since I heard that title. Evan, at least, had stopped calling me that, saying it was embarrassing. Thud. The sudden sound of something dropping caught my attention. Turning my head, I found Adele staring at me in a daze. After a moment of awkward eye movement, she let out a forced laugh. Why you have a daughter, Duke? I think there's been a misunderstanding. It was obvious she had drawn the wrong conclusion. Oh, no. There's no misunderstanding at all. Despite her frantic denial, Her trembling eyes betrayed her true thoughts. She wasn't just misunderstanding. She was misunderstanding in a completely different direction. Slowly, I approached her. Adele's eyes spun in circles as I took her hand. Startled, she closed her mouth and looked up at me, completely frozen. Feeling mischievous, I lifted her hand and placed a kiss on it. Hyuk! A strange noise escaped her lips as her cheeks turned as red as a tomato. I suppressed a chuckle. I had been slightly worried about her after everything that had happened in the past few days. But she was still as innocent as ever. The only one I love is you, Adele. Huh! A sharp intake of breath echoed from the hallway. I ignored it. TTHH. Adele stuttered and turned her head away, avoiding my gaze. Chuckling softly, I let go of her hand. Are you all right? It's nothing. At my questioning look, Adele shook her head and took a step back. I was relieved to see that the misunderstanding had cleared up until I heard the same sharp gasp again. Turning my head, I found Erin, her hands covering her face. Yet, through the gaps of her fingers, her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she peered at us. I wasn't trying to interrupt, she shouted hastily, then quickly attempted to flee the room. I grabbed her shoulder and spoke. At least introduce yourself before you leave. All right. With a slight bow, she straightened her posture. Adele looked slightly flustered, but Erin casually took a knight's salute. Raising one hand in a disciplined manner, she introduced herself in the same calm voice as before. Commander of the Black Raven Order, Erin. Snapping out of her daze, Adele gave a noblewoman's courtesy bow in response. I am Adele von Este. Pleased to meet you. The pleasure is mine, madam. Why do they all call her madam? I didn't recall ever teaching them that term when they were younger. Pushing aside that fleeting thought, I watched as Erin spoke loudly, making Adele smile awkwardly and nod in response. She still seemed a bit uncomfortable with Erin's rigid demeanor. With a sigh, I decided to add some context. She's the commander of the order Evan belongs to. Also, she's one of the rare half-elves. That's right. Erin nodded so vigorously that it almost seemed like she was trying to affirm my words with sheer force. Adele, seemingly intrigued, took a step closer to her. You're a half-elf? Yes, that's correct. That's wonderful. I'm a descendant of elves, too. A descendant of elves? The moment Adele said that, a flicker of doubt arose in my mind. That wasn't a detail I had ever encountered in the original story. I turned to look at her, and she muttered to herself as if realizing she had forgotten to mention it before. Lewis told me. She did. There was no way she was lying. Elves were known as the most honest race, treating falsehoods as a near taboo. But if this was true, then why hadn't it been mentioned in the original? Wait, could it be? Now that I thought about it, something had always seemed off. Despite standing on the Emperor's side, Lewis had always shown an odd sense of goodwill toward Adele. From the beginning, it had been strange that someone as meticulous as Lewis had even entertained her trade proposal when she was practically his enemy. Could it have been because Adele was a descendant of elves? Then was that the reason he didn't send her away this time? It felt like scattered puzzle pieces were finally snapping into place. The only reason I had told Adele about Lewis's intelligence guild was because I had believed she would eventually be dismissed. But if he had gone so far as to provide her with classified information, then that must have been the reason all along. I'll have to confront her about this later. For now, I set the thought aside. Really? Erin's voice shot up in excitement, making Adele flinch slightly. Her eyes sparkled like stars, brimming with curiosity. I felt a headache coming on. I knew how exhausting it was to have a conversation with her when she got that look in her eyes. Yes, Adele answered hesitantly, still looking a bit overwhelmed. Erin took another step closer, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Even as Adele instinctively backed away, the distance between them somehow remained the same. Have you ever seen a spirit before? A spirit? Oh, you don't know what they are. I had to admit, it was a little funny. In modern terms, Erin was what you'd call a spirit-obsessed fan. Spirits had nearly vanished from this world, but her love for them had never wavered. Even Evan, who usually had plenty to say, ended up completely drained when caught in one of Erin's spirit rants. She had been more restrained over the last few years, trying to keep herself in check. And yet, Adele had unknowingly shattered that restraint in a single moment. Enthusiastically explaining spirits, Erin suddenly extended her right hand. I may be a half-elf, but I can still see my friends. A green spirit appeared in her palm, flickering like a tiny flame. A small girl, barely the size of Thumb, blinked in confusion, looking around. After reaching the realm of Archmage, I had gained the ability to see spirits as well, despite not being an elf. Of course, I never told Erin that. I had no intention of getting sucked into her endless spirit discussions. Look, it can do this too. Erin, practically vibrating with enthusiasm, began demonstrating the spirit's tricks. This green flame is a spirit. Yes, isn't it adorable? It is cute. Well, if they were enjoying their conversation, then I had no reason to interfere. Honestly, the way I had been worried about their relationship now felt a little ridiculous. Erin had been talking about spirits for quite some time now. Even Adele, who had been enthusiastically engaging with her, was starting to look a little tired. Abel already knew that once she started talking about spirits, there was no stopping her. So, while she rambled on, he continued processing the paperwork. Even the spirits, who had been playfully showing off for a while, now seemed exhausted, occasionally letting out yawns. Abel stamped the budget management document and passed it aside. Just as he was about to process the last document, he suddenly noticed Adele's gaze on him. Erin, who had been talking nonstop just moments ago, also seemed to have realized this and promptly closed her mouth. Has she gone too far? She muttered under her breath and scratched her cheek, looking a little awkward. Abel couldn't help but chuckle. Of course, it wasn't because Adele was upset with her. Does she want to be alone with me? After spending months together, he had learned to read her thoughts just from the way she looked at him. Abel gestured to Erin, signaling her to leave the room. Catching on immediately, she nodded without hesitation. I'll take my leave first, Your Grace. She saluted with crisp precision before opening the door and stepping out. It was almost hard to believe that the same person who had been chatting so energetically just moments ago could be this composed and disciplined. Her strict distinction between work and personal matters was something worth respecting. Adele silently observed the door as it opened and closed. She waited until Erin was completely gone before turning to face Abel. You have something you want to say? Yes. She nodded, her expression serious. Adele rarely visited the office in person unless it was necessary. For her to come all the way here despite that meant it was something important. Abel set the last document aside and locked eyes with her. In her gaze, he could see a firm resolve. I want to get stronger. Adele clenched her fists tightly as she declared it. It wasn't an impulsive statement made on a whim. It was the result of long contemplation over the past few days. After nearly dying at the hands of the Emperor, she had realized something crucial. She had grown too complacent, relying too much on her regression ability. Whether she was poisoned, assassinated, or killed in any way, she had always believed she could simply reset everything through regression. Even if she died helplessly, she thought she could always turn back time. How foolish! When she possessed Adele's body and tried to persuade the household members, it had been the same. Even if she made mistakes, she never hesitated to use regression to erase them. Through regression, she learned more about the people around her and successfully won them over. Thanks to that, she had gained allies like Lily. Even the Crown Prince's assassins had been easy to deal with through regression. When she first met Abel, she had used the same method to form a contract with him. At the auction house, she had saved Lily from an unknown knight using the same means. At the library, she had wagered her life like a coin to personally eliminate the Emperor's hand. But when she faced true death in Ark, she finally realized one undeniable fact. I'm weak. She had no choice but to be helpless. There had been a time when she lost not only herself, but also Lily to the Crown Prince's assassins. At the library, she barely managed to deal with the Emperor's hand while suffering through the agony of death. And then, she had ultimately failed to save the old woman who had once saved her. She had been blinded by the arrogance of thinking she could always save people with regression. She had relied on the false comfort that as long as she could turn back time, she didn't need to be strong. And in the end, she had nearly been killed by the Emperor himself. If not for her contract with Abel, she would have died there. If he hadn't suggested a new contract first, she would have undoubtedly perished in that place. Grit. She clenched her teeth unconsciously. Regression. It's better to use it sparingly. Lewis had warned her about it before. She couldn't afford to depend on this power recklessly. This wasn't just about the consequences. She had been blindly relying on regression, making her far too complacent. That's why I need to become stronger. At Adele's heartfelt declaration, Abel closed his eyes for a moment. He set down the pen he had been holding and leaned back in his chair. The Adele standing before him now was completely different from the helpless girl he had first met. Back then, her lifeless eyes had been devoid of hope, her gaze trembling with fear, and her whole body had been consumed by despair. Now, however, her eyes were filled with determination. She was still afraid, but at least the defeat and resignation that once clouded her gaze were gone. He couldn't help but smile at the drastic change. So, you want to become stronger. The first time he had seen Adele, she had looked like a fragile child. A child who had tumbled off a cliff, wounded and struggling desperately to climb back up. Even now, looking at her gave him the feeling of watching a vulnerable child standing by the water's edge. It reminded him of himself as a child, thrust into the treacherous path of nobility with no guidance. Perhaps that was why he felt such a sense of familiarity with her. Maybe it was because she, like him, was originally from the modern world. Otherwise, there was no reason for him to be this concerned about her. But she's not the same as I was back then. Her answer was far better than the one his younger self had chosen. Because back then, all he had done was run away. All right. At his response, Adele's face lit up. But she couldn't simply rejoice just yet. Becoming strong wasn't something that happened overnight. It required relentless effort, day after day. She would have to walk a path filled with thorns. Are you prepared for that? Abel asked seriously. Adele swallowed hard. She knew he was right. This would not be an easy path, but it was still 100 times better than sitting around in complacency. With that thought, she straightened her posture and nodded with unwavering resolve. Yes, absolutely. Good. What must Adele do to become stronger? In his past life, whenever he read The Villainess Turns Back Time Again today, a particular thought always crossed his mind. If only Adele had been stronger, wouldn't most of the episodes have played out much more easily? However, there was always one major obstacle preventing that outcome: Adele's utterly miserable lack of talent. She was far too physically weak to become a knight who could wield aura. No matter how powerful aura might be, it was meaningless if the body that contained it was fragile. The Crown Prince was a prime example. Because he had wasted himself on luxury and alcohol instead of training properly, he suffered defeat over and over in the original novel. At this point, it was far too late for Adele to train her body from scratch. Besides, aura was incredibly difficult to awaken unless one started training from childhood. What about becoming a mage? The situation was just as bleak. While she had a decent amount of mana, the most crucial trait, her sensitivity to mana, was absolutely terrible. When she formed her second contract with Abel, she had entered his subspace without even feeling the slightest dizziness. That alone proved how poor her mana perception was. Even in the original novel, Adele had suffered from an inferiority complex due to her lack of talent. That said it all. But, descendant of an elf, was it? If that were true, then there was one possibility. A path she had never even considered before suddenly emerged in her mind. Aaron. At his call, Aaron flung the door open and stepped inside. The sudden reappearance startled Adele, making her flinch. You called, Your Grace? Abel nodded slightly before giving her an order. As a spirit knight, you will teach Adele spirit magic. Excuse me? Aaron furrowed her brows and asked again. He already knew what she was concerned about. Most spirits in this world had already departed to the spirit realm and never returned. Even Aaron's own spirits spent most of their time there. proof of how much this world had deteriorated. However, things would be different now, because he had that item, the one Lewis had gifted him. Abel reached into his subspace and retrieved it, a music box. A wooden cylinder with an antique-style handle on the side. The moment she saw it, Erin let out a small gasp. As someone who had reached a certain level as a spirit mage, she immediately recognized the significance of this music box. Will you be able to do it? Yes, it's more than possible. At Abel's question, Erin nodded firmly. I'll leave Adele in your care, then. I will do my utmost. She knelt on one knee and gave a solemn vow. Meanwhile, Adele, still struggling to grasp what was happening, tilted her head in confusion. So, am I becoming a spirit mage? Abel nodded in response to her question. A spirit mage route that had never existed in the original novel. If Lewis hadn't given him the music box, if he hadn't learned that Adele was a descendant of elves, if he hadn't taken Erin in as a child, none of this would have been possible. How nostalgic. To think that all the changes he had made to the original story had led to this. Life was unpredictable, indeed. Spirits, a race that loves nature and enjoys playing tricks on humans and elves alike. They cherish purity and are inherently kind toward others. Though they have long been forgotten by mankind, spirits still exist. They have merely left this world and now reside in another realm, the spirit realm. Why is that? At my question about spirits, Erin crossed her arms, as if pondering for a moment. She tapped her arm with her fingers before exhaling deeply. It's because of the Imperial family. What? What does the Imperial family have to do with the spirits leaving this world? I turned to Erin, puzzled. Noticing the doubt in my gaze, she placed a finger to her lips and shook her head. It didn't take long for me to realize what she meant. The restriction. A restriction that prevents anyone from speaking about the Imperial family's deepest secrets. Even if one were to utter them aloud, the words would be warped, unable to be properly conveyed to another. I had felt it back in that village as well. It was an incredibly troublesome restriction. Back to the main point, Erin continued. A spirit master is someone who forms a contract with these spirits. By nature, spirits are benevolent toward other beings, whether human or elf. As long as they can communicate, spirits extend their goodwill. However, it is exceedingly rare for a spirit to take a special liking to an individual. If a spirit happens to find a human they favor, they will propose a contract first. Only after accepting that offer can one become a spirit master. Of course, rejecting the contract doesn't result in any penalties, other than having to endure the spirit's mischievous pranks. The most crucial point, however, is that humans cannot initiate the contract. Erin emphasized that part in particular. So, talent is key. Exactly. She nodded in agreement with my words. Magic could be learned as long as one could sense mana and study the different types of spells. While reaching a high level was difficult, the entry point wasn't particularly high. Aura was the same. As long as one trained their body properly, sensing its energy wasn't too difficult. But spirit magic was entirely different. Without the spirit's initiative, one couldn't even begin learning. That realization made me wonder, would a spirit ever approach me? The thought was somewhat concerning. Perhaps sensing my unease, Erin spoke reassuringly. There's no need to worry. We have this. With that, she pulled a wooden music box from her belongings. It was the item Abel had given me. It looked like an ordinary music box, but was there something special about it? Curious, I asked her about its true nature. It's a token of a spirit's promise, she explained. An object that grants one's desires. Are you saying? Yes. We'll be using this to form a contract with a spirit. Even just hearing about it, I could tell this was a priceless item. Was it really okay for me to use something so precious just to grow stronger? The thought weighed on me. Sensing my hesitation, Erin reassured me with a gentle smile. There's no need to feel pressured. The ducal house possesses many such items. Have my feelings been that obvious? Scratching my cheek awkwardly, I gave a small nod. Then let's begin. Erin immediately placed the music box on the table and slowly turned the handle. A clear piano melody filled the air as the lid of the music box flipped open. Inside was a small wooden figurine of a girl. As the handle turned, the figurine began to rotate. A green glow started to spread in all directions. Even someone as ignorant about spirits as I was could tell that something unusual was happening. Vines sprouted from the ground, coiling around the table legs and slowly creeping upward. Now I understood why we had to conduct the spirit magic lesson in the garden. Pushing aside unnecessary thoughts, I focused on the music box. The vines, having reached the tabletop, started to wrap around the music box itself. At the same time, flowers of various colors bloomed along the vines. Pink, blue, green, red. Vibrant hues fill my vision. A tiny fissure appeared above the music box. From the air itself, small flames flickered into existence. 3 in total. One was green, one was red, and the last was blue. They looked similar to the flames that had appeared in Aaron's palm before. Lewis? Could it be that Lewis called us? Really, it's been so long since I saw Lewis. Idiots. These guys aren't Lewis. A faint voice echoed in my ears. It was so quiet that if I lost focus for even a moment, I might miss what was being said. Was this the voices of spirits? Sylphys, your words are too harsh. Let her be. That's just how she is. Shut up. More importantly, who are these people? Their bickering sounded oddly cute. Meanwhile, Erin lowered her head slightly and greeted them with a polite voice. Hello. The voice had noticeably risen in tone compared to before. She had reacted the same way when we first met. She really must like spirits a lot. It was a side of her that felt quite different from her usual composed demeanor, making it a little difficult to adjust. Who are you? A half-elf? What's a half-elf doing here? Are you the one who called us? Yes. My name is Aaron. I am a spirit master. I focused all my attention on listening, afraid that I might miss their words. Even the slightest lapse in concentration felt like it would cause me to lose the spirit's voices entirely. A spirit master? There are still those around in this land. Sylphys, watch your words. TCH fine. Whatever. The green spirit chided the other, who had been called Sylphys, prompting her to sulk and drift away in apparent annoyance. With a soft sigh, the green spirit turned back to Aaron. So, Lewis gave you that item. At the mention of the name, Aaron nodded, and for a moment, the spirit's form flickered. There shouldn't be any issues with the contract, so it should be fine. What is it that you wish for? I want the person next to me to be able to form a contract with a spirit. It was only then that the green spirit seemed to notice my presence, drifting toward me slowly. A strange warmth surrounded me, making me feel slightly drowsy. You can hear my voice, I see. Really? Before I could even react, Erin suddenly leaned in close, her face mere inches from mine. I had no idea why she was so excited, but being this close was a bit overwhelming. Gently placing my hands on her shoulders, I pushed her back slightly. Realizing her mistake, Erin took a step back. My apologies. I got a little too excited. It's fine. But why were you so surprised? Clearing her throat, she answered in a more composed tone. There are very few people who can hear a spirit's voice from the very beginning. Even I could only understand vague meanings at first. So, I wasn't a regular for being able to understand them right away. Most people don't even realize the spirits are speaking. Hearing that, I understood why she had been so shocked. Even I hadn't expected to understand their words the moment I met them. Did that mean I had a natural talent for spirit magic? Rare, but sometimes there are kids like that. Wow, it's true. He really understands us. Stop buzzing around so much, Sally. Sylphys had somehow gotten closer without me noticing, while Sally, the red spirit, flitted around excitedly. Instead of backing down, Sally began buzzing even more obnoxiously in apparent defiance. Go away, Sylphys. I haven't seen a human in forever. I want to look at her. What does the contract work? Contract. I want to form a contract. MMPH. Shut up and listen first. At Sylphys' words, Sally seemed to calm down, keeping her mouth shut. Despite all their bickering, they seemed to have a close bond. The green spirit floated toward me and asked, "What is your name?" Now that I thought about it, I hadn't introduced myself yet, had I? Realizing my mistake, I quickly lowered my head and greeted them. My name is Adele Von Este. It's a pleasure to meet you. So, your name is Este? Idiot, that's her surname. Her name is Adeli. In a short span of time, the spirits had already begun bickering again. Seemingly used to it, the green spirit ignored them and introduced herself. I am Sylvana, a spirit of the forest. I'm Sylphie, a spirit of the wind. Just call me Sylphies. Ah, and I'm Salamander, a spirit of fire. You can call me Sally. Each of them introduced themselves in a way that highlighted their personalities. A forest spirit, a wind spirit, and a fire spirit. A spirit master could only form a contract with one spirit. I needed to choose carefully. Fire was out of the question. It was certainly powerful, but I had no idea what kind of destruction it could cause if mishandled. Besides, flashy abilities weren't really my thing. That left wind and forest. I made my decision. I want to make a contract with Sylphie. What? Sally being surprised was one thing. But why did Sylphie herself look the most shocked? Maybe she was aware that she had a difficult personality. But that wasn't why I chose the wind spirit. The biggest reason was that the forest spirit's power was too limited in terms of usability. It was said that the forest spirit was the closest to nature and relied on it the most. As the daughter of a noble family, I couldn't imagine myself spending much time in the wilderness. It just wasn't practical. On the other hand, the wind spirit had a wide range of applications. Sure, having a cool breeze in the heat was a nice perk, but that wasn't the main reason. If nurtured properly, a wind spirit could grow strong enough to summon a full-blown storm. Compared to the fire spirit, it was also much easier to control. You're really choosing me? What? Sylphie? No, but seriously, this is weird. Sylvana gently chided Sylphie, but she just raised her voice in protest. No one has ever picked me over Sally and Sylvana before. Maybe you should work on your personality first. Ugh. Sylphie clamped her mouth shut, as if at a loss for words. So she was aware of her own personality issues, after all. What do we form the contract? How do we do it, Sylvana? I asked Sylphie, but she turned to Sylvana instead, clearly just as clueless. Sylvana chuckled at her reaction. Oh, are you embarrassed because it's your first contract? Shut up. She grumbled, but didn't deny it. So this really was her first contract. Come to think of it, she did say that, up until now, only Sylvana and Sally had ever been chosen. The contract is simple. Just place your hands together. The flame-like form of Sylphie cautiously approached. She was slightly smaller than my hand, small enough that I only needed to bring my palm close to touch her. As I reached out, a refreshing clarity washed over me. A crisp sensation spread throughout my body. It felt eerily similar to the time I caught a whiff of Lewis's cigarette smoke. All the worries, anxieties, and fears that had been weighing on me faded away as if they had never existed. Sylvana, who had moved closer to observe, gave a small nod. Or at least, that's what I assumed from the slight bobbing motion. Sylphie, prepare yourself. Okay. A breeze stirred. A gentle current of wind swept across the vast green plains. It was an odd way to describe it, but that was exactly how it felt. Caught up in a moment, I closed my eyes. A cool gust brushed against my fingertips where my hand met Sylphie. Focus on that sensation, contractor. Her voice, resonating clearly in my ears, was calm and serious, very different from her usual blunt tone. A deep hum rumbled through the air. The wind is a being that brushes past all things, and so it is the freest of all beings. The wind wrapped around me. It felt as though I could take flight at any moment, as if I had been liberated from all restraints. Was this what Sylphie meant by freedom? But because of that, it is also the loneliest of all beings. A quiet loneliness seeped into my heart. So this was how Sylphie saw the world. Spirit contractors were said to forge deep bonds with spirits, growing together as partners. It was also said that, during their first contract, they would glimpse the world through the spirit's eyes. Endless freedom and solitude. That was the essence of Sylphie's world. And somehow, it wasn't so different from my own. I, too, was a stranger in this world, possessing the body of a villainess from another reality. I understood exactly what Sylphie felt. So this is the world you see. Did you see mine? Yes. but I won't talk about it. A connection between two beings meant sensing each other's existence. Sylphie must have seen my world as well. For a moment, I thought I saw something in her deep blue flames, a glimmer of sympathy, perhaps even understanding. I, Sylphie, the wind spirit, hereby form a contract with Adele von Este. As Sylphie made her declaration, I felt something link us together, a deep, unseen connection. So this was the link Aaron had described. A low hum filled the air. The wind trembled, and then Sylphie flared up violently. I flinched at the sudden change, but Aaron simply shook her head, reassuring me. When a spirit forms a contract, they take on the form most familiar to their contractor. Oh, I see. The form most familiar to me? I was curious about what that meant, but for now I stayed quiet and watched. Oh, this is my first time seeing Sylphie transform. Sally gasped as the blue flames began shaping into a distinct form. At first, it was no larger than a palm-sized doll. Then, like a painting coming to life, more and more details emerged. Erin's lips curled into a small smile as she observed the transformation. Meanwhile, I could feel my own face heating up. This form is a small boy, soft gray hair, silver eyes, a faint scar beneath one eye. It was, without a doubt, a younger version of Abel. Oh my goodness, it's the Duke. Ugh. The form most familiar to the contractor turned out to be Abel. I did think about him a lot, sure, but enough for even a spirit to take on his form? That seemed a bit much. Oh, so this is the form the contractor likes best. Wait, no one said that. I turned to Erin in protest, but she just smiled without a word. My already flushed face now felt like it was about to erupt in a molten lava. Oh wow, a tomato. I'm not a tomato. Eek, humans are scary. Sally dragged out her words dramatically as she scampered over to Sylvana, clearly enjoying herself. I felt a twinge of irritation, but forced myself to let it go. When I was little, I wanted a friend, so it took the form of a little girl. But madam, you wanted the Duke, so MMPH. Not another word. I clamped my hand over Erin's mouth, finally shutting her up. But her beaming smile made the embarrassment surge back even stronger. Ugh, this one's fun. Oh, come on. Sylphie's first human contractor ever, and she's already acting all high and mighty. Shut it, Sally. Just great. Now I had a noisy spirit to deal with. It was a bright, sunny day like any other. A towering spire stood tall, with a monastery attached to its side. The church, starkly different from the surrounding buildings, exuded an air of sanctity. Its pristine white walls reminded me of untouched snow. This was Newman, the holy state of the goddess faith. Those blessed by the goddess were granted divine power and served as priests dispatched to various nations, including, of course, the Ari Empire. In essence, this place functioned as a hospital where priests from Newman provided healing. The reason I was here was to visit Evan, who had been gravely injured. After being struck down by the Emperor back in the village, he had remained unconscious for days. I had been worried, and if I were being honest, he got hurt because of me. His condition isn't great, so please keep it quiet, a priest in a white robe informed us. I nodded and entered the room with Aaron. Inside, Evan greeted us with a relaxed smile and a casual wave. Seeing him looking lively enough to do that eased some of my concern. You've come, my lady. And his gaze shifted, and his face paled slightly. Just how badly had he been treated for him to react like this when I was here to visit? See, Captain, it's been a while. Yeah, it has. His voice, thick with dialect, betrayed his nervousness. Aaron sighed and dropped into the chair by his bed, exasperated. You look like you're about to be eaten alive. I also took a seat and studied Evan closely. Most of his wounds had healed thanks to divine power, but he still didn't look great. Are you feeling okay? Huh? Oh yeah, of course. He scratched his head as he answered, but his pale complexion told a different story. Aaron frowned and spoke up first. You were taken down by him, weren't you? Yeah, he was strong. Evan bit his lip, his expression troubled. He was right. The Emperor had been overwhelmingly powerful. Evan hadn't even had a chance to react before being completely overpowered. For now, I'll be serving as Madam's personal guard. I see. Evan hesitated for a moment, then nodded as if he had come to terms with it. He looked strangely resigned. "Who's that?" Sylphie whispered in my ear. "My bodyguard. He was seriously injured recently." "I see." He didn't ask any further. Maybe he had nothing more to say, or maybe he sensed this wasn't the right time. "Take this experience and come back stronger," Erin said abruptly. With that, she rose to her feet and left the room. Evan, watching her retreating figure, let out a small chuckle. "She's as blunt as ever. That was why she was so reliable." Muttering to himself, he smiled faintly. To become a powerful spirit master, there are two major abilities one must cultivate. The first is spirit affinity. This grows through bonding with spirits, deepening the connection between them. As the affinity increases, spirits can exert a greater influence on this world. A spirit belonging to someone who has reached the peak of affinity will feel just as comfortable in this world as they do in the spirit realm. Even Erin had only recently reached that level. It was a long and arduous process. The green flame spirit appeared quite relaxed, just as she had said. It was even sleeping on a bedspread laid out on the grass, wearing a mask. Then, are spirits stronger in the spirit realm? Yes. To be precise, the power they display there is their true power. I see. So, if I had to compare, it would be like a god descending in a fantasy novel. A being with immense power, but one whose influence on the world is restricted. Nodding in understanding, I moved on as Erin continued. The second ability is control. How skillfully a contractor can wield a spirit's power. Unlike affinity, which can be nurtured through interaction, this ability falls purely within the realm of intuition. It's something no one else can help with. Even Erin said she had gone through countless trials and errors to improve her control, especially since, unlike me, she had no teacher or mentor to guide her. She had to become a spirit master entirely on her own. No matter how high one's spirit affinity is, without this ability, they will always be vulnerable in battle. It's like having a massive water tank. If the faucet is too narrow, the water won't come out properly. Increasing the total amount of power one can unleash at once, and developing the intuition to control that power. Both are necessary. In this way, spirit masters were unique beings who had to train both spirit affinity and control to grow stronger. Erin pointed to the word control, written on the board with her finger, and spoke. "What we'll be training today is the second ability, control. Isn't this a bit too intense for a first lesson?" Usually, people start by bonding with their spirits. At Sylphie's question, Erin shook her head. Adelnim and Sylphie already have an exceptional level of affinity. "Really?" Sylphie frowned, as if finding that hard to believe. It was strange to see that expression on Abel's face. It was such a rare sight. While I was lost in thought, Erin approached Sylphie and carefully observed him. It's very uncommon for a spirit's first transformation to be as clear and well-formed as Sylphie. Saying that, she extended her palm. "Pie." "Huh." At Erin's call, a spirit emerged from its bedding, removing its mask. It was Pie. She carefully perched on Erin's palm and then slowly altered her form. Her shape became significantly more crude than before. Earlier, she had looked like a well-crafted figurine, but now she resembled a clay doll. She still had arms, legs, and a face, but her nose and mouth were barely distinguishable. Seeing that, I finally understood what Erin meant. This was Pie's first form. "How long do I have to do this? You can come back now." At her words, there was a soft pop, and Pie instantly reverted to her original form, a stark contrast to before. Looking at Sylphie again, I could now see why he was unique. "So, I'm a special case." He examined himself while spinning in midair. Seeing him do that while looking like Abel felt oddly cute for some reason. "Huh." Sylphie sighed and took a step away from me. He probably just read my thoughts again. Erin, seemingly used to this, continued her explanation without reacting. "In other words, you already possess the minimum level of spirit affinity required to train your control ability. How do you improve control?" In response to my question, Erin pulled a wheeled cart closer. It was neatly stacked with a considerable number of wooden blocks. She took one out and carefully placed it on a tree stump. Training methods vary depending on the spirit's element, but for wind spirits, this is the best approach. It's just a plain wooden block, though. At Sylphie's muttered comment, Aaron nodded. That's right. Now, you need to split this in half. She emphasized that it had to be exactly half. I wasn't sure if I could do it, considering I hadn't yet grasped the sensation of using my power properly. Perhaps noticing my doubtful expression, Aaron spoke confidently. Don't worry. You'll get the hang of it soon. Easy for you to say. Grumbling, Sylphie floated back to my side. Seeing him do this while looking like Abel gave me a weird sense of dissonance. Abel wasn't the type to get irritated over small things like this. Well, but I guess this side of him is kind of cute in its own way. You got it bad. Reading my thoughts, Sylphie clicked his tongue. Then, reaching out, he extended his hand toward me. Realizing what Sylphie was trying to do, I instinctively reached out my hand to meet his. As my small hand pressed against his, I took a slow, deep breath. Contractor, visualize it. Closing my eyes, I slowly began to form an image in my mind. Compress the wind into a sharp shape and release it. I imagined it just as Sylphie instructed. For reference, I recalled the blue aura slash that Evan had shown before. Mimicking that shape, I carefully started channeling my power. A new sensation seemed to awaken within me as the wind around me gathered. Make it a little rougher. A weak gust won't be enough to cut through, right? Evan's slashes had a similar effect. At first glance, they seemed refined, but the moment they struck their target, they went wild. Sylphie, are you ready? Yeah. I picture myself drawing a sword, trying to replicate the powerful stance that Evan had once shown me. Go! In my mind, I swung the sword. I followed the trajectory of his strike as closely as I could. Whoosh! A sharp slicing sound tore through the air, and a blade of wind shot forward. Before I could even register its surprising power, the wind cut cleanly through the wooden block. Whoa. The only problem was, I hadn't expected it to slice through the tree stump as well. Erin, watching from the side, let out an exclamation of admiration. She stepped closer, grasped both of my hands, and shook them excitedly. That was amazing. I thought your affinity was high, but I didn't expect this level. Is that so? I felt a bit dazed. So this is what it feels like to be naturally talented. Somehow, it was a little anticlimactic. But you lose points for control. Fair enough. She had only asked me to split the wooden block, not to obliterate the entire stump. Still, you'll get used to it in no time. Seeing Erin say that with such confidence, I nodded. She pulled another wooden block from the cart and placed it on the grass. Meanwhile, Pi hovered next to her, burning only the surrounding weeds while leaving the block untouched. Doing that without Erin's instruction. So, when a spirit's control ability is highly developed, they can act independently at this level. Sensing my gaze, Pi murmured as if making an excuse. Weeds get in the way of training. I see. It's fine. Was she afraid I'd scold her? This wasn't a garden, just an empty backyard. A few burnt weeds wouldn't be an issue. And knowing Erin's spirit, there was no way she'd recklessly act without reason. Now, try splitting this block into 4 equal pieces. 4. The wooden block stood vertically. Unlike before, I couldn't just send a wind blade in a single direction and be done with it. So this is what Erin meant by control training. It wasn't just about restraining my power, but about figuring out how to use it effectively in different situations. This must be foundational training. How should I do this? One option was to send 2 wind blades from different angles simultaneously, but I couldn't clearly picture it. And even if I could visualize it, there was no guarantee I could execute it properly. Wait, do I even need to do that? You said I just can't touch the wooden block with my hands, right? Yes, that's correct. Erin smiled. Seeing my expression, Sylphie drifted closer and asked, Got an idea? Yeah, want to try it together? I reached out my hand. Sylphie chuckled and placed his hand against mine again. From the way he nodded slightly, he must have understood my plan through our connection. Phew. I visualized Abel's spatial magic, the technique he used to lift and move objects with a simple motion. Whoosh. With the sound of rushing wind, the wooden block rose into the air. At first, it ascended vertically, but I quickly tilted it horizontally. The slashes should form an X. This wasn't much different from before. I just needed to slightly adjust the angle and strike twice in quick succession. The tricky part was keeping the wooden block suspended in midair while I executed the attack. Multitasking wasn't my strong suit, but I could manage. Let's do it. Yeah. Whoosh. The blades of wind shot forward. In an instant, the wind carved an X-shaped slash into the floating wooden block, slicing it cleanly into 4 equal pieces. As the fragments fell to the ground, I let my power fade. That was incredible. Erin clapped her hands. For a moment, I felt like a baby taking its first steps and being praised for it. But I couldn't deny that it felt satisfying. Flames surged like waves, engulfing everything in their path. The sky had long since turned pitch black from the thick smoke. The sound of screams echoing from all directions made me unconsciously furrow my brows. Was this hell prepared just for me? That thought suddenly crossed my mind. I had lived a life where bloodstains on my hands were routine. The number of lives I had taken, under the pretense of survival, was already too many to count. Of course, compared to Abel from the original story, it was hardly anything. But that didn't mean I was clean. Whether I killed 100 or 1,000, the fact remained that my hands were stained with blood all the same. Tap! Tap! I slowly walked along a path stretching into the distance. The scenery I passed was all too familiar. Houses consumed by fire. People rolling on the ground, engulfed in flames, their screams piercing through the chaos. Others collapsed from suffocation, unable to escape the choking smoke. How long had I been walking past all this? A plaza appeared before me, the apparent source of the fire. It was once the place where the emperor's grand statue stood tall. Now, only a shattered upper torso remained, and atop the stone pedestal that had once held the statue sat a familiar figure. Adele. Short, jet-black hair, eyes glowing like rubies. A woman whose beauty was so mesmerizing it could bewitch people in an instant. Adele. I faltered for a moment. She looked far more mature than when I had first seen her. As if she had noticed me, Adele turned her head in my direction. She stared at me for a long moment before breaking into a smile. But it wasn't the usual, carefree smile she always wore. No, Adele's lips twisted into a grin soaked in death itself. It's been a while, Abel. What is this? This wasn't the Adele I knew. It wasn't just the fact that she no longer used formal speech. Everything about her had changed. A dream. My senses felt duller than usual. If I had to describe it, it felt like a lucid dream. Otherwise, none of this made sense. Or maybe I was experiencing a vision of the future. Why are you hesitating? Isn't this what you wanted? Still seated beside the broken statue, Adele looked at me blankly. Then, she gracefully landed on the ground and stepped toward me. That is, only then did I notice the countless corpses strewn around her. All of them had gaping holes in their chests and the napes of their necks, blood pouring from their lifeless bodies. It was a massacre, one that could only be described as a sea of corpses and blood. You know, Adele murmured, I still love you, Abel. What the hell? She wiped the blood from her fingers and licked them clean. A shiver ran down my spine. Ignoring my reaction entirely, she continued to approach, her ruby-red eyes glimmering with an eerie light. I killed the crown prince, the tower master. Adele muttered to herself, then let out a soft chuckle. Her dead eyes and twisted smile. For the first time, I felt true fear from her. And finally, I killed the emperor. She lightly tapped the severed head of the man lying at her feet. Golden hair, golden eyes. His limbs had been severed, his face frozen in a look of agony. Was that really the emperor? I worked really hard, didn't I? With that, she stomped on the emperor's head. The smile faded from her face, leaving behind nothing but a hollow emptiness. How many times have I died? She whispered. Thousands? No, maybe tens of thousands. Snap out of it, Adele. Sorry, I lost count after 1,000. I couldn't reach her. She wasn't talking to me. She was merely spewing words, lost in her own world. Her eyes were unfocused, but this wasn't the result of mind magic. No, it was simply the consequence of enduring endless loops of regression. When the world had happened to her. Even though this was just a dream, I couldn't even begin to guess. Maybe it was foolish to search for logic in a dream, but before I knew it, Adele was right in front of me. And then she pulled me into a tight embrace. The overwhelming stench of blood filled my lungs, suffocating me. The warmth of her body. Beneath it, I could feel the unmistakable presence of death. The others... Oh, you mean the imperial princess and prince. She spoke as if they were nothing more than mere pawns. No, had she ever even considered them human in the first place? I used them as sacrifices. They were pretty useful, being so obsessed with revenge. A cold chill ran down my spine. Why would you do this? Because you're the only one who matters to me. She whispered those words as she held me tightly. There was no light left in her eyes. And at that moment, a memory surfaced. The side story. The Crimson Monster. A bad-ending route where Adele, after countless regressions, abandoned all morals and used any means necessary to reach her goal. A side story the author wrote as if the original novel's tragic ending wasn't bleak enough. In this route, Adele sacrificed herself over and over again, single-handedly slaying the Crown Prince, the Tower Master, and even the Emperor, only to eternally imprison Abel by her side. I love you, Abel. I couldn't say a word. All I could do was stare into Adele's eyes. Then, from her hands, chains emerged. An artifact, Gleipnir, the same crimson chains that had once sealed the Emperor in the original story. The fabric-like chains coiled around my neck, tightening with a terrifying finality. As the eerie sensation sank into my skin, Adele smiled, her lips painted in blood. Let's be together forever. And with those words, my consciousness faded. The world was swallowed by darkness. And then I woke up. Gasping for breath, I shot upright. I had known all along it was a dream, but that didn't make the sight of Adele any easier to accept, because my greatest fear was seeing her like that. It was to prevent this very future that I had become stronger. My hands trembled. My mind was still hazy, weighed down by the lingering effects of insomnia caused by that dream. Every time I tried to sleep deeply, without fail, the nightmare would return. A nightmare where Adele, completely broken, tried to imprison me. I thought I had left insomnia behind after personally killing Duke Hardenberg, Abel's father. But apparently, I was wrong. The reason was clear. Ever since that day, when Adele nearly died at the hands of the Emperor in that village, I had been plagued by an unshakable sense of anxiety. I had never imagined that she would not only face the Emperor directly, but also come so close to death. Adele's infinite regression ability was beyond extraordinary, but it wasn't invincible. According to the original story, there were a few specific conditions that could nullify her power, and one of them was the Emperor himself. If Adele died at the Emperor's hands, her regression would not activate. There was a complex web of lore behind this, but that wasn't what mattered right now. What mattered was that if she hadn't managed to call for me through our contract in her final moments, she might have died for. With that thought in mind, I stepped out of my room. The Duke's estate was silent at this hour. Gone were the usual sounds of servants chattering or laughing as they worked. Well, of course, most of them would be asleep by now. In the original story, were there even any servants here? Who in their right mind would want to work in a mansion where the Duke killed his own servants on a whim? At least Laura and Alan had been around. But for the most part, I recalled that mechanical dolls, automata, handled most of the chores. Shaking off idle thoughts, I stepped outside and took in the crisp dawn air. Now that I thought about it, in my past life, I used to wake up early every morning to go jogging. The first few months had been hell, but after pushing through, it eventually became a habit. It'd be tough now, though. As the Duke, I no longer had the luxury of morning workouts. Even a short break meant work would pile up. But still, I sometimes miss those days. When I was young and reckless, taking on anything and everything without hesitation. Maybe I'm getting old. Mentally, I'd already passed 50, so in a way I was old. Hi, App. Just a little more. A familiar voice echoed from a distance. I turned toward it and started walking. In an open clearing, I found Adele and Aaron training in spirit magic. 3 consecutive wind strikes. Blades of wind materialized, slicing through 3 floating wooden blocks in rapid succession. She had improved this much in just a few days. Next, right away, my lord. Noticing me, Aaron quickly bowed. Adele turned as well, her eyes widening in surprise when she saw me. Abel, it's been a while. Are you feeling better now? What kind of question is that? I'm completely fine. She twirled her once broken arm effortlessly, proving her point. A chuckle escaped me. The Adele, standing before me now, full of energy, was nothing like the one in my nightmare. Yes, this was the real Adele, not the empty, broken version I'd seen in that dream. That's quite a peculiar spirit. From a distance, it looked like a small boy, but now that I was up close, I couldn't shake off the feeling that its face reminded me of someone familiar. Ash-gray hair, silver eyes, and even the scar near its eye. At this point, there was no way I could be mistaken. This is completely me. Yoa, wah. Adele let out a strange noise and hastily covered the spirit with both hands. Of course, just because she covered it didn't mean I could erase what I had just seen from my memory. Watching the whole scene unfold, Aaron chuckled before explaining to me. Spirits usually take the form of the person their contractor feels most familiar with. MMPF. She hurriedly clamped a hand over her mouth, but it was already too late. I hadn't known this because the original novel never detailed how spirits worked, but so this was how it was. So, to Adele, I was the most familiar person. For some reason, that realization left me with a strange feeling. At the same time, it also meant that she trusted me that much. That thought was slightly gratifying. Not that I'd be immature enough to let it show on my face. Have I also grown attached to Adele? In the past, I wouldn't have cared how she felt about me at all. But lately, I'd found myself mildly curious about what Adele thought of me. Abel, don't listen to what Aaron just said. So, Adele likes me quite a bit more than I expected. That's not it. No need to worry. I find you quite endearing as well. Adele stared at me blankly, her face, which had been faintly flushed moments ago, now turning as red as a ripe persimmon. I never thought teasing her would be this fun. I barely held back a chuckle, knowing that if I laughed now, she'd realize I was messing with her. When I took a step closer, Adele instinctively stepped back. I moved in again, and once more, she retreated. I couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle at the sight. She covered her face with both hands, her cheeks burning like a radish. Maybe I'd gone a little too far. Deciding to cut her some slack, I spoke first. Well, I suppose that's enough teasing for now. You. Biting her lip, Adele glared at me. But given her strikingly beautiful face, even that expression somehow looked a little cute. Maybe this was why people said that beauty alone was enough of an advantage. Not that I was suddenly paying attention to her looks now. Aaron, I assume you've heard about the upcoming subjugation battle in a month? Yes. The subjugation battle. The Riemann mountain range in the northwest of Hardenberg territory. The region bordered the Holy Kingdom of Newman and was always swarming with monsters. The biggest reason was the periodic rifts to another dimension that opened in those mountains. These dimensional rifts, which lay on the border between worlds, didn't just release monsters from this world, but also creatures from entirely different dimensions. Naturally, the Holy Kingdom of Newman didn't sit idly by either. They regularly dispatched their holy knights to close the rifts. The subjugation battle was an operation where we collaborated with their holy knights to eliminate the invading monsters and seal the rift. Some creatures from the rift were nearly impossible to defeat without holy power. That was why working with the holy knights was practically mandatory. Even the emperor himself maintained an alliance with the Holy Kingdom for that very reason. The Holy Kingdom of Newman. This subjugation battle sounds dangerous. Indeed, it's nothing like the hunting festival. The monster hunt during the hunting festival was mostly for show. Sure, it was a long-standing tradition, but in the end, it was just a spectacle to display Ari Empire's military prowess to neighboring nations. Besides, completely eradicating the monsters from the eternal snowfields was physically impossible. The first emperor might have done it, but back then, the snowfields weren't nearly as vast as they are now. However, the rift in the Rima mountain range was different. If left unchecked, the monsters would multiply rapidly, wiping out entire settlements in mere days. Abel, are you going too? Yes. This time, I'll be personally participating. Until last year, I had technically been part of the subjugation battles, but had never directly fought. That was to hide my magic skills. But now things were different. I had already revealed my strength during the hunting festival, so it was politically advantageous to showcase my power during the subjugation battle as well. Since cooperation with the Holy Kingdom is practically necessary. To completely destroy the Emperor, I would need the Church of the Goddess. Even in the original story, the Emperor had been most wary of the Holy Kingdom of Newman. If this battle allowed me to secure cooperation with them, that would be ideal. Though, of course, it wouldn't be that simple. The Holy Kingdom wouldn't easily ally themselves with the Duke under the Emperor. That was why this subjugation battle was so crucial. What do you want to do? Huh? Me? Aren't I supposed to go with you? She asked as if it were obvious, but I shook my head. The subjugation battle was a war against the creatures from another world, far more dangerous than the hunting festival. There was no real reason for my fiancé to be there. I'll say this again. This battle will be far more dangerous than the festival. The monsters that emerged from the rift were exceptionally powerful. The very fact that they survived the tear between dimensions was proof of their strength. The battlefield would be teeming with creatures as dangerous as the Calamity-class monster we faced at the hunting festival. Of course, the Knight's Order wasn't weak enough to fail at protecting Adele, but that didn't change how dangerous it was. I see. Crossing her arms, Adele closed her eyes and thought. It didn't take long before she reopened them with a determined look. I want to go. Are you sure? When I asked again, she nodded firmly. Yes, I want to become stronger. Her resolve wasn't just empty words. The determination she showed in my office that day hadn't been a lie. She was prepared, even knowing the battle could be more dangerous than the festival. Fine, but on one condition. A condition? She tilted her head, puzzled. I couldn't just take her along because she wanted to be stronger. As I had said before, this battle would be filled with Calamity-class monsters. If she wanted to grow stronger there, she at least needed the strength to survive. In 1 month, defeat me in a duel. Then you can come. So, you just don't want to take me, huh? Adele squinted suspiciously, but I just smirked. Of course, there are conditions. First, I wouldn't use magic. Second, I wouldn't use aura. If she could win under those terms, then it was fair. Sounds fair. Well, fair didn't mean easy. Even a grandmaster at chess could beat a beginner without their queen. Aaron. Yes, Duke. If Adele defeats me, I'll grant you a favor. Really? Excited, Aaron's voice shot up an octave. Personally, I hoped Adele would be able to participate, because I, too, wanted her to grow stronger. Lady Aaron, do you think I could defeat Abel? At the moment, it's impossible. Aaron stated it, as if it were the most obvious fact in the world. Of course, I had expected as much. Even if he refrained from using magic or aura, Abel was already at the level of an archmage. It would be pure arrogance for someone like me to claim that I could defeat him as I was now. The real question was, could I become strong enough in just 1 month to stand a chance against him? What if I grow stronger over the next month? That still sounds impossible. Sylphie, who had been hovering nearby, muttered with a sigh. Seeing this, Aaron also nodded in agreement. I think so too. Really? No. Perhaps their response was only natural. Abel wasn't just an archmage. He was also a highly skilled knight. Even without magic or aura, his sheer physical abilities remained overwhelming. There is one way. What is it? Wait, there's actually a way. Sylphie and I spoke in unison, making Aaron avert her gaze slightly. She hesitated for a moment, fidgeting as if debating whether to speak. Then, with a deep sigh, she finally responded. It's going to be tough. Are you sure you can handle it? Yes, I'm ready. At my firm response, Aaron seemed to solidify her resolve. She turned and walked toward the weapons rack at the edge of the training ground. Wooden weapons of various shapes and sizes hung neatly on display. After a brief pause, she grabbed a wooden sword and pointed it toward me. Both Sylphie and I were caught off guard by her sudden action. What's going on? From now on, I will be imitating the Duke's combat style. You mean? Yes. You'll learn by getting hit. Just hearing it sounded like an absurdly reckless method. But if this was the only way to prepare for the upcoming test in a month, then so be it. Sylphie looked absolutely horrified, but I didn't care. I'll do it. What? And what about all the injuries you're going to get? We have plenty of potions. I also plan to take as much rest as needed. But still, the pain, it's fine. I cut Sylphie off before he could argue further. With a deep sigh, he gave me a disapproving look before eventually nodding. TSK. Fine. If this is what you want, do whatever you want. I appreciated his concern, but this wasn't the time to hesitate. At this moment, a little pain was the least of my worries. Who? Taking a breath, I raised a rapier in my hand. Across from me, Erin stood watching with her long sword at the ready. Neither of us waited for a signal. We lunged at each other simultaneously. Clang! The rapier and long sword clashed with a sharp, resounding crash. My wrist and grip ached, but I clenched my teeth and endured it. Even though the blades weren't sharpened, it was still hard to get used to the sheer weight and impact. A sting shot at my wrist, making me grimace. The moment I faltered slightly, Erin seized the opening without hesitation. Sylphie, I know. With my command, a wall of wind intercepted the longsword. Seizing the moment, I swung the rapier toward her. But Erin, as if expecting it, rotated her long sword and deflected the attack with ease. Then she lowered her body and prepared to strike again. Seeing that, Sylphie grit his teeth and thrust his hand forward. Whoosh! 2 blades of wind shot toward Erin. With a short, focused breath, she leapt into the air to avoid them. Good, she's airborne. Winds, heed me. With a short incantation, I gathered the wind into a single point. In an instant, the flow of air reversed, and Erin's expression wavered slightly. The image in my mind, a bullet being fired from a gun barrel. I could feel the energy draining rapidly, but there was no time to hesitate. No matter how powerful it was, I had no guarantee it would actually work on her. Smart move. But, bong, a sharp burst of sound rang in my ears as the concentrated wind shot forward like a bullet. But Erin grinned and swung her sword wide. Just the swing alone created a blast of wind. The pressure met the bullet of air and scattered it in all directions. Wind can be stopped with wind. Cage, did she really just block it with brute force by creating wind pressure in midair? Her physical capabilities were stronger than I expected. I clenched my teeth and raised the rapier again. Clang! Another loud clash of metal as our weapons collided once more. The rapier's strength is in rapid strikes. Blows were exchanged rapidly between Erin and me. It was hard enough just keeping up with the speed of her attacks, let alone blocking them properly. Even with Sylphie's power enhancing my physical abilities overall, keeping up with her offense was exhausting. Adele, you're still not utilizing that advantage properly. I knew that. After all, it had only been a week since I picked up a rapier. If I had the talent to master it in that short time, I'd have chosen the path of a knight long ago. It's not something that can be learned just by being told. Clang! Ugh! A powerful strike knocked the rapier right out of my hand. At the same time, the tip of her long sword closed in on my neck. I expected to lose, but facing it head-on still stung a little. Oh, panting heavily, I cradled my aching wrist. Before I knew it, Erin had walked up to me and extended a hand. I took her hand and slowly got back on my feet. You did well today, Miss Erin. Not at all. It was now 11 p.m. Normally, training would end at this time, but I still felt like I hadn't done enough. Would you mind if we extended? No. She cut me off before I could even finish. Just like last time, Erin refused firmly. If she judged that an injury or overexertion was possible, she would deny my request without hesitation, no matter what. But I wanted to train more, to find even a small clue to getting stronger. Maybe sensing my frustration, Erin shook her head firmly and spoke gently. If you rush, you might end up taking the long way around. Got it. It's not like I could argue against her sincere concern. Her words were likely based on her own experience. And I didn't want to take the long road either. Here, a potion. Thanks. I downed the potion Aaron handed me. As soon as it passed my throat, a pungent smell hit my nose, and I gagged reflexively. They say medicine tastes bitter, but this was on another level. Still, the recovery speed was worth it. The slight sprain in my wrist had already healed back to normal. They said this was a special potion directly purchased by the Duke's house, and it clearly lived up to its reputation. There were even rumors that one could recover from a pierced abdomen with just this. See you tomorrow, then. Nodding to Aaron, I forced my wobbly legs to move. Sylphie, floating beside me, surrounded my body with a gentle breeze that made walking so much easier. Thanks. Don't mention it. The way Sylphie paid attention to small details really reminded me of Abel. Even the way he brushed it off like it was nothing was the same. He might seem indifferent on the surface, but he always looked out for others behind the scenes. He really is something else. Nothing. Just talking to myself. With that, Sylphie flew ahead. I followed behind, walking through the hallway of the Duke's estate. It was a barren corridor, completely devoid of decoration. At first, I thought it was odd, but now even that sight felt familiar. Come to think of it, Lily didn't show up today. Until yesterday, she'd always come to greet me at the training ground. I started to worry. Did something happen? When we reached my room, Sylphie opened the door with a gust of wind. Beyond it, I saw Lily. She had fallen asleep, leaning against the side of the bed. Even though it was warm inside the estate, sleeping like that could give her a cold. You must have been exhausted, Lily. It made sense. For the past few days, even during her usual sleeping hours, she came out to greet me after training. The fatigue must have caught up with her. I gently lifted Lily and laid her on the bed, carefully pulling the blanket over her to avoid waking her. Then I slumped down on the opposite side of the bed. The bed was large enough that there was still plenty of room, even with her lying there. Hey, contractor. Yeah? What is it? Sylphie spoke first, something unusual. Normally, I was the one to initiate conversation. Curious, I looked at him. His face looked pensive, as if he was lost in thought. Why are you trying so hard? Trying hard? When I echoed the question, Sylphie let out a small sigh, as if frustrated. Yeah, a normal person would have collapsed from exhaustion by now. Why am I pushing myself this much? The reason was simpler than expected. Because I'm weak. Yeah, I'm weak. Weak enough that I would have had to die multiple times against the Emperor's hand, who could have killed me with a single strike like Evans. Weak enough to get blown off a cliff by a catastrophe-level monster, shield and all, barely surviving. I'm so weak that I couldn't even protect Lily beside me, and had to rely on Abel's strength. Weak enough that I could only escape when Lily desperately held off the assassins for me. I couldn't even save the elderly woman who once saved me. It wasn't until I was on the verge of death that I truly realized just how weak I was. Are you afraid of not being able to protect others? Of course. I'm terrified. So afraid my hands and feet trembled, and I couldn't even form a proper thought. It wasn't just the fear from the memories I had as Adele. It was also rooted in the memories from my previous life. Sylphie, I don't really belong to this world, right? Yeah, there's no way I couldn't know. That's what spirit communion is all about. It was something Sylphie would have sensed the moment we made our contract. Spirit communion didn't just let you feel emotions. It gave you glimpses into memories, too. That's why I could talk to Sylphie like this. If it weren't for him, no one else would believe me. Even Abel might just think I was joking if I ever said something like that. And if that ever happened, it might be more painful than I expect. What do you think of that man, anyway? That man, he must mean Abel. He's someone I'm really grateful to. At first, I honestly thought he was terrifying. Someone who would toss others aside without a second thought, just because they didn't align with his goals, who only saw people as tools. But over time, I realized just how much he actually cared. The playful teasing, the subtle ways he looked after me, none of it was meaningless. Maybe it was for the sake of the Estee Trading Company. But if that were all it was for, he wouldn't have gone out of his way to check in on me like that. And during the hunting festival, when I nearly died, he wouldn't have gotten so angry. That's why I came to trust Abel. Even though I had such deep-rooted mistrust of people, I could believe in him, because of what he showed me. Above all else, the way Abel had saved me in that life-threatening moment. He looked just like the knights in the fairy tales I loved as a child, the ones who rescued princesses. That's why I want to get stronger. I didn't want to rely on Abel anymore. I was tired of always being like a fairy tale princess, waiting to be saved by him. Instead, I wanted to become the knight who could save him. I wanted to be his shield, someone he could lean on. Even if that wasn't possible yet, someday, I would make it possible. I really do think about Abel a lot, don't I? The me from a few months ago would probably be shocked if she could hear my thoughts now. She'd probably jump up and accuse me of lying. The thought made me chuckle a little. By now, even the Duke of Hardenberg's mansion felt like home. That's how much had changed in just a few months. I want to become stronger. That's why. A low voice drifted through the door. My hand, which was about to knock, froze mid-air. I had just come to talk about something, nothing serious. Yet I ended up overhearing Adele's true feelings. After a moment of hesitation, I quietly lower my hand. Is she someone I should be grateful for? Or had that trembling, rain-soaked kitten gone? In just a few months, her opinion of me had changed drastically. Well, I had put in a lot of effort to build trust with her. It was good that things were progressing according to plan, but that didn't mean I could feel purely happy about it. If things went as I planned, Adele would have to endure countless regressions. When I first met her, I didn't care about the suffering she'd have to go through. I thought, what does her pain have to do with me? But as we grew closer, I was the one who began to feel uneasy about the plan. I started to wonder, is this really okay? Can I go through with it like this? How ridiculous. Building trust meant I would inevitably get closer to her. And yet I hadn't even considered that when I first made the plan. Was this feeling guilt over the pain she'd eventually have to endure? I thought my heart had long since become numb and frayed over these past 20-some years. But maybe not completely. Is this just hypocrisy now? Maybe it was because I saw a younger version of myself in Adele. That's why she kept getting under my skin like this. The version of me from before meeting her. If he saw what I've become now, he'd probably laugh and call me a fool. That thought made me chuckle bitterly without even realizing it. Time passed, and the promised day finally arrived. The training ground, usually quiet, was now bustling with people for the first time in a while. The employees had gathered in large numbers, curious about the demonstration match between Adele and Abel. Perhaps because it was often used for public events, the training ground had bleachers attached. Most of the employees were sitting up there, chatting as they looked down at the arena. Hey, who do you think is going to win? Come on, it's got to be the Duke, right? But he's not allowed to use magic or aura, though. I'm betting on Lady Adele. The young maids were even placing small bets among themselves, but I let it slide. Turning my head slightly, I saw Lily standing silently nearby, her fingers interlaced in front of her, eyes closed as if in prayer. She looked deeply earnest, almost desperate. Turning again, I saw the knights talking animatedly, their excitement clearly bubbling over. No matter how you look at it, His Grace will win. What are you talking about? You don't even know how much stronger Lady Adele has gotten over the past month. Hey, Evan, what do you think? All right, Evan was here too. Well, his injuries had mostly healed, although he hadn't officially returned to the Knights yet, just in case of any lingering aftereffects. I think she'll win. He replied calmly to the fellow knight's question, his voice carrying a kind of unwavering confidence that made me smile despite myself. It seemed that even Evan had come to trust Adele, at least to some extent, even if he couldn't fully explain why he believed she'd win. So the whole Knight Order really did show up. There was a reason I had them all attend this mock battle. I wanted them to stop underestimating Adele and start respecting her as a warrior. That was also the main reason I proposed this test in the first place. Of course, if she lost here, we could just pretend it never happened. No harm done. I shifted my gaze across the field. There she stood, her presence sharp and refined, red eyes gleaming with focus. In just a month, long or short depending on how you looked at it, she had changed considerably. What stood out the most was that fire in her eyes, the resolve and determination that every warrior should possess. And I could feel that burning within her gaze. You ready? Yes. She nodded firmly, her voice brimming with determination. By her side, a spirit appeared, one that looked just like me. If I remembered right, its name was Sylphie. Element, wind. I've faced many opponents in my time, but it had been ages since I last fought a spirit wielder. Even counting the time I trained Aaron when I was younger, the number of spirit wielders I've met could be counted on one hand. And this was my first time facing one with a wind attribute. Contractor, yes, I know. A breeze brushed past my entire body. An aura, clearly not ordinary, began to swirl around Adele. Was she replacing conventional wind magic with the power of her spirit? A refreshingly creative technique. Both sides ready. Aaron, acting as the referee, lowered her hand to signal the beginning of the match. Begin. The fight began with both of us probing each other's intentions. A measured start before the real clash. Adele, seemingly used to this, didn't flinch, just stared at me quietly. Let's begin. No magic. No aura. It was like going into battle after giving up both the queen and the rook in chess. But I still had my knight and bishop. Up. With a sharp breath, I dashed forward. Adele didn't panic at my sudden charge. She simply raised her rapier. Our blades collided with a ringing clash. Clang! Sparks flew as steel met steel. I could feel a tremor through her blade, but she was holding strong. She knew. She couldn't afford to lose her grip. But that alone wasn't enough. Resolve meant nothing on the battlefield if it wasn't backed by power. Whoosh! With our blades still locked, I twisted my wrist to aim for her neck. But as if she had anticipated it, Sylphie raised a barrier of wind, blocking my great sword just in time. At that very moment, Adele lunged forward, thrusting her rapier toward my chest. Her response was practiced, enough to make me chuckle as I stepped back to avoid it. I swung my greatsword again, this time with force. Clang! Sylphie, I know. A towering wall of wind closed off the space around me. It was so strong that even I hesitated for a moment. Adele seized the opening and lunged in, slashing her rapier again. Her coordination had improved enough to be commendable, but it still wasn't enough. TCH, using wind to halt an opponent. Clever in theory, but only effective once. With enough strength, the gust could be overpowered and neutralized. Is that all you've got? As if. She shouted back and charged at me again. If she were rushing in without thought, I would have knocked her out right then and there. But her eyes, those sharp, focused eyes, told a different story. Was it because of Sylphie's wind? Her movements were faster now. Far faster. So fast, in fact, that even I was struggling to keep up. Clang, clang. A flurry of metallic clashes rang out as Adele's rapier came for my throat. That sensation, it had been so long since I last felt it. The thrill of a real fight. She's gotten stronger. Was this really the same girl I had seen just a month ago? Not just her control over the spirit, but her overall judgment and awareness had leveled up significantly. Of course, she still had a long way to go. Whoosh! A tiny opening emerged between our back-and-forth exchanges. But on the battlefield, even the smallest gap could lead directly to death. My greatsword swung down, aimed straight for Adele's neck. But instead of panicking, she smirked and reversed her grip on the rapier. Oh, got you. The wind shifted, no, reversed. A barrier far stronger than the last one surged up and stopped me in my tracks. She was trying to end it all with this one strike. But I wasn't about to just stand there and take it. Boom! The sound of the air bursting split the field as the wind barrier broke apart. Monster! This is the end. Just as my greatsword neared her neck, a powerful gust erupted from her rapier. She hadn't put everything into the last wind wall. Before I could react, my body faltered just slightly. And in that moment, her reversed rapier closed in, striking cleanly toward my neck. I tried to block it, raising my greatsword, but maybe it was the lingering wind, or maybe my delay. I was slower. A chilling sensation touched my neck. I concede. Lady Adele wins. At Aaron's announcement, Adele's legs gave out, and she collapsed to the ground. I gave a soft laugh and extended my hand to her. What's the matter, Adele? You won. Really? I did. Yeah. I didn't expect you to set 2 traps. In combat, the most critical factor is the psychological game. And in that domain, even for just a moment, she held the upper hand. That alone earned her the right to join the subjugation team. Her creative use of the wind spirit deserved a passing grade, too. Sure, I hadn't gone all out, but it wasn't like I was holding back either. And yet she found and exploited an opening in me. That was enough to pass. She gripped my hand and slowly stood back up. Clap, clap, clap. Thunderous applause erupted from a stance. Turning to look, I saw not only the maids and butlers, but even the knights cheering loudly for Adele's victory. Lady Adele is amazing. Damn it, that's a whole month's salary gone. I believed in her from the start. Well, some of them were clearly motivated by the bets they'd placed, judging by their fattened coin pouches, but I'd let slide. You did well this past month, Adele. Thank you. Exhausted though she was, Adele gave me a small smile. And just like that, she had earned her place in the upcoming subjugation, all on her own strength. Clank, clank. The sound of metal striking metal echoed in the air. I turned my head to see a silver-clad army marching in perfect formation. Their synchronized movements, almost like a choreographed dance of blades, were a spectacle in themselves. Even without chanting a single command, not a single step was out of sync. I couldn't help but marvel at the precision. So that's the Holy Knight Order. Gleaming silver armor reflected the sunlight, and silver helmets partially covered their faces. Each of them carried silver weapons, long spears, maces, hammers, shields. The variety was impressive. Behind them followed a group draped in white robes. Most appeared to be women, with a few men among them. They were dressed in clerical robes and trailed slowly behind the knights. Just like I heard, the holy nation of Newman centered around the goddess church. The Holy Knight Order, composed only of the elite. According to Abel, the Holy Knights arriving today were the best of the best, handpicked even among the top ranks of the church. Holy Knights who fought using divine power granted by the goddess. Priests who provided healing and blessings from the rear lines. That combination was like a shield even disaster-class monsters would struggle to break through. Impressive. Their numbers barely reached 100, but their presence rivaled that of a full army. So this was the legendary Holy Knight Order of the Holy Nation. When I turned again, I saw Abel standing calmly, his gaze fixed on the approaching army without a hint of emotion. His composed presence helped settle the nervous flutter in my own chest, and I adjusted my posture. Clack! At a subtle signal, the army split neatly in two. From the opening, an elderly man with white hair stepped forward. He walked slowly, using the staff in his hand like a cane. His beard reached down to his chest, and his face was lined with deep wrinkles. But beneath those heavy brows, his eyes still gleamed with intensity, making it clear he was no ordinary old man. Stroking his beard, he approached Abel. "It's been a long time, Duke Abel." "It has indeed, Your Holiness." So that's the Pope. I'd heard he was over 100 years old this year, yet he still looked vigorous. Despite his small frame, he radiated a quiet pressure. "Ha! Still full of spirit, I see. You flatter me." Their gazes locked midair like a subtle duel, neither side backing down. "You've been stirring up quite the trouble lately." "Yes. I didn't expect even the Holy Nation to hear of it. Word really does travel fast. Our nation's run by the young now. They're quite sharp when it comes to news." "That's reassuring. So the power play's already begun?" They were allies, and yet the tension in the air said otherwise. Still glaring at each other, both men let out a quiet chuckle. "You're still upset I called you by name? Knowing that and saying it anyway is even pettier, don't you think?" "Haha, fair enough." The earlier tension seemed like a joke now, as the Pope's expression softened. He fiddled with his staff for a moment before speaking to Abel in a calm tone. "So, what's your move this time?" "I'll be participating directly. No point in hiding it now." I see. And what about you, Your Holiness?" At Abel's question, the Pope slowly shook his head. "I've aged plenty. I'd rather not rob the young of their moment." Then his gaze slowly turned toward us. He carefully observed our night order, and then his eyes stopped on me. Before I could react to that stare, his eyes shimmered faintly. The Pope closed his eyes as if deep in thought, then let out a soft exhale. "What was that?" He tapped the ground with his staff and began approaching me. When he stood directly in front of me, so close I could see every pore, I instinctively stepped back. But he didn't seem to mind. How curious. I suppose this is what fate looks like. His cryptic words left me speechless. While I tried to decipher his intent, he suddenly let out a hearty laugh. "Pardon me, young man. Consider this a gift of apology." He pulled a folded paper from his robe and tossed it toward me. Surprised, I barely managed to catch it with my right hand. When I opened my palm, I found a piece of white parchment inscribed with golden characters. It radiated a strange, immense energy, clearly no ordinary charm. A universal healing talisman. Use it when the time feels right. Gasps echoed from the Holy Knight Order. Judging by their reaction, this item was extremely rare. He's just giving this away as an apology gift? Was the Pope always this generous? Or was there something more to this gesture? Either way, I'd received it directly from him. I had no choice but to accept. Still, I couldn't shake my curiosity about what the Pope was thinking. Abel seemed just as suspicious, casting the Pope a wary glance. "What's going through your mind?" "Huh." Those eyes could pierce through anything. The Pope merely brushed off the question as if it were nothing. And Abel, seemingly unwilling to push further, let out a quiet sigh. "Then let's begin." At the Pope's words, Abel gave a silent nod. Just then, a priestess with jet-black eyes stepped between the two men. She reached into her robe and pulled out a scroll. Even the hair that slightly covered my view remained white. So far, so good. They said I needed a false identity. Adele Vaughn Este. As the daughter of a count, there was no way I could officially attend a subjugation battle. After all, this wasn't some ceremonial event. It was a war zone. Using my real identity here was out of the question. And so, the Spirit Knight was born. White hair, blue eyes. Using the enchanted necklace I'd used once before, I'd assumed an entirely new persona for this mission. It still felt a bit awkward. I'd have to stay like this for a while, so I needed to get used to it. Thankfully, Abel had infused the necklace with a hefty amount of mana. It'd take quite a bit to expose the disguise. When the Pope had gotten uncomfortably close last time, I was sure I'd been found out. Guess he didn't notice, after all. This necklace was a powerful artifact in its own right. Though it lacked the basic perception-blocking enchantments most disguise tools had, it was perfect for taking on a new identity. "Pleased to meet you, Idnim." Carl extended his right hand as he spoke. I reached out and shook it firmly. "Likewise, Carl SSI. Looking forward to working with you." His hand was calloused, the kind that came from years of swordsmanship, a strong, trustworthy grip. He smiled warmly and let out a hearty laugh. Carl turned slightly, then glanced at the praying priestess beside him. Watching her silently, he sighed. "Year of prayer time is over." "Is it now?" The priestess opened her eyes just a sliver at his words, then slowly removed the hood she'd worn so deeply that her face had been hidden. She rose from the floor with deliberate slowness. And then, I finally saw her face. Thin, branch-like hands. Arms so slender they looked like only bones remained. Sunken cheeks, deep shadows under her eyes. The image of a priestess was vastly different from what I'd expected. Perhaps noticing my gaze, she quietly approached me. Startled, I quickly offered an introduction. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm the Spirit Knight." "I know. I heard." "Uruf." Carl narrowed his eyes slightly, clearly signaling something. All right. With a weary nod, she gave a formal bow. "I'm Uruf, a priestess of the 1st Holy Knights Division. Let's get along." Her tone was flat, like she was reading a textbook aloud. It made Carl furrow his brow in frustration. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but then swallowed it back with a sigh, maybe hoping for just the bare minimum of politeness from her. Still, her condition looked seriously concerning. Could she really take the field like that? She looked so frail, I was honestly worried she might get hurt just being near a battle. "You're okay, right?" "Don't worry. Even in this body, I can still heal just fine." Uruf responded calmly to my question. It wasn't that I doubted her abilities. I was simply worried about her, that she might get injured out there. She's exhausting. Before I realized it, Sylphie had reconnected the mental link and spoke in a low tone. As much as I hated to admit it, she was right. Carl, who had been quietly observing Yurif, stepped forward as if to shield her. I'm sorry. She's been fasting lately, and it's made her sensitive. Fasting? But fasting? In that condition? Her body looked like it could collapse any second. And she was fasting? I didn't want to criticize someone's religious practices, but this just felt dangerous. Noticing my visibly darkening expression, Carl quickly added with urgency. She's doing it of her own volition. I've tried to stop her. Behind him, Yura snorted and sat back down on the floor. Then, with a firm tone, she said, I have no intention of stopping. Carl sighed again and again, clearly at a loss. How's her condition, really? Pretty bad. Sylphie's voice, still sharing my vision, grew grim. For once, she sounded serious. She's drinking water, thankfully, but other than that, it's severe. How severe? Honestly, if she didn't have divine power, she'd have collapsed by now. Easily. That bad, huh? Just enduring things to that extent with human willpower alone was already impressive. But what on earth had happened to drive her to keep fasting in such a condition? Curious, I glanced at Carl, but he simply shook his head, as if to say he couldn't tell me. A classified matter, then? It seemed her fasting was tied to something far more serious than it appeared. That made it all the more frustrating for me, especially since I didn't have a clue what it was about. But for now, there was nothing I could do except keep an eye on the situation. A massive rift hovered in the air, a tear in space itself. From its center pulsed a brilliant blue energy, radiating outward like heat from a furnace. At its core, something orb-like swirled and writhed grotesquely, like a giant rolling eyeball. That must be the dimensional rift I've heard so much about. Looks nasty. To close the rift, they'd first need to weaken the power source at its center. That core would be using its strength to summon monsters from another world, which meant, starting now, catastrophe-level monsters would begin pouring through that opening. I knew this was coming. I had prepared myself, but standing face to face with it, feeling the overwhelming presence, it was impossible not to tremble. I took deep, steady breaths, sharpening my focus entirely on the rift. This is insane. Even Sylphie, appearing at my side, gave a rare, blunt assessment. Turning slightly, I saw the same tension reflected in the eyes of the holy knights standing nearby. The knights from our own order were also clutching their weapons tightly, refusing to let their guard down. At the very front, Abel adjusted his uniform with a calm expression, staring directly at the dimensional rift. To remain so composed in a moment like this, that was something to admire, no doubt. Get ready, contractor. Right. At Sylphie's cue, the first monster burst through the rift. It had dozens of eyes scattered across its body, and metal blades extending from both wings. It resembled some kind of twisted bird, and the moment it locked eyes on us, it let out a piercing shriek. Crap! Are you ready? Carl asked as he stepped forward. I gave a firm nod and raised my rapier. Even if we were just part of the escort team, avoiding battle wasn't an option. The main subjugation force would handle most of the monsters, but the clever ones that slipped through would be our responsibility. A wind, a current of air rushed around me, brushing against my entire body. Strands of my snow-white hair fluttered at the edge of my vision. Yurif, the priestess, stood quietly at the rear, showing no signs of fear or tension as she gazed at the monsters flooding in. Meanwhile, the knights and holy knights of the subjugation force began charging toward the swarm. To the goddess we dedicate this glory. Take them down. Various auras flared to life around them. Sword auras, holy light. Even among the crowd, the presence of sword experts and sword masters was undeniable. The divine power radiating from the holy knights was nothing to scoff at either. Holy light surrounded their bodies and took on unique forms, each suited to their individual strength. Boom! An explosive blow, infused with a mixture of divine power and aura, tore a monstrous creature clean in two. Behind it, a seemingly endless wave of monsters surged through the rift, as if the real battle had only just begun. The subjugation had officially commenced. All wounded fall back immediately. Even small wounds can be fatal. Get your heads in the game, you bastards. Stay still, and you'll be turned into jerky. Shouts rang out from every direction. Voices bellowed commands so loud they made your ears ring, and the soldiers moved swiftly in response. Perhaps it was the years of working together, but the coordination between the Holy Knight's order and our own order was remarkably smooth. Even though we were taking them down one by one, the monster wave showed no signs of ending. I frowned unconsciously at the sight of the swarm pouring out of the dimensional rift. Every single one of them looked grotesque and repulsive. It was as if they had some level of intelligence. Their relentless assault targeted the escort team with frightening precision. Were they aiming for the priests by pushing through the subjugation squad's defenses? These so-called catastrophe-class monsters clearly possessed high intelligence. GRRK, a tentacled monster, shaped like a giant octopus, flung its limbs in every direction, catching knights by their ankles. A few, caught off guard, stumbled and fell. Just as a crack began to form in the subjugation squad's formation, a white magic circle appeared above the creature's head. In a blink, the monster's head split in two. Its inky black blood splattered in the air, but before it could fall to the ground, the creature disintegrated into dust. Stay calm. I'm here with you. Abel stepped forward as he spoke. His composed voice lifted the morale of our knights. The holy knights, unwilling to be outdone, let out fierce shouts as they pushed forward. Even the priests providing support from behind began to smile. A split type is coming. How many? Looks like it'll split into 5. At Sylphie's warning, I raised my rapier instantly. Wind circled in the air as I turned to face the monster attempting to divide. I clicked my tongue at the sight of it splitting cleanly into 5 under a holy knight slash. What is this, a slime? Splitting every time it dies. How absurd. This was exactly why we had a separate escort team. The subjugation squad alone couldn't handle the sheer number of monsters, and leaving them unchecked would threaten the rear. SSHK. I flinched at the sickening feeling of flesh being sliced, but I couldn't afford to stop. Just as I was trained, I swung my rapier and began methodically taking down the split-off creatures. After cleaving through the last one, I took a deep breath. They just keep coming, these damn things. Sylphie's tone was more irritated than usual. Crude as he was, I completely agreed. They were swarming in endless, nauseating waves. And to make things worse, none of them were weak either. They were annoyingly tough to deal with. 10 split types incoming. So that's potentially 50 splits. Truly, a monster straight out of a nightmare. I took a deep breath to calm the irritation welling up inside. Wind, heed me. Blue winds swirled around Sylphie. My physical ability and reaction speed surged drastically. The familiar, comforting energy wrapped my body along with the wind. As the subjugation squad struck, the monsters immediately began to split. And just like they were waiting for it, the newly spawned ones charged straight for the priests. Their desperate movements screamed one thing: eliminate the priests. Of course, there was no way I'd just sit back and let that happen. With a quick breath, I kicked off the ground. Blue wind stormed across the battlefield. A combat technique inspired by Sylphie's magic, based on the physical enhancement spell Wind Armor. It allowed my physical capabilities to temporarily double. Sure, it consumed a huge amount of energy, but now wasn't the time to hold back. SSHK. Slash after slash tore through flesh. Though my vision whirled chaotically, I could sense the enemy's positions with near instinctual clarity. A spirit mage who commands the wind can perceive everything within its flow in an instant. Of course, my current abilities limited that range, but it was more than enough. I swung my rapier, slicing into their cores and wiping them out. A simple, repetitive task, yet the results were far from simple. Scree. Split types shrieked hideously as they dissolved into dust mid-air. Since they were from another world, they left no corpses behind. Thankfully. If they had, I probably would have puked on the spot. I'd Nim. Man's voice suddenly called out. I turned to see Mr. Carl giving me a thumbs up with a bright smile. Well done. Thanks for the compliment. I returned his smile and flicked the blood off my rapier. As soon as the droplets scattered, they turned to dust and vanished in the air. So this was the fate of all beings from beyond. Somehow, it left me feeling strangely hollow. Maybe because a part of me wondered if someday I'd end up the same way. Sylphie, reading my thoughts, allowed a sigh and said, "Focus, contractor. It's not over yet." Yeah, you're right. Just like Sylphie said, now wasn't the time for sentimental thoughts. I could get lost in those later. For now, I had to give my all in this moment. With that thought, I turned my gaze back to the front lines. And just then, a massive monster emerged from the rift in space. I froze. It was on a whole different scale from anything we'd seen so far. Gulwar, GHK, Aya. Screams erupted across the battlefield. Some collapsed to their knees, unable to continue fighting. Others simply passed out on the spot. Dozens of eyes bubbled up from its surface. Tentacles stretched in every direction like nerve bundles, and eyeballs rolled around endlessly. All of it coated in a layer of pitch-black slime. Just looking at it sent chills down my spine. A feeling like my brain was refusing to process what I was seeing. It was similar to the time I heard Abel speak, filtered by his restrictions. That thing that exists in the other world. Sylphie clenched his teeth and glared at the creature. He seemed to recognize it, his expression more twisted than I'd ever seen. I felt a strange ripple in my mind as I stared at it too. Even as I tried to steady my breath, dragging my hands down my arms, the unease wouldn't go away. "Don't look." A voice rang in my head. Immediately, I turned my head, forcing the creature out of sight. Bit by bit, my mind began to clear. Just seeing it had that kind of impact? Could such a monster really exist? As I caught my breath, Abel silently stepped toward it. "No way," is Abel. Snap! With a crisp snap of his fingers, dozens of magic circles bloomed in midair. From them, hundreds of spears began to rain down. Contrary to my fears, Abel stood there with arms crossed, completely unbothered. Gulwar. Even as the monster screamed in agony, its mental interference caused waves of panic among the knights. Boom! A thunderous boom, and the monster vanished without a trace. No, could you even call that a monster? In an instant, that being had torn a hole in the subjugation team's formation, and the swarming monsters weren't foolish enough to miss that opening. As if they had been waiting for it, they rushed toward the priests. But the mental interference hadn't lifted yet. None of the knights could move from where they stood. "Damn it, get a grip. We have to protect the priests." "GHK, I know that." Their faces twisted in frustration. Was this why people were always so cautious about mental-type magic? I was no different. I couldn't move my body properly either. I could shift slightly, but nowhere near enough to actually run. "Damn it, Sylphie. TCH, this is bad. Goddess." A delicate voice sounded beside me. Yura slowly stepped forward with her eyes closed. "Please, hear my prayer and grant me your blessing." Her pure, crystalline voice rang out over the battlefield. At the same time, holy energy began to gather around her, forming a small, shimmering barrier. A tremendous amount of divine power condensed around her. "Deliver us from the false gods." With that final invocation, the barrier rapidly expanded until it enveloped the entire battlefield. And just like that, the mental interference constricting my entire body vanished completely. A saintess? She looked exactly like the holy figure I'd only ever heard about in stories. Even as someone who never believed in gods, I found her appearance divine. I offer my body to the goddess. With her blessing complete, the tide began to turn. The monster horde was swiftly subdued. Even the priests in the rear exhaled with relief. But monsters were now converging on Yurif herself, drawn to her divine aura. As if they knew she was a priestess, they charged at her with desperate ferocity. Yurif! She still hadn't noticed them. With a serene expression, she turned toward us. Gritting my teeth, I summoned the power of the wind. The effect won't last long. Got it. I kicked off with my right foot and soared into the air. There were only about 30 meters between us, not a huge distance, but too far for me to reach her with just my physical ability. But with Sylphie's support, I could make it in time. The scenery blurred as I accelerated, Yurif was right in front of me now. From my rapier burst a blade of cutting wind. Monster split in half in a single instant. But then, from within the chaos, one hidden monster lunged and spat something at Yurif. Purple venom mixed into its breath attack. I clenched my teeth. Sylphie, I'm on it. A barrier of wind formed in midair. The powerful gusts redirected the breath, hurling it off course. A faint mist of poison remained, but it wasn't enough to worry about. Worst case, I could just get healing from a priest. I slashed with my rapier, cutting down the last monster lurking in the shadows. When I turned my head, Yurif looked pale. Her legs gave out, and she began to wobble. I quickly caught her before she fell. Are you okay? Yurif closed her eyes, dizzy and barely conscious. Why did you save me? What? What do you mean? Before I could finish, she lost consciousness and collapsed in my arms. A temporary tent came into view. Unlike the others, this one had a red cross drawn on it. This must be the treatment center they mentioned. The inside looked fairly quiet. Understandable, considering there were barely any injuries in this battle. That was probably thanks to the power that Yurif had displayed. Without it, the subjugation team would have suffered considerable damage. Of course, with Abel around, they wouldn't have been wiped out entirely. I gently pulled aside the curtain and stepped inside. The smell of disinfectant. It was the familiar scent of alcohol I'd grown tired of in my previous life. Even in a medieval-like world like this, they already had some concept of hygiene. The thought crossed my mind, but remembering this was a fantasy romance world, I decided to let it go. The treatment room was silent. Several metal cots were lined up inside, but aside from Yurif, all were empty. I stepped quietly toward her side. It's worse than I thought. Yurif was groaning, her face twisted in pain. Although divine power was gathered around her, trying to heal her, her complexion showed no signs of improvement. I sat on the chair beside her and cautiously took her pulse. Faint. Her pulse was sluggish, barely holding on, like it could stop at any moment. I knew exactly what that meant. I had assumed she'd simply fainted, but her condition was far more serious than expected. Even with divine power actively healing her, she remained the same. Sylphie, she's poisoned. Sylphie answered me almost as if he'd been waiting. Poison? Could it have been from the toxic mist the monster released back then? But that didn't quite make sense. Divine power was supposed to dispel poisons. Then why was Yurif still in a poisoned state? Even now, divine energy lingered around her. Seems like her body rejects divine power. Sylphie answered my unspoken question with ease. Wait, that's actually a thing. I asked aloud without meaning to. Sylphie looked at Yurif curiously and replied, I've heard of it before, but this is my first time seeing someone like that. I furrow my brow. If divine power didn't work, then there was no way to cleanse the poison. And it's not like there'd be any kind of antidote for otherworldly monster toxins. While I was lost in thought, Sylphie spoke again. Why are you so concerned about her? That question made me pause. Why was I so concerned about her indeed? Because it doesn't feel like someone else's problem. Something about Yurif reminded me of my past self. The way I used to lash out at people without reason. The way I returned kindness with cynicism. That was before I ended up in Adele's body. Back then, I was at my wit's end, financially and mentally. I believed my life had no meaning and that I didn't need anyone's help. That stubborn arrogance was all I had left. The words I spoke in that state became barbs, hurting those who try to get close to me. The memories are a bit hazy now, but even after becoming Adele, I think I said some of those things again. Even to Lily, who had come to help me. I'd said things that must have hurt. Thanks to my regression, those events technically never happened. But her face, how she looked after hearing those words, is still seared into my mind. That's probably why I can't help but worry. Especially because the last thing Yurif said before she lost consciousness was almost identical to the words I once regretted more than anything. I see. Sylphie nodded calmly, as if he understood. Just then, a priest entered the tent. Unlike the others, he wore black priest robes. He spotted me and hesitated for a moment, studying my face carefully. Just as I was starting to feel uneasy under his gaze, he spoke. Are you by any chance? Lady-eyed? Yes, I am. I nodded. He immediately bowed deeply and spoke loudly. "Thank you so much for saving our priestess." "Oh no, I was just doing my duty as part of the escort team." His sudden gratitude caught me off guard, and I stumbled a bit over my words. He looked at me with a touched expression. "But the fact remains that you saved her." He started to bow again, and I quickly waved my hands to stop him. He smiled kindly at my flustered response. "Did you come because you were worried about the priestess?" "Ah, yes. She didn't look well." Hearing that, the priest's face darkened. He crossed his arms and seemed to ponder something before exhaling a heavy sigh. Then he uncrossed his arms, stepped closer, and lowered his voice. "As you suspected, her condition is not good." His lips tightened as he glanced at Yurif's pale face. He extended a hand and tried to send divine power into her again. But the divine energy simply bounced off her body and lingered around like a ball bouncing off a steel plate. Not a single bit was absorbed. "We'll have to see how things progress, but..." He took a deep breath and continued. "At the moment, all we can do is hope for natural recovery." Natural recovery. Those words made her frail, emaciated figure come into sharper focus. Even the priest who said it didn't seem to believe it himself. He just sighed again. After hesitating for a moment, he finally spoke up. "For an ordinary person, Angor's poison is lethal unless an antidote is administered." Angor's poison. So that's what she inhaled. I had thought the monster seemed unusually weak, but it was a specialized poison type. Even healthy people couldn't survive that poison without an antidote. For Yurif, who had been fasting, it was nothing short of a death sentence. With her current state, she likely won't make it through the day. He gently lifted Yurif's thin arm and sighed before laying it back down. "It's truly unfortunate." With those parting words, the priest turned and walked away, already having given up on her. I couldn't bring myself to stop him. I just stood there, watching his back as he left. I didn't feel sad. After all, it had only been 2 days since we met. It was just unfortunate. The way she lashed out at others like a porcupine with her quills out. The lifeless look in her eyes, like someone who had endured every kind of pain imaginable. And yet, even so, how she reflexively jumped forward to save others. It all reminded me so painfully of who I once was. A lady a man with blue hair, Carl, entered the tent and greeted me warmly. His cheerful expression made it clear he didn't yet know about Yurif's condition. Despite his rough speech and demeanor, he genuinely cared about her, which meant I had to tell him. It left a bitter taste in my mouth, but I opened up. "Yurif, her condition is very serious." "What?" The priest said there's nothing they can do. Carl froze in place. His lips quivered into an awkward smile, but his eyes shook uncontrollably. He was clearly shaken by my words. But you saved her, didn't you, Lady-Eyed?" He stammered, and I had no answer. I looked away from his gaze. He stumbled a bit, leaning against the wall for support. "Carl, no, I'm fine. I'll be fine." His face said otherwise, but he forced a smile and kept muttering the same thing. He slowly walked to Yurif's bedside and sat down on the chair next to her. Seeing her groan in pain, he shut his eyes tight. Taking deep breaths, he tried desperately to calm himself. "What am I supposed to do?" His voice trembled, trailing off. I silently watched him before pulling a paper from my coat. A white sheet with golden letters inscribed on it. It was a sheet infused not with divine power, but with some strange, condensed energy. The item the Pope had given me, calling it a panacea. Carl was clutching a cross tightly, eyes firmly shut. Right in front of him, Yurif was gasping for air, her face twisted in pain. He told me to use it the moment I thought it was necessary. Even when I received it, I had thought it was a bit excessive. Now that I think about it, the whole situation had been incredibly odd. Out of all the people there, he had walked straight up to me, offering it as a gift of apology, no less. There's no way the Pope, the leader of the holy nation, would have failed to recognize that my artifact was a mere decoy. Most likely, he had already figured out who I was and wanted to burden me with a sense of obligation. Does that mean I'm that important? Otherwise, there's no reason for the Pope to have handed me something so grand. Which meant that, Right now, my course of action was simple. Are you sure about this? Yeah, this is the best option we have. I nodded at Sylphie's question, then slowly approached Yurif. Holding the white paper in one hand, I came to stand beside her. Lady-eyed, Carl, startled by my sudden approach, called out in confusion. Then his eyes flickered in panic as he caught sight of the item in my hand. How do I use this? What? I mean, please, just answer me first. I spoke firmly. At that, Carl, who had been hesitating, quickly responded. Jay, just focus on the target and pray. That's all. So I just needed to focus on the person and pray. Simpler than I expected. I closed my eyes and carefully pictured Yurif in my mind. Wong. A low hum echoed in the air, and a light leaked through my shut eyelids. When I opened them again, I saw Yurif, her face visibly more at ease. It was the first time I'd ever seen such a peaceful expression on her face. Without even realizing it, a faint smile tugged at my lips. Beneath the quiet stillness of the tent, a desk and chair stood on the grass. Seated there, Abel flipped through papers deep in thought. Scratch, scratch. The soft sound of a pen gliding over paper broke the silence from time to time, accompanied by the faint sound of ink being drawn into a fountain pen. A low murmur flowed from his lips. I sat quietly, watching him from a sofa placed out on the meadow. It almost felt like I was watching one of those ASMR videos. This is oddly relaxing. Even in my previous life, there were videos like this. Those study with me, streams featuring handsome or pretty people silently studying by your side. If I close my eyes right now, I could probably fall asleep in no time. That thought made me chuckle a little. Maybe that chuckle was too much because the scratch, scratch sound came to a sudden stop. Abel set the paper down on the desk and narrowed his eyes slightly, looking my way. The scar near his eye made him look more menacing than he actually was, but he didn't seem angry. Rather than furious, his expression leaned more toward mildly annoyed. After living together for months now, I could read that much at least. Well, to be fair, I had barged into the tent, sprawled out on his sofa, and then laughed to myself like some weirdo. So maybe it was fair. If I had to explain myself, it was just that I hadn't seen a sofa in forever since my reincarnation. I threw myself onto it out of sheer nostalgia. And maybe because it was way more comfortable than I expected, I hadn't been able to get up since. That judgmental look he gave me, like I was pitiful, had to be my imagination, right? What brings you here? Do I need a reason? We're already engaged. I replied, shamelessly, acting like it was the most obvious thing in the world. At my brazen response, Abel let out a dry laugh. Not the least bit fazed by his reaction, I kept rolling around on the sofa. The necklace around my neck started to feel a little annoying, so I took it off and tossed it aside. The moment I did, my snowy white hair began to fade back to its original black. Even that small act gave me a sense of liberation. It always felt so stuffy when I had to keep up the disguise, like the manna was constantly clinging to my hair. Abel, watching me, finally set his pen down and muttered in a scolding tone, "You've grown very shameless, haven't you?" A skill I picked up thanks to a certain someone. Abel had embarrassed me plenty of times with that poker face of his. This was just returning the favor. Maybe, just maybe, if I kept mirroring him like this, he'd ease up a bit. Isn't that what they call mirror therapy? Abel let out a soft chuckle at my reply. Hard to believe you were trembling like a scared rabbit not too long ago. True, in the beginning, I had been nervous around him. My friend wouldn't shut up about how ruthless the character Abel was in the original work. But after all this time, I'd realized that the Abel in front of me had a lot of differences. Still merciless and sharp as a blade, sure, but also quietly warm to those he trusted. Me? When was that? Not wanting to admit it, I played dumb and replied with a straight face. That made Abel smile again. HM? So you don't remember, huh? Right after our contract ended, your legs gave out in... Yeah, don't say it. I shot up from the sofa and clamped both hands over Abel's mouth in a panic. He just smiled with his eyes, amused. And just as I was starting to fall under the spell of that beautiful smile, he licked my hand with his tongue. The slimy sensation hit my palm, and I recoiled instantly. Aya, that's your punishment for interrupting a duke. I wiped the now slightly damp hand on my leather armor, freaking out. Who the hell licks someone's hand just because it's covering their mouth? I turned to complain, only to see Abel grinning smugly, clearly satisfied with himself. Letting out a sigh, I gave up and flopped back onto the sofa. Watching me, Abel finally spoke again, voice quieter this time. I heard you use the Panacea talisman. The rumors spread that fast. Word gets around. He replied indifferently, turning back to his papers. Even though his expression didn't show much emotion, I found myself reading between the lines. Aren't you going to say anything about it? HM? What do you mean? His response was genuine confusion. He wasn't challenging my decision. He simply didn't get why I thought he would. You know, something like, why did you waste that on someone else? At that, Abel let out an incredulous laugh. A low chuckle spilled out from him, and his gaze landed on me again. So that's how you saw me, huh? Some petty man. I turned away, dodging his eyes. It wasn't really about him, per SC. I just couldn't imagine Abel using something as grand as a Panacea talisman in that way. He gently shook his head, as if denying my thoughts. The Panacea talisman was yours. It's up to you how you use it. I see. He signed the last of the papers with a flourish and stuck his quill back into the inkwell. Then he walked over and sat on the sofa across from me. His expression had turned serious, and he looked me directly in the eyes. Do you regret it? No, I don't regret it, but... My voice trailed off. Abel crossed his arms, his gaze probing, like he was silently asking if I was sure I didn't regret it. His eyes were so steady and sincere, it almost made me want to look away. Honestly, I don't know. I mumbled quietly. At that, Abel closed his eyes for a moment. I think it was a good decision. The Pope's a sneaky bastard. Just look at how he's clung to that seat for over 100 years. If he really cared about the younger generation, he should have stepped down a long time ago. There was a hint of bitterness in Abel's voice, and I realized I'd never seen him speak like this before. He didn't seem to hate the Pope, but he definitely wasn't fond of him either. Pointing to the folded paper in my pocket, Abel continued, You really think someone like him would hand you something like a Panacea talisman out of the goodness of his heart? So you're saying, yeah, in the end, saving that priest of the Holy Nation was the right thing to do. I didn't owe the Holy Nation a debt. In fact, it was quite the opposite. I had done him a favor. That alone would make it much more difficult for the Pope's faction to interfere with us. Bestowing a favor without making it obvious, then using that unspoken debt to gain the upper hand. That had always been the Pope's style. And Eurif, was it? How much do you know about her? Almost nothing. We only met 2 days ago. He tapped his arm with a finger for a moment before lowering his voice. Not surprising. She's one of the Holy Nation's candidates for Saintus. Saintus candidate? That Eurif? I looked at Abel, confused, and he gave a calm nod in return. Thinking back, the divine power she had shown on the battlefield had definitely been worthy of someone called a Saintus. Still, I never expected she'd actually be one of the candidates. So, do you understand now why I said it was a good decision? A knight of the Ari Empire used a Panacea talisman, gifted by the Pope, to save one of the Holy Nation's Saintus candidates. Even at a glance, it painted a politically favorable picture. Politics really is complicated. As I listened to Abel explain it all, my head started to spin a little. These kinds of transactions, passed around among high-ranking officials, still felt foreign to me. He offered a wry smile, as if agreeing with my sentiment. Yes, it is complicated. It's not like I was good at it from the start. Really? Yeah. Not that I expect you to believe it. I shook my head slightly at his words. After spending months with him, I had come to understand Abel's personality a bit. You've worked so hard to get where you are, haven't you? He hated showing weakness. Even when things were hard, he kept it all inside. According to Laura, the head maid, he didn't even show his vulnerable side to the servants. For someone like that to let down his guard in front of me, it could only mean he trusted me deeply. I actually really respect you, you know. Abel went speechless, like a mute with honey on his tongue. His reaction was so out of character, I couldn't help but giggle. Oh, did I just make your heart flutter a little? I have no idea what you're talking about. He sighed and rose from his seat. Clearly, that last line had backfired a little. You should get going now. Are you kicking me out? Yes. It's time for me to sleep. It was still a bit early to be calling it a night, but just as I thought that, I noticed Abel's ears had turned a faint shade of red. I smiled and got up from the sofa. Well, seeing this side of him was rare enough. This much was good for today. I put the necklace back on and reactivated the disguise spell. My hair turned white again, all the way to the tips, and I stepped out of the tent. The chilly night breeze felt oddly pleasant tonight. To be respected, huh? It had been a long time since he'd heard that from someone. Maybe once or twice from Aaron or Evan back when they were young. But hearing it now stirred something in my chest. Whether it was excitement or the joy of being acknowledged, I wasn't quite sure. One thing was certain, I did hold some level of affection toward her. Whether that affection was romantic, that was still unclear. Mother, and you seem to be getting along quite well. Aaron's playful smile greeted Mister. She stood leaning against one of the tent's pillars, arms crossed casually. Who are you calling your mother? Well, she's going to be Father's wife, so that makes her my mother, doesn't it? Was she being bold because this was a personal matter? Seriously, where'd she learn to tease like this? So, have you figured everything out? Yes. As we suspected, a few of them had infiltrated the Holy Knights as well. And my question, Aaron nodded in confirmation. She scratched her head irritably, clearly fed up with it all. After scanning the list written on the paper, Aaron clicked her tongue and handed it over to me. I didn't expect the Emperor's eyes to reach all the way into the Holy Kingdom. That bastard would never form an alliance without laying his groundwork first. Do you think the Pope doesn't know? At her cautious question, I let out a short laugh. There's no way someone who's ruled a nation for decades is unaware of such schemes. He knows. He's just choosing to ignore it. Most likely because he intends to use it to his own advantage. Just as I'm using Alan as the informant within the Imperial Court. There's no way he doesn't know. Then what in the world is he thinking? Trying to read the mind of an old fox will only give you a headache. Better to just leave him be. The Pope has never really cared about anything outside his holy kingdom. As long as no one touches his territory, he's likely to turn a blind eye even to the Emperor's schemes. That's why the Emperor has never dared to make a move on the Holy Kingdom recklessly. Unless he's fully prepared, going up against the Pope is no different from suicide. The unusually heavy Imperial involvement in this subjugation campaign must have been part of his setup. Of course, I let it all slide, everything that didn't directly get in my way. It's easier to expose the Emperor's intentions to the Pope by letting him act freely. All we need to do is inform him about the situation in his own nest. Are you saying the Pope really doesn't know about the Emperor's plan? If he did, he would have taken action by now. It's a plan that could kill tens of thousands of innocent people. The Pope's methods may be shady, but his faith and sense of sacrifice are as genuine as any saint of the Goddess Church. He adores the people of the Holy Kingdom. There's no way he'd just stand by and watch them die. I see. Aaron nodded, seemingly convinced by my explanation. I began to read the list she had handed over. There were fewer infiltrators among the Holy Knights than I expected, maybe 3 or 4 at most. Even my own servant roster has more than 10 spies. But perhaps that in itself is impressive. That such a sacred order has even this many traitors is a feat. I can't imagine what tricks were used to pull that off. One name in particular caught my eye. Yrf von Ernesti. No way. She actually participated in this subjugation campaign. In the original story, Yrf never joined the campaign. Despite being blessed directly by the goddess and possessing incredible talent, she had a constitution that rejected divine power. If she got even slightly injured in battle, she couldn't be healed by other priests. Even potions didn't work well on her. That said everything. There was a reason a saintess candidate like her wasn't sent to the front lines. Didn't she nearly die this time from monster venom? It's fate. That's what the Pop had muttered. Sending Yrf into battle was probably also part of this so-called fate. I found myself recalling her role in the original. The false saint, the betrayer. She'd been called many things. She was one of the most beloved supporting characters among readers because of how multifaceted she was. One of the few who knew she was merely a substitute, a decoy, a puppet, installed to serve as the Emperor's eyes. That internal contradiction within Yurif made her an especially compelling character. But now, faced with her in real life, I couldn't help but feel a bitter taste in my mouth. Are you not going to tell her the truth about who she is? Aaron asked quietly while scanning the names beside me. I set the list down at her question. When I turned, I saw Aaron's face filled with worry. Spending a month alongside Adele must have made her attached. She looked like a teacher worried for her student. I wondered if I'd ever worn the same expression. Shaking off that thought, I replied, "She's still a saint's candidate, rotten or not. Do you really think the Emperor would move a piece he cherishes without care?" "You're right. From his point of view, she's not a card he can use lightly." "Exactly. I highly doubt that Emperor would waste a valuable piece like Yurif just to deal with Adele. In the original, he held her back and protected her, only to be betrayed by her in the end. I doubt the Emperor of this world is any different. No matter how powerful he is, at his core, he's just a coward." Suddenly, her eyes opened. An unfamiliar ceiling came into view. White fabric stretched across wooden beams. Her arm, resting on the bed, felt the cold touch of metal. Yurif sat up slowly, quietly taking in the scene. Her condition, once so dire, had seemingly disappeared without a trace. It doesn't hurt. The burning pain that had scorched her lungs, making it impossible to breathe, was completely gone. Even the hunger she had endured for so long seemed to have faded. Overwhelmed by the unexpected calm, Yurif closed her eyes for a moment. She could feel divine energy gently flowing around her body, stronger and livelier than usual. That meant her condition had improved significantly. When she opened her eyes again, she saw a woman sleeping, slumped over the bed. White hair spilled in messy strands. I was it, a member of the Black Raven Knights of the Ari Empire, a skilled warrior worthy of that elite unit, and one of the few known spirit knights. She had been assigned as Yurif's personal escort, the one who had saved her from certain death by monster, the one who had used a precious panacea on her dying body. Someone saved me again. Ever since she became aware of her identity, it had always been this way. As if guided by the goddess herself, Yurif had managed to survive death time and again. Yet she was just a stand-in, a substitute created to replace a rural girl named Yurif. When the Pope personally declared her a saint as candidate, she had been so shocked she could hardly speak. Her fasts were meant to get him to revoke that position. But every time she pleaded, the Pope refused. Snore! She turned to sea-eyed, softly sleeping. She had dozed off, slumped over at the edge of the bed, clearly an uncomfortable position. Even so, she slept with a peaceful expression. If she keeps sleeping like that, she'll throw her back out in no time. The thought suddenly crossed Yurif's mind. After all, she had injured her own back sleeping in that exact position while caring for a patient once. As she reached her hand out toward-eyed, an old memory flashed through her mind and made her hesitate. Is this really okay? It was still a vivid scene in her mind. The look on Carl's face when she had revealed she was nothing more than a substitute created by the Emperor. His face, smiling even as he coughed up blood in the flames. His eyes, filled with unwavering resolve as he swore to return the kindness he had received from her. "Mr. Carl, what should I do now?" But no answer came to her question. It wasn't something she could ask the current Carl. He had long been replaced by the Emperor's eye. That's why she had always treated him so coldly. Because she simply couldn't accept that he was still the Carl she once knew. Even if it meant spitting in her own face, she couldn't let go of that belief. "Oh, you're awake." I'd wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth and looked at Yurif. Embarrassed, Yurif quickly pulled her outstretched hand back. I didn't seem to pay much attention to it. Rubbing her eyes, she quietly sat down in the chair beside the bed. Still half asleep, I'd shook her head several times in an effort to wake up, though her eyelids drooped again as if still heavy with sleep. Bless! Yurif gently granted her a touch of divine energy. A small act of kindness. Surely it wouldn't matter. It's not like the Emperor was monitoring her every move. As divine power seeped in her body, Ede's eyes flew open wide. Now, fully awake, she glanced around at herself in amazement, letting out a soft gasp. Then she turned to Yurif with a curious look. "How did you do that?" It's just a simple blessing. A priest's blessing could naturally restore vitality. Used like this, it made waking up early in the morning a little easier. At Yurif's explanation, Eid's eyes sparkled as she asked, "Can I do it too?" Probably not. Yurif shook her head slightly. To handle divine power, you have to receive a direct baptism from the Holy Kingdom. Ah, that's a shame. At her reply, I let out a sigh, clearly disappointed. The raw honesty on her face made Yurif smile without even realizing it. That's your first smile. Me? Yes. It looks good on you. I'd said it with a soft eye smile. Yurif hadn't smiled much before. She tried to lift the corners of her mouth again, but all she felt was the awkward twitch of unfamiliar muscles. The sight made I'd chuckle unintentionally. You're not used to smiling, huh? Yeah, I haven't had many reasons to. Well, then start now. You never know. You might have plenty of reasons to smile from now on. You think so? I do. Absolutely. I'd responded without a hint of doubt. And for a moment, Yura found herself a little envious of her positivity after a fierce battle. The second-dimensional rift finally closed. As we went deeper, just like the rumors said, the monsters became significantly stronger. There weren't any irregulars that tried to mess with our minds like last time, but overall, this wave was much tougher than the first. Now I understood why Abel had told me to defeat him first if I wanted to participate in the subjugation. It wasn't just to test me for fun. He had a point. Without that month of training, I couldn't even imagine how many of us might have died here. It also made me realize just how complacent I'd been all this time. Ooh, I wiped the blood from my rapier and sheathed it. Blood droplets scattered like dust into the air. I stared at them absent-mindedly until a hand gently tapped my shoulder. I turned to see Yurif smiling softly. Her earlier question, "Do you like Abel?" suddenly replayed in my head, and I awkwardly averted my eyes. But Yurif didn't seem bothered. She stepped forward, stopping in front of me again. "Do you have a minute?" "Oh, well, what are you hesitating for? Just say yes or no." That blunt remark came from Sylphie beside me. Ichir was always stingy about the smallest things, but weirdly cool when it came to stuff like this. All right, I get it." I gave a small nod, and Yurif gently grabbed my hand. Still bony, but now there was a warmth, an energy that hadn't been there before. While I was momentarily distracted by that warmth, she pulled me along toward one of the tents. Carl, who had been resting nearby, watched us with a pleased expression. When our eyes met, he gave us a small wave. "I've got something to do, so I'll be a bit late." With that, Carl turned and walked off. Yurif watched until he was completely out of sight before exhaling a relieved breath. I couldn't help but wonder why she seemed uncomfortable around him, but I didn't press. She pulled open the tent flap roughly and slipped inside. I followed after her and was greeted by the unfamiliar interior. Turning slightly, I saw Yurif looking at me with sparkling eyes. "You like the Duke, right?" "Abel." It was phrased like a question, but her gaze already held certainty. I couldn't bring myself to deny it, so I nodded. Her eyes sparkled even more. "I'll have you know, I'm a bit of a love expert." "Is that so?" Honestly, it was a hard claim to believe just looking at her. Maybe noticing my doubtful glance, Yura folded her arms and narrowed her eyes at me. While I tensed up, thinking she caught on to my thoughts, she pointed out something else instead. "I'd speak casually with me. I'm only 14, you know. If you don't mind, I'll try." Was this her way of saying she wanted to be closer? The prickly version of Yura from a few days ago was nowhere to be seen now. "So, want to hear my love advice?" She proudly claimed she had matched more than 10 couples in the Holy Kingdom. Her smug expression struck me as oddly adorable, and I couldn't help but smile. My smile made her frown. "You don't believe me, do you? Then ask Carl later. He never lies." "Okay, I will. So, what's your plan?" Yurif asked again, her eyes practically glowing with goodwill. I couldn't bring myself to say no, not with her looking at me like that. If I refused, she'd probably sulk and avoid talking to me for a while. I didn't know her that well, but something told me she was that type. Love advice to steal someone else's fiancé? Now that's rich. That someone else is me, you know? Exactly. That's what makes it so funny. Sylphie chuckled beside me, his mouth half covered as if enjoying the show. Seeing him do that with Abel's face made me want to flick her forehead. Still, I held back. Didn't want Yurif to think I was acting weird. Phew. Laughter slipped out from between the fingers that tried to cover his mouth. Abel, unable to hold it in any longer, burst into laughter. Even as I watched him quietly with narrowed eyes, he made no attempt to stop. KHH, so let me get this straight. You got love advice from a Saintus candidate. Can you stop laughing already? If the roles were reversed, wouldn't you be laughing just as hard? It was absurd no matter how many times I thought about it. Imagine receiving romantic advice just to steal your own fiancé. And of course, I hadn't been able to say no to Yurif, not when her eyes sparkled at the idea of helping. Ironically, Abel and I were already close enough to call each other by name. I haven't had anything to laugh about lately. Thanks to you, I feel a bit better now. Ugh, shut up. I let out a long sigh and flopped onto the couch dramatically. Puffing up my cheeks, I turned away from him like I was staging a silent protest. But the soft sounds of him still chuckling didn't stop. Hey, Abel. My apologies. I'll stop now. I shot him a sideways glare. Abel gave a slight grin, then, true to his word, cut off the laughter. Not that he looked particularly sorry, but I let it go. I wasn't expecting a genuine apology anyway. So how is she doing? Not too bad. I think she stopped fasting. At least, she's eating porridge now. Is that so? That's a relief. A relief, huh? You knew Yurif before all this? Abel paused for a moment at my question. Then he gave a short chuckle, like he was rolling the thought around in his head. Not really. We're not anything in particular. Really? When I asked again, Abel nodded without hesitation. He didn't look like he was lying, though, to be fair, there'd be no reason for him to lie about this anyway. Why do you ask? Are you jealous? Me? I pointed to myself with a finger, asking back in disbelief. Abel smiled faintly and replied, Who else but you would be jealous? I am not. Even as I narrowed my eyes and replied flatly, the smile on his face didn't fade. His expression, for some reason, made me irrationally annoyed. He didn't look like he believed me at all. Ugh, think whatever you want. I think I will. At this point, it didn't matter what I said. That look on his face wasn't going anywhere. Whenever Abel had that teasing expression, no amount of logic or arguing worked. He'd just keep smiling like that. What really pissed me off was that he looked so damn good doing it. Maybe looks do matter, after all. Even though Adele, my current body, was considered quite pretty, it still paled in comparison to Abel. Honestly, if Abel dressed up as a girl, he'd probably look even better than I do. Just thinking about it makes me even more irritated. Well, enough chit-chat. He finally wiped the smile from his face and picked up a piece of paper from the desk. It was filled with lines of tightly packed imperial script, so dense and formal that I couldn't read a word of it from where I sat. The Emperor has started to move. He has. Yes. With a snap of Abel's fingers, the paper rose gently into the air, drifting toward me until it floated right before my eyes. I caught it and looked it over. Written on the page were detailed accounts of the recent events between the Holy Kingdom and the Imperial Court. His next target is the Holy Kingdom. Huh. Yes. He's always seen them as a thorn in his side. The alliance with the Holy Kingdom had always been nothing more than a facade. Beneath the surface, countless assassination attempts had gone back and forth between Ari Empire and Holy Kingdom. They were just never made public. Without even realizing it, my hand moved to my neck. The phantom sting from when I was nearly strangled still lingered faintly. And with it, the fear, the first real fear of death I'd ever experienced, came rushing back. I tried to hide the slight tremble in my fingertips, but Abel must have noticed. His eyes softened with concern as he looked at me. You're still scared, aren't you? Yeah. I almost died by his hand. And that was just a month ago. It's a fear you'll have to overcome one day, if you want to grow stronger. I know. His tone was firm, but his voice carried quiet worry. It made me feel a bit self-conscious, and I scratched my cheek awkwardly. If the Holy Kingdom is next, then I guess we'll be heading there soon, too. That's why this subjugation is so important. Now I understood why Abel had insisted on joining the monster hunt himself. Through this campaign, he planned to establish goodwill with the Holy Kingdom. and use that alliance to stand against the emperor from within their borders. That was the strategy Abel had been laying out all along. So we'll need merits then? If I remembered right, Uruf had mentioned something in passing. The Holy Kingdom was strictly merit-based. Only those with clear contributions and proven devotion could rise to positions of influence. And those merits were mostly earned through rooting out evil and leading good deeds. Exactly. There's about a week left before the subjugation ends. But what about the all-purpose remedy scroll I used? Isn't that enough to earn me some merit? That was your accomplishment, Azide, not mine. Fair enough. Now it made sense why Abel always placed himself on the front lines, cutting through monsters like a force of nature. It was all for the sake of gaining the Holy Kingdom's trust, so they'd side with him against the Emperor. I couldn't help but wonder, was everything Abel had done so far part of a long-term plan to assassinate the Emperor? Not just out of justice, but because of something personal. Not because of the Emperor's evil, but because of some deeper, private grudge Abel held. I wanted to ask him, but I didn't. Not yet. We weren't quite close enough for that kind of question. And something told me that asking would brush against a wound far deeper than I was ready to understand. After finishing my conversation with Abel, I stepped out of the tent. It was late, and it seemed everyone had already returned to their own tents. The camp had grown quiet. The cool night breeze brushing against my face made me feel a little sentimental. For a change of pace, I began walking toward the hill just below the camp. Just yesterday, the area had been dotted with curious onlookers, but tonight, not a single soul was in sight. Well, today's subjugation battle was brutal. Everyone was probably too exhausted and had gone to sleep early. With the soft rustle of grass beneath my feet, I slowly made my way forward, enjoying the gentle breeze that brushed past my entire body. Normally, Sylphie would have been here to enjoy the wind with me, but perhaps tired from the day, she had already returned to the spirit realm. She must have even cut the link. Her voice wasn't echoing in my mind at all. As I walked, lost in those idle thoughts, I spotted someone sitting in the distance. She had let her hair down, the long dark strands flowing over the grass. Her face, though still thin, had filled out a little compared to before. Uruf, the girl with blue eyes, Uruf, was crouched down, quietly staring up at the sky. Her body was still frail, but she looked much better than she had the last time I saw her. Thinking that, I quietly approached and sat beside her on the grass. She flinched in surprise, her eyes widening, but then offered a soft greeting. Hello. Yeah, hello. The scene felt no different from any other day. After exchanging greetings, silence fell between us again. It wasn't unbearably awkward like before, but it still felt a bit stifling. Uruf didn't seem to mind the atmosphere. She simply gazed up at the night sky in quiet contemplation. What are you doing? Watching the stars. The stars, huh? I followed her gaze upward. The sky was pitch black, speckled with countless glowing stars. I couldn't recognize any of the constellations from my previous life, but the sight was just as breathtaking as I remembered. Back then, the city lights had drowned out the night sky so much that it was hard to see even a single star. But here, just turning your head slightly revealed an overwhelming number of stars. Do you believe in star-related superstitions? Huh, there's something like that. When I asked, Uruf looked at me with confused eyes, as if surprised I didn't know. Her gaze wasn't judgmental. It was more innocent, like she was genuinely curious why I didn't know. It stung a little. She closed her eyes for a moment, then began explaining. According to the superstition, every constellation in the sky represents a person's fate. Those constellations? I asked skeptically, and she gave a small nod. The idea that every person's fate was written in the stars sounded far-fetched. There were hundreds of millions of people in the world. If the sky held all their destinies, wouldn't it be daytime all the time? As I mulled that over, Uruf continued in a quiet voice. It's a well-known superstition. A lot of people believe in it. The most prominent example, she added, was the holy Pop himself. Hearing that made me close my mouth. He was the leader of the Church of the Goddess. He probably knew far more about this world than I did. Do you see that one star shining especially brightly up there? That one, I looked back up, just as she said, amidst the sea of white lights. One star sparkled more intensely than the others, but there was only one. It flickered as if it might go out at any moment. Hardly something you could call a constellation. I knew it was just superstition, but the sight still gave me an uneasy feeling. Before I could shake the thought, Yurif spoke again. You can't see it. Huh? I turned my head. She was smiling bitterly. Yurif stretched her bony hand toward the sky. It trembled slightly, as if trying desperately to reach those stars. There's no constellation up there that belongs to me. You mean, I don't belong in this world. I'm an outsider. Outsider. The word struck a nerve. Her expression brimmed with profound loneliness. What kind of life had she lived that someone her age could wear such a look? Her withdrawn, timid face, it reminded me of myself in my past life. And just like that, I couldn't look away. Because in the end, I'm fake. Fake. I didn't fully understand what she meant, but I could sense the weight of her words. After all, I had once wrestled with the same kind of thoughts. My twin sister had always been better than me at everything. I was constantly compared to her, criticized, and overlooked by our parents. Back in middle school, during the turbulent storm of adolescence, I started to believe I was nothing more than a replacement, a fake. Thinking of myself as useless, as something disposable, left deep wounds on my heart. And the people around me did little to help. They were harsh, unforgiving. By the time those wounds festered and burst, I ended up saying something to my sister, something I would regret for the rest of my life. Just like I had once hurt Lily as Adele. God, I really am such an idiot. I swallowed a bitter laugh and asked her, does it really matter if you're real or fake? In the end, the point I want to make was simple. Let's say the world did divide people into real and fake. Even if she was fake, what difference did it make? Yurif opened her eyes wide in surprise. She hesitated, lips parting and closing, like she had never thought about it that way. Maybe she really did believe she was a false saintess. Maybe that's why she kept fasting, to get the Pop to withdraw his recommendation for her to become the next saintess. But from everything I had seen of her so far, Yurif was more than worthy of being called saintess. Even when she was irritable from fasting, she never withheld healing or blessings from others. And more than that, she'd risked her life to break through mental manipulation and step forward in battle. If someone like her couldn't be called a saintess, then who could? But no one likes a fake, right? Do you really believe that? Yurif hesitated, then slowly nodded. The resignation in her eyes was hard to look at. It reminded me too much of myself in the past. You know, I had a twin sister. It was a piece of my past I'd never share with anyone. A memory I couldn't reveal as Adele Von Este, because in this world, Adele had no siblings. But borrowing the identity of the spirit knight, I could talk about it. Maybe someday I'd tell Abel too, but not yet. Not unless I was ready to admit that I was a soul from another world. Something absurd he'd probably never believe. Just as I was about to get lost in those thoughts, Yurif spoke again. Your sister? Yeah, she was amazing. She had talents that always outshined mine. Academics, sports, even the one thing I thought I was decent at, embroidery. She surpassed me in everything. I lived in her shadow always. Friends, teachers, even our parents. Because we were twins and looked identical, people began to see me as nothing more than her substitute. They went for boys who showed interest in me too. And eventually, even our parents. Worst of all, I started to believe it myself, that I was just a stand-in. Being a fake means I felt like I was just her imitation. Just when I was drowning in those thoughts, my sister got accepted into a prestigious university. Even with our family's financial struggles, she made it happen. In this world's terms, it would have been like a commoner getting accepted into the Royal Academy. That's how big a deal it was. And with that, I was shoved even further into the background. I truly thought I was a worthless knockoff. That's why I climbed to the rooftop. And when I stood before the railing, the first person to come running wasn't a friend or even my parents. It was my sister. She was crying as she clung to me, yelling at the top of her lungs. That I wasn't her substitute. That I was precious just as I was. Even then, I didn't listen. I lashed out with words that cut deep. I asked her since when she had ever cared about me. Told her she'd always been just a thorn in my side. And as we argued, when I started to fall over the edge, she threw herself forward to save me. The smile she gave me in that moment. It's something I can never forget. You know, whether you're real or fake, it really doesn't matter. What matters is the kind of person you choose to be. If I'd realized that back then, maybe I wouldn't have said such cruel things to her. Maybe I would have known I wasn't just her shadow, but a kind, warm-hearted younger sister in my own right. Can I ask you something? Yes. I turned my head to find Yurif, her eyes shimmering with tears. I gave a soft smile, then pulled a small towel from my cloak and handed it to her. What kind of person are you? She lowered her head, hesitating for a long moment. Then in a tiny voice, she whispered, I need some time to figure that out. Yeah, that's okay. I stood up from where I was sitting. As I glanced back, I saw Yurif sitting there, her eyes closed in deep thought. I didn't know exactly what struggle she was facing, but I hoped, more than anything, that she wouldn't walk the same painful path I once did. That was all I could wish for. Inside the silent tent, not even the faintest sound of an ant's footsteps could be heard. An old man sat with his eyes closed, immersed in quiet meditation. The holy emblem of the goddess church embroidered on his pure white robes left no doubt. He was the Pope. Even his usual attendant priest had been dismissed. Alone, he focused solely on his breathing, calming his heart and mind. By the time even the whispering wind slipping through the curtain seams had gone still, the sound of footsteps echoed. Someone had appeared from thin air and was now approaching. Step, step. The Pope immediately sensed who it was. There is only one person who could enter this place without resistance from the priests. Well, I didn't expect my dear Duke to be this rude. Surely you're not realizing that just now. The man snorted derisively. At the sound, the Pope opened his eyes. Ash-gray hair, silver eyes, a sharp gaze, and an eerie presence that made even the Pope momentarily stiffen. Put plainly, the man had an insufferable face. It's been a while since we've met in private. Your Holiness. Abel, one of the only 4 dukes of the Ari Empire, and an adversary the Pope might as well call a nemesis. Though in the past they had once stood side by side as comrades on the battlefield. Tap! With a snap of his fingers, Abel summoned 2 cushions from thin air. Even during the subjugation campaigns, his spatial magic had been formidable. In the Ari Empire, often dubbed the Empire of Mages, none wielded space magic like Abel did. The Pope remembered how Abel had once struggled to learn even basic shielding spells. Has that much time really passed since then? Please have a seat. Settling himself without hesitation, Abel pointed to the other cushion. The Pope chuckled softly and slowly rose from the floor. His language might be polite, but Abel's attitude hadn't changed a bit. Back then, he used to call the Pope Old Geezer to his face. If anything, this was an improvement. Still, it was obvious he hadn't changed how little he thought of the Pope. Indeed, it's been ages since the two of us met like this. Over a decade, wasn't it? You were the one who insisted we keep things strictly professional. The Pope grumbled, and Abel narrowed his eyes in amusement. But the Pope met that gaze head-on, unfazed. You're still holding a grudge over that. You're the one who started acting petty first. With a scoff, Abel reached into the air. Without even chanting, a spatial rift opened at his will. He rummaged around inside and pulled out 2 wine glasses, tossing one to the Pope. The Pope barely caught it using divine energy. Seeing that, Abel chuckled. You really have gotten old. Can't even catch a cup properly. I am well over 100, you know. This is to be expected. More than a full century had passed since his birth. This frailty was natural. Not that he'd ever intended to live this long. Yet the vows of his youth still bound him tightly. You mean your advanced age, not just old age, Abel quipped. While the Pope drifted into memories of the past, Abel retrieved a peculiar-looking bottle from the spatial rift. At the sight of it, the Pope's eyes lit up. He recognized it instantly. An oriental medicinal liquor, ginseng wine, the kind notoriously hard to come by. Long before he became a clergyman, he'd been an avid lover of fine alcohol. Of course, he recognized it at a glance. As the Pope's gaze locked onto the bottle, Abel smirked. Still a drinker, I see. I don't drink because I can't find any. Imagine the priest finding out the Pope's a liquor lover. They'd faint on the spot. Heh, I haven't had a drink in ages thanks to this cursed old body. They wouldn't know. The Pope gently ran his fingers over the glass before placing it down on the floor. Watching him, Abel casually tossed the bottle into the air. A white magic circle appeared, catching it midair and tilting it toward the Pope's cup. Clear liquid glided from the bottle, shimmering as it poured. The Pope instinctively swallowed. Since when do you care about my health? Since the war ended. That would make it what? 10 years now. To that, Abel replied with a dry laugh. Has it already been that long? 10 years. The Pope murmured the number under his breath and drifted back into the past, to the first time he'd met Abel. It had been during the Great War sparked, when the kingdom of Prylecha turned both the holy nation of Numen and the Ari Empire into its enemies. A war that had dragged on for over a century. The Pope had been dispatched to the battlefield in his middle age. That's where we met. For over 20 years, he had wandered the battlefield as a priest, and that's when he'd met a young imperial soldier. A boy driven mad by bloodshed, surviving only by killing. His body looked like it would collapse with a tap, yet among all the Empire's child soldiers, only that boy had survived until the end. And now that very same boy stood before him, not only as one of the Empire's 4 dukes, but also as a grand archmage. Time truly was a merciless thing. Back then, I was full of fire too, the Pope murmured, savoring the wine's aroma. Abel, watching, let out a snort. Fire? You were already an old geezer, even back then. Now, that's no way to talk to an elderly man. Consider it the price of getting a sip of my expensive liquor. Despite the many years that had passed, Abel's arrogant nature remained exactly the same. What used to be an infuriating attitude now felt oddly comforting. They say the older you get, the easier it is to feel nostalgic about everything. The Pope muttered to himself, letting out a quiet sigh as he took another sip from his glass. Abel said nothing, watching the Pope's wistful expression. He simply refilled his own cup, letting the clear liquid trickle through the narrow neck of the bottle, filling the glass with a soft glug. With a swift tilt, he knocked back the entire glass in one go. A warm burn flooded down his throat and spread through his chest. The Pope clicked his tongue disapprovingly. You really don't know how to appreciate a good drink. Who downed something that fine in one shot? What's it matter? It's my drink. I'll enjoy it however I like. Ugh. This is exactly why I hate having private drinks with you. Fine by me. You're not getting any more. Actually, the way you drank it doesn't seem that bad now that I think about it. Abel chuckled dryly at the Pope's sudden reversal. Same as always, an incorrigible old man. As the Pope raised his glass again, Abel snapped his fingers. The Pope froze for a brief second. It felt like a wave of immense mana had just swept over his body. Wong. A faint vibration hummed at his ears as an enormous barrier formed around the tent. Even without deep knowledge of magic, the Pope could feel just how powerful the spell was. Having seen Abel's magic too many times on the battlefield, the Pope immediately understood what kind of spell it was. A soundproof barrier, a field that prevents any sound from escaping its boundaries. This was the same magic that earned Abel the nickname Reaper of Silence during the war. The fact that he was deploying it now could only mean one thing. Whatever they were about to discuss, it couldn't be overheard by anyone. So this wasn't just a casual drink after all. The Pope placed his now empty glass on the floor and looked directly at Abel. Your Holiness, have you lost your stigmata? The stigmata, a mark bestowed directly by the goddess, a symbol of divine favor and an irrefutable sign of devotion. For the Pope or a saintess, it was the most sacred proof of faith. To lose it meant that the goddess herself had withdrawn her blessing. And that meant not only was his papal authority in jeopardy, but possibly his very life. As expected, I can't hide anything from you, can I? The Pope didn't deny it. Instead, he silently rolled up his sleeve and revealed his arm. Only a faint scar remained where the stigmata used to be. Abel exhaled sharply at the sight, unable to hide his disappointment. So you ignore my warning after all. Did you actually think I'd listen? Hard to say. Abel had warned him in the past, clearly. But just like in the original timeline, the Pope had still lost his stigmata. Did he simply disregard the warning? Or was it always inevitable? Knowing the Pope's nature, he would never have accepted advice like that. Letting an innocent girl suffer for the sake of strategy. That was something the stubborn old man could never do. Now that this had happened, Abel realized he'd have to abandon any plan that involved the Pope's support. Was it really worth losing your stigmata for the Emperor's pawn? Yes. I remember your words from before. Something about not carving up your own flesh for the sake of traitors. The Pope let out a bitter chuckle as Abel's old warning echoed in his mind. He thought of Euruf, the sanest candidate he had personally selected. A kind-hearted girl, pure beyond question, and the Emperor's hidden agent. The Pope had known that, just as he had known how good and innocent she truly was. As a frail old man with little left to give, all he could do was name her a candidate for Saintus. The internal power struggles within the holy nation prevented him from doing more. So it was no surprise that he'd incurred the goddess's wrath. Selecting the Emperor's spy as a Saintus candidate was an act too dangerous to go unpunished. Still, not once have I regretted it. You're still as foolish as ever. And that's how I've managed to survive this long. The Pope smiled wryly and took another sip from his cup. Abel said nothing more, simply reaching forward to refill the Pope's glass. Without another word, the two sat in silence. Outside, the night grew deeper, wrapped in the quiet weight of all that remained unsaid. Is being real or fake really that important? The words of Ide, which had pierced deeply into Euruf's heart, lingered for days. She kept thinking about them, turning them over and over in her mind. After all, it was something she had never considered before. And because Ide had been in a situation similar to hers, Euruf wanted to lean on her answer, even just a little. Whether you're real or fake doesn't matter at all. But was that really true? Could it really be meaningless to distinguish between what's real and what's fake? Euruf was nothing more than an imposter, a substitute created to take the place of an innocent village girl. What really matters is the kind of person you are. She had never once asked herself what kind of person she was. Ever since realizing the truth of her identity, Euruf had been consumed with guilt, especially toward the girl named Euruf, whose place she had taken. Even after becoming a priestess with the help of a chance encounter with a clergyman, that guilt never left her. Would the goddess even forgive a sin like hers? That was the only thought that ever occupied her mind. It hadn't changed even after she became a candidate for Saintus. Even though none of this had been by her will, Euruf had been quietly and deeply repenting her existence all this time. Unlike others who could pursue the meaning of their lives, her reason for existing was painfully clear: to live in place of the girl called Euruf. Perhaps that was why she'd been so obsessed with the idea of what's real and what's fake, blinded by that illusion, endlessly picking at her own wounds. What kind of person are you? It was a question too difficult to answer. So, she decided to think about it on her own. But even after days of reflection, no answer came easily. She had only ever thought about the girl Euruf, never once about herself. So, she asked the people who had been with her all this time. She asked, "What kind of person am I to you?" Everyone looked a little puzzled by the sudden question, but they still answered her. "You're a diligent one. You've never once missed a single prayer since joining the Church of the Goddess. You're the kind of person who fits the title Saintus. That's why I really like you, Euruf Uni." Why ask me something like that? I mean, no one would really object to you being a Saintus candidate. Sure, the higher-ups might have other thoughts, but as far as I'm concerned, you're the most suitable for it. Diligent. Someone who fits the image of a Saintus. The right person for the role. The gap between how others saw her and how she saw herself was massive. Only after hearing their words did Euruf begin to understand what I'd had meant. What was I so afraid of? Her black hair fluttered in the wind. Her arms, though fuller now, were still thin, and her delicate fingers trembled slightly. Lying on the grass of the open plains, Euruf finally came face to face with her true self. She looked up at the star-filled sky once more. Still, she couldn't find the constellation that was supposed to define her fate. But that fact no longer scared her. Instead, she felt a strange sense of liberation, as if she had broken free from fate itself. Iduni, I still don't know what kind of person I am. So from now on, she would begin to find out. The meaning behind her birth no longer mattered. That was something the Emperor had imposed on her, never something she chose for herself. The sigil on the back of her neck burned red. Before, she would have followed the Emperor's command without resistance, overwhelmed by the pain. But now, things were different. She was no longer a baby elephant chained and resigned, but an elephant straining to tear the ropes and reclaim its freedom. Soon, a short string of words began forming in her mind. The Emperor's command. Tomorrow, Oblivion Whale, ambush, stay far away. It was a simple command. No, more like a warning. Did he already sense that she had grown closer to Ide? It didn't matter anymore. Whatever the Emperor wanted was no longer her concern. In fact, she might even be able to use his command to her advantage. So tomorrow, they're going to ambush Ide-Uni, the Oblivion Whale, the age-old enemy of the Holy Kingdom of Newman, a creature so many priests had vowed revenge against. A monster from the Forest of Forgetting, one that stole countless lives and memories. If that was the enemy, then her decision was already made. And this time, it wasn't as Yuruf, the real girl. It was as the false saintess that she would make her very first choice. The third-dimensional rift had been discovered. A massive fissure had opened midway up a steep mountain slope, one so sheer it was almost a cliff. It was said that the deeper you went inside the rift, the larger it became, and the stronger the monsters would be. Now, the rift's size rivaled that of fortress walls, perhaps even greater. People began murmuring in unease at the sight. Isn't it even bigger than last year? Back then it wasn't this bad. Damn it, what happens next time? What if it keeps growing next year? Most voices came from fear. For the past few years, dimensional rifts had been expanding without fail, and the monsters growing stronger. It was enough to make anyone anxious. Even the holy knights were stirred. Our own knights were beginning to shift nervously. That's when Abel stepped forward, slowly and calmly. Even the knights blocking his path, holy knights included, moved aside to make way. Abel walked to the front and turned to face everyone behind him. "What's this? Have you all lost your nerve?" "And no, sir," one knight answered, stumbling over his words, yet trying to sound confident. At his boldness, Abel gave a cold smile. "Then why is your voice shaking?" "It's not." This time, multiple knights answered at once. Though their voices rang out in unison, Abel crossed his arms, clearly dissatisfied. "Then why are you speaking so softly?" "It's not." Now nearly the entire knight order shouted in reply. It was almost like they'd rehearsed it. But Abel's expression remained unchanged. Some knights still looked hesitant to raise their voices, and his brows furrowed in displeasure. Should I assume those who didn't answer are afraid of something like this? We are not. Not a single person remained silent. Their roars echoed as one, finally drawing a satisfied smile from Abel. The Black Raven Knights don't flinch at something this insignificant. Understood. Yes, sir. Their unified shout seemed to electrify the air, lifting morale in an instant. The fear in their eyes washed away, replaced by determination. That rare smile from Abel gave their spirits an even greater boost. Who would have thought a few simple questions could raise morale like this? He really is a duke for a reason. Impressive, right? Why are you, the contractor, acting like a proud parent? Sylphie shook his head in disbelief at my expression. I just chuckled and looked back at Abel. Noticing my gaze, Abel glanced sideways at me and mouthed a few words. I frowned, unable to hear him. Sylphie, still floating beside me, must have read my thoughts because he kindly translated it for me. Those who didn't answer will be punished later. Huh. Wait, no way. That's right. Technically, I was part of the Black Raven Knights too. Was he actually threatening to punish me just for not shouting? I had just been admiring him. Now that admiration evaporated in an instant. That's on you, contractor. What are you talking about? While bickering with Sylphie, even the slight anxiety I'd been carrying began to fade away. Feeling lighter, I stretched out my body a bit, and that's when the Pope approached Abel. Ho ho, youth truly is a wonderful thing. Wouldn't you say so, holy knights? Yes, your holiness. Oh my, no need to shout. This old man's hearing hasn't gone yet. Laughter rippled through the holy knights at the Pope's words. Watching them, the Pope smirked. To those who just laughed, see you later in the holy nation. Eat. The ones who'd laughed scratched their heads and quickly avoided his gaze. Anyway, you don't plan to lose to them, do you? Of course not. Then show them with your strength, the might of the holy knights. Yes, your holiness. Their answer came with a roar, as powerful as our own knights. Whether this was a tag team morale boost by Abel and the Pope, no one could say, but it worked. Spirits were high. All the tension from earlier had vanished. The only thing left was the sharpened resolve in the warrior's eyes. While I smiled at the sight, someone gently tugged on my sleeve. I turned and saw Yurif smiling. It wasn't the awkward smile from a few days ago. No, this one felt light, refreshing even. I'd Uni. What is it? I understand now. What you told me back then. She stretched her arms high, like a weight had lifted from her shoulders. With a long exhale, Yurif continued. Thank you for telling me. No need for thanks. I'm just glad it helped. Still, something about her expression made me uneasy. Yurif nodded firmly, as if steeling herself, then lightly slapped both cheeks. I'll do my best. Yeah, I'll be rooting for you. Her smile in that moment looked strangely beautiful. The morale of the knights and holy knights soared high, as if it could pierce the sky. Almost as if on cue, a dimensional rift split open. From within, an endless stream of monsters began pouring out. With blood vessels bulging in their necks, the knights charged forward with a thunderous battle cry. One moment of hesitation from the startled monsters was all it took. The knights' blades sliced clean through their necks. Despite being swiftly cut down by the joint forces of knights and holy knights, the number of monsters was no joke. Their sheer size alone was at least twice that of the ones they had faced before. Because of that, unlike previous battles, there was no room for mercy in the knights' swordplay. Wong, even Abel, standing at the front lines, no longer had the luxury of holding back. One after another, white magic circles appeared in the sky without a moment's delay. Spears rained down from those circles, forming a wall of magic that held back the monsters. Some of the monsters' corpses, lingering just moments before turning to dust, blocked the advancing wave, just enough for the holy knights and knights to slash through them in perfect coordination. Their synergy left no openings. And yet, monsters still slipped through, rushing all the way to the guard team. Most of them were smaller, harder to spot. Sylphie quickly scanned the field and shouted toward me. 20 in total. Contractor. I know. Wind wrapped around my legs. With my body feeling almost weightless, I took a deep breath, then launched forward, kicking off the ground hard as I dashed toward the monster horde. My rapier flashed in the light, neatly severing a monster's neck. The unnatural breeze covering me smoothed out my movements, letting me link attacks as effortlessly as flowing water. Even though countless monsters were being slaughtered at the front lines, the number targeting me kept increasing. I clicked my tongue in frustration, tightened my grip on the rapier, and braced myself. At first, I couldn't understand why the Holy Kingdom and Empire would form an alliance just to fight a bunch of monsters. But now, facing them like this, I had no choice but to understand. Unless beings of immense power gathered like this, there was no way to stop such a monstrous force. Even Abel, an archmage, was practically annihilating the monsters ahead, yet they were still pushing in this strongly. Contractor, snap out of it. Sylphie's cry broke my trance. I stopped wildly swinging my rapier and looked around. I was far ahead, way farther than I should have been. Realizing this, I felt a jolt of panic. Sorry, I lost my focus for a moment. No, it's my fault. I should have noticed the situation first in a place like this. Sylphie muttered like he was scolding himself, and for once, I didn't know what to say. He was always so calm, and yet now he was rambling in a fluster. Maybe that's why. Even the wind surrounding me trembled uneasily. The blue wind, coiling around my arm, flickered for a second, then vanished. I let out a sigh and flicked Sylphie on the forehead. Ack, what was that for? That's payback for teasing me before, Sylphie. I smirked, and Sylphie frowned deeply, glaring at me with sharp eyes as he protested. Is that really something to say right now? Cool it. Now's the time to stay calm. At my words, he closed his eyes tightly and fell silent. Sylphie let out a long breath and started taking deep breaths, just like I usually did. Then he bowed his head. Sorry, contractor. I shouldn't be shaken too. If you understand, that's enough. You're okay now, right? Yeah. Well, it was the first time I'd ever seen Sylphie so flustered, so I figured we could just move past it. Honestly, seeing Abel like this was a rare sight in itself. Let's go. Sylphie nodded silently. As if responding to him, the wind began to swirl wildly in all directions. Winds arise. With my single command, the blue wind wrapped tightly around my entire body. Gripping the rapier in my right hand, I looked ahead. At that exact moment, a golden light began to infuse the blade. Turning my head, I spotted Yurif smiling at me while holding her staff. I smiled back with a grin, then kicked off the ground with force. Crack! The earth split beneath my feet, and the world around me shifted in an instant. As I retreated backward, I methodically slashed through the surrounding monsters. Even when green blood splattered onto my face, I ignored it and kept stabbing and slashing with the rapier. My sword form, which had been so sloppy when I first began training, was now surprisingly sharp. The basics of rapier combat are thrusts and slashes. A piece of advice I had heard from Erin so many times it nearly made my ears bleed. She had always taught me that relying solely on thrusts would never bring out the rapier's true strength. She also once said that if I combined that form with Sylphie's wind, I'd become a monster even seasoned swordmasters would struggle to face. I wasn't at that level yet, not even close, but compared to how I started, I'd improved immensely. Whoosh! A green flame suddenly burst into the air and engulfed a monster trying to ambush me. It turned to ash in seconds, scattering to the ground. Turning my head, I saw Erin standing there expressionless, holding a one-handed sword. Concerned, she looked at me and asked, "Are you all right?" "Yes, thanks to you." That's a relief. Unlike Erin, who was slightly out of breath, the spirit floating around her, Pi, was waving both hands with excitement. Seeing that, Sylphie sighed and floated even closer to me, clearly exhausted. Ugh, go away. I don't have the energy to deal with you today. Sylphie groaned, clearly fed up, and turned away from Pi. Considering how much he'd been tormented by her during our training the past month, I couldn't blame him. Then tomorrow, I'll think about it. Yes. I didn't say yes. Despite the grumbling, Sylphie couldn't bring himself to outright reject her. I figured maybe their relationship wasn't so bad after all. As that thought crossed my mind, Sylphie gave me a sideways glare, as if he couldn't believe I'd think that. Then, I'll return to the subjugation team now, Erin said. Yes. Good luck out there, Master. Ahem, same to you, dear disciple. She must have been pleased by the title, Master. A slight smile tugged at the corners of her lips. She waved briefly in encouragement, then turned and headed back toward the front lines. Pi, looking a little reluctant to leave, waved at me a few more times before also turning away. I took a deep breath and returned my focus to the battlefield. When I turned my head again, Yurif had somehow appeared right next to me. Is she your master? She asked curiously. Oh yes, she's my spirit arts mentor. The one who's captain of the Black Raven Knights, right? That's right. Erin, captain of the Black Raven Knights. Thanks to the long-standing collaboration between the Holy Knights and our order, her reputation was well known even among their ranks. The title she bore, Knight of Verdant Flame, was fitting. Just like her name, Erin stood at the front, reducing monsters to ash in a blaze of green fire. Hearing others speak of the mentor who taught me spirit magic gave me an odd sense of pride, like their praise was mine too. Although this was a battlefield, and I had to keep those feelings in check. Yeah, but aren't you a bit too far up front, Yurif? And my worried question, She shook her head and pointed at Carl, who was standing nearby. It's fine. I have Carl with me. Her tone wasn't condescending like before. It was gentle like how she spoke to me. Hearing that, Carl raised his voice a bit, trying not to sound too pleased. Yes, I'm here as well, so there's no need to worry too much. Had he undergone some kind of revelation after our last talk? His attitude toward Yurif had changed noticeably. Even Sylphie was stunned, his eyes going wide as he glanced back and forth between them. What happened between them? No idea. I had given some advice, sure, but whether that led to any emotional shift in Yurif, I couldn't say. Still, she seemed to be in much better shape than I'd expected, and that alone was encouraging. Whoom! A deep hum echoed through the sky. The sound of wailing spread from the dimensional rift, causing both me and Carl to raise our guard. Moments later, a massive whale emerged, flying through the air. Its body was pitch black, and its glowing red eyes rolled in every direction. I watched in stunned silence, while Carl's arm began to tremble. That's... What is it? Why is a whale of oblivion here? Whale of oblivion. I'd never heard of such a monster. Come to think of it, wasn't it odd that monsters from another realm even had names in the first place? But before I could finish that thought, I noticed the Holy Knight's morale had visibly dropped. No, this can't be. Cool. A thunderous roar slammed into us. It wasn't just noise, it was paralysis. My body froze in place, unable to move. Only Yurif had the presence of mind to cover her ears, allowing her to move freely. The whale of Oblivion's red eyes flashed, and it locked onto us, charging straight toward our position. Its gaze met mine, and my mind went blank. The same overwhelming pressure I had felt when facing a disaster-class monster at the hunting festival. I tried to force myself to move, but once frozen, my body refused to obey. Like prey before a predator, I was completely paralyzed with fear. Thud! A small, rough push shoved me hard. With surprising force, I was thrown forward. I turned my head with every last bit of strength, and saw Yurif smiling at me faintly, divine light glowing in both her hands. Just ahead of her, the whale's enormous jaws opened wide. Thanks for the advice. I'd uni. With those final words, Yurif was swallowed whole by the whale, without a single trace left behind. Boo! A deep, echoing cry resounded in all directions. I raised my head toward the source of the noise, a harsh wail that rang like an unpleasant siren. A massive black whale was gliding leisurely through the sky. Its blood-red eyes stayed fixed on me as it let out another mournful cry. My teeth clenched tightly. That bastard. It was exactly the same as before. Just a moment ago, I wasn't sure. But when Yurif shoved me aside and got swallowed in my place, the doubt vanished. Just like that disaster-class monster from the hunting festival, it was targeting me specifically. I glared at the whale, biting down hard on my lip. The paralysis had worn off long ago. But with the beast flying that high, I had no clue how to save Yurif. Carl stood blankly beside me, too panicked to speak properly, letting out nothing but a stammering, Sylphie crossed her arms, silently staring at the whale, and then opened her mouth. I've heard of it before. The Whale of Oblivion. The Whale of Oblivion. The ruler of the Forest of Forgetting, located in the northern lands of the Holy Kingdom of Newman. A monstrous being so enormous, it could devour an entire fortress on its own. Those who inhaled the mist it exhaled would lose their memories. The scent of forgetting, a tool frequently used by assassination groups, was made from the same mist. And it's also one of the biggest reasons why spirits were driven out of this world. The Forest of Forgetting had once been teeming with spirits. They used to communicate often with the elves living in neighboring regions. But with the arrival of the Whale of Oblivion, they had no choice but to flee. Many spirits escaped to the spirit realm and have held a grudge against the whale ever since. Sylphie, too, seemed to have no fond memories of the creature. Her teeth were grinding in anger. Ow, how is it here? I thought only monsters from the other world could show up. What's going on? Ah, damn it. I've had a bad feeling ever since before we left. Yurif, Uni? In no way, right? Uneasy murmurs spread among the holy knights. Some were gasping for breath in fear, while others glared ahead with clenched jaws and burning anger. Boo! The strange cry of the whale sounded again as it opened its massive jaws. Its red eyes gleamed, and gray mist began pouring out of its mouth. The mist, which had seemed to scatter briefly around the creature, suddenly surged forward in the blink of an eye, almost upon us. Even our own knights, not just the Holy Kingdom, were visibly shaken. That's the forgetting mist. Don't breathe it in. Damn it. How are we supposed to block something like that? Morale, which had soared just moments earlier, plummeted with the arrival of this near calamity. Losing Urif in that surprise attack hadn't helped either. I couldn't think straight. All I could do was grit my teeth and try not to lose my grip on reality. The battlefield was a mess of confusion. While the sheer experience of the gathered fighters prevented a full-scale panic, disarray was everywhere. In the midst of it, Abel walked up to me. He calmly looked into my eyes, then turned his gaze toward the whale of oblivion. How do you want to handle this? I echoed dumbly, but Abel didn't respond. He simply kept staring at the creature emitting the mist, eyes steady and unshaken. There was no fear or anger in his expression, just stillness. He was waiting for my answer. How do I want to handle this? What I wanted was to save Urif immediately. But how? How do you save someone from something that's basically a living natural disaster? Even if I shot wind at it, something that big wouldn't feel a tickle. And I couldn't be sure I could do any real damage in close combat either. Was there? No way. Suddenly, I remembered the smile Urif gave me before she pushed me away. And right after that, the massive jaws of the whale that swallowed her whole. Just as I was about to grind my teeth in frustration, a thought struck me. No, there's a way. The most basic tactic when facing a massive monster. If you can't damage it from the outside, go inside. It was risky, but it was the only feasible option I had. Abel, I need you to pry that monster's mouth open. Heh, your language is getting a little rough. Abel chuckled, opening up his subspace. He reached inside, fumbled around, and pulled out a staff. It looked like it was made of oak wood, with a bright white gemstone embedded at the top. Even at a glance, it was clear this staff wasn't ordinary. With the staff in hand, Abel began to channel mana, a faint smile on his face. So, I do like your attitude. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised the hand holding the staff and began to swing it like a conductor's baton. A massive magic circle began to form in the sky above the whale. Boo! The whale of oblivion let out another strange cry. Startled by the magic circle appearing directly above it, it twisted its massive body in midair. It tried to escape the circle by soaring upward, but the magic circle solidified like a wall, blocking its path. Boom! A deafening crash rang out, followed by a pained groan from the creature. Going somewhere, Abel extended his other hand, took a deep breath, and clenched his fist. With that, the enormous magic circle hanging above the whale came crashing down. Kawua! Crash! The whale let out a shriek as it plummeted to the ground. It landed terrifyingly close to where I stood, howling in agony as it writhed. Abel, watching the scene, snapped his fingers. Snap! And with that sound, the whale's mouth was forced wide open. As if someone had violently pried its jaw open, the creature let out a scream even louder than before. Kuia! Though the gray mist clouded our vision, Abel continued snapping his fingers without pause. White magic circles surrounded the beast, launching relentless attacks. He was breathing a little harder now, but still looked composed. Is that enough? I nodded at Abel's question. Yes, that's more than enough. The image of Urif's final smile surfaced in my mind. I gripped my rapier tighter and stepped forward into the gaping mouth of the whale of oblivion, to strike it from the inside, and to save Urif. Standing nearby, Sylphie asked in a worried voice, "Are you sure? Even without his help?" "Yeah, this time I want to try it on my own. It might be impossible." From what I'd heard, the whale of oblivion was classified as a disaster-class monster. It was hard to believe no one had ever thought of trying what I was about to do. If it were that easy, the thing wouldn't have survived for hundreds of years. Still, even in the worst case, I believed I could at least rescue Urif and make it out alive. Even if I couldn't bring it down, I didn't want to run or lean on Abel. Maybe Sylphie picked up on that because she smiled and nodded. Got it. If that's what my contractor wants. Let's go. And with that, Sylphie and I entered the Whale of Oblivion. The Whale of Oblivion. In the original novel, this was the monster that gave Abel his first real defeat. Sure, it was partly because he let his guard down, but mostly it was just that overwhelmingly powerful. And now I could feel it too, just how hard it was to restrain this thing. Even I, who had surpassed the level of the original Abel, was struggling like this. So how must it feel for the Holy Knights? Boo. The whale exhaled another wave of mist. So, that's how you're going to play it, huh? Back during the raid, I wasn't sure what the Emperor's goal was, but now I understood. He'd sent this thing after Adele from the very beginning. My eyes caught sight of a massive red sigil etched into the whale's back. Not many people here would even be able to see that. So the Emperor had been using this monster as his weapon against the Holy Kingdom all along. That would explain why the Holy Kingdom had suffered so many casualties over the years. It wasn't random. It was because this thing was the Emperor's pawn. Even when I read the original, I had a feeling this was one of the biggest mysteries in the Villainess turns back time again. There were hints that the Whale of Oblivion specifically targeted Adele and Abel. Readers had speculated that the whale was working under the Emperor, and now it was confirmed. The worst-case possibility had just become reality. He can brand monsters too? TCH. Clicking my tongue, I forced the whale's mouth shut. From within, a shrill scream echoed as the beast began thrashing wildly. Do you need assistance? I turned to see the Pope, his eyes cold and burning with intensity. The usual gentle smile was gone, replaced by a look like fire dancing in his pupils. Right? He was one of the people who cared deeply for Yurif. He'd seemed unusually angry before, so this was why. Despite myself, I let out a faint laugh and addressed him. Don't tell me you were just going to stand back even now. Huh? Listen to that mouth of yours. Of course not. He pulled out a staff and struck the ground. Whoa! The ground began to tremble slowly as a hum filled the air. At the same time, an immense holy energy began to gather around him. Heh! Still as strong as ever. The holy power took the shape of a giant, like a divine colossus. To think he was this powerful, even after losing his stigma, the source of his divine strength. No wonder the Emperor always hesitated to face the Pope head-on. Enough talk. Let's move. At the Pope's command, the giant took its first step forward. A golden giant stood tall upon the earth. At the sight of it, the paladins gasped in awe before they even realized it. Those who lived within the Holy Kingdom had only ever heard of the Pope's strength through fables and old stories. But now, witnessing it for themselves, their amazement was unending. To be able to manifest such a massive form using divine power alone. Even the priests, caught off guard by such an unexpected application, found themselves staring blankly up at the towering figure. So the rumors about the Pope having lost his power were nothing more than empty gossip. As those murmurs faded, the chatter within the Paladin order began to quiet. Even those who had lost their will to fight upon the appearance of the Whale of Oblivion now clenched their jaws and picked up their dropped weapons. His Holiness the Pope has stepped forward. Why then do you all cower? Aren't you ashamed before the goddess? Raise your heads and stand tall. Spurred by the righteous fury of one paladin, even those who had been paralyzed by fear now lifted their heads again. Karl, still mourning the sacrifice of Yurif, squeezed his eyes shut, then opened them with determination and gripped his spear tightly. If they were going to just let Yurif die like this, then slaying that monster first would be the far better option. Though the thick fog made it hard to see in all directions, they couldn't just stand there and do nothing. The priests began blessing everyone, warding off the effects of the Oblivion incense. It consumed significantly more divine power than before, but still, hopeful smiles began to bloom on their faces. So what if it's the Whale of Oblivion? Are you planning to run? Do you even know how many of our brothers and sisters that thing has slaughtered? Anyone planning to flee, go now. We've no place for cowards among our ranks. Rough voices rang out as people stood up each grabbing their own weapons. Even the Knights of the Black Raven Order strode forward with faint smiles on their faces. They couldn't see far ahead, but they knew Abel was out there, facing the Whale of Oblivion head-on. Despite standing against a disaster-class monster, fire burned in their eyes. Seeing this, Abel smiled with satisfaction. So I didn't raise them in vain. And with that, it was time to begin the counterattack. First, let's get rid of this damn fog. As he extended his hand, a massive magic circle began to form on the ground beneath them. A tremendous amount of mana was being consumed in mere seconds. Yet Abel's expression didn't change in the slightest. Even this didn't come close to draining the vast reservoir of mana he held now. Wuwang, those sensitive to mana, felt their stomachs churn as the overwhelming magic began to manifest. From the completed magic circle, an intense light burst forth, nearly blinding in its brilliance. In the blink of an eye, the thick gray fog covering their vision was completely gone. To disperse it all with a single spell, the Pope clicked his tongue in disbelief at Abel's impressive skill. He'd known Abel had reached the realm of an archmage, but this level of control was something else entirely. Is this really that powerless boy I once saw? What are you staring at? Time for you to show us what the Pope's made of. Huh, very well, so be it. Grinning at Abel's teasing, the Pope stepped forward. It had been a long time since he'd felt his heart race like this. What was once thought to be a fading spirit had sharpened ever since Yura fell. Even his aging body now moved well enough. There was no reason to hold back any longer. He raised his bony hand, and the golden giant lifted its arm. With its fist clenched tight, the massive form brought its punch down upon the bound Whale of Oblivion. Quam! Kuwawoa! A thunderous crash echoed as the whale began to thrash violently. Its flailing fins sent tremors through the earth itself. Because of that, the knights couldn't get close. They resorted to firing sword strikes from a distance. Watching from behind, Abel raised his hand again. Multiple magic circles formed mid-air, and from them, white chains burst forth, piercing into the creature's body. Taut and unrelenting, the chains locked the beast in place, sealing its movements completely. The Duke has restrained it. Move forward, hack it apart, tear it to shreds. Just because it's disaster class doesn't mean it's invincible. With Erin's roar leading the charge, the knights began their assault. Her green flames surged like waves and soon engulfed the whale. Beside her, Pi poured out every last drop of her strength in a torrent of fire. Seeing them fight with everything they had, the other knights and paladins looked at one another, then nodded firmly. Brothers, let's go. Yeah, let's show them. Follow the commander. Last one to the fight gets punished. Yuwu. A deafening cheer rang out like a curtain rising on stage. The morale, once reignited, soared even higher, seemingly unstoppable now. Fueled by that energy, the paladins and knights charged toward the Whale of Oblivion without hesitation, throwing their full might into the assault. The monster released more fog in retaliation, but thanks to the priest's blessings, the effects were minimal, practically negligible. The drain on divine power was immense, yet hope still lit their faces. Boom! The giant's fist slammed down once again. The Whale of Oblivion, which had been screeching relentlessly, now only let out faint, low moans. It seemed even its consciousness was beginning to fade. The subjugation was progressing smoothly until Abel saw it. A glowing sigil, visible only to him, flared red-hot. Fall back! Sensing danger, Abel immediately issued the command. The knights and paladins didn't hesitate. They, too, could feel the shift in the monster's aura. Growling, crackle. With the sound of sparking energy, a thick golden aura began to consume the whale. Most couldn't see it, but those who had reached mastery, Pope, Abel, Erin, saw everything with crystal clarity. TCH, petty tricks. Laughable little stunt. Pope scoffed, then swung his arm once again. The golden giant interlocked both fists and brought them down like a hammer. Quang! A thunderous explosion rang out as dirt and dust scattered in every direction. But instead of the expected roar of pain, a low, grating hum vibrated in their ears. Wuong, as the dust settled, the wail of oblivion was revealed again. But it was no longer a creature of life. It now resembled a zombie, suspended like a puppet on invisible strings. TCH, persistent thing. Abel clicked his tongue and raised his staff once more. Thud! A deep tremor rocked the interior. Abel and the subjugation force must be attacking from the outside. But right now, the top priority was saving Yurif. Ugh, this place is disgusting. The stench was vile, so foul it made you want to retch. If she'd eaten breakfast earlier, she probably would have vomited by now. And this was just after entering the esophagus. Surely the deeper parts would be even worse. With a sigh, she moved forward again. Beside him, Sylphie turned and asked, almost as a check-in, "You're keeping up the wind for your breathing, right?" "Of course." Crossing his arms, Sylphie raised his voice, sounding stern. "Remember, breathe lightly. If you inhale too much, you'll suck in the mist inside." "What happens if I do?" Curious, Adele asked. Sylphie sighed again, clearly reluctant to explain. After a moment of hesitation, he finally answered, "Even just breathing this mist for 3 hours, and you'll lose all your memories. Your mind will be wiped clean, and what's left becomes nothing more than prey for the whale." "Then that means Yurif." He trailed off, murmuring under his breath. Sylphie nodded grimly. "We have to find her fast. 3 hours isn't a lot of time." Despite his calm demeanor, the unease in Sylphie's voice made it clear. He was worried about Yurif too. And so was she. "Yeah, we need to hurry." Grr. They hadn't gone far when something moved in the mist, a presence watching them. Several figures emerged, dressed in priestly robes. With vacant, glassy eyes, they slowly rose to their feet. They looked like zombies, hollow shells of former humans. That must be what becomes of those who lose all their memories. The laughter, maddened and cracked, came from one of them as they charged without hesitation. Adele swung her rapier, slicing through an arm, but they didn't even flinch, still lunging straight for her. Their mouths gaped wide, aiming to bite down. There was no more time to waste. She had to end it. She slashed their throats, bringing them down with one fluid motion. The gurgling sound as they collapsed made her jaw clench involuntarily. No matter how often she faced it, the sensation of cutting through flesh was something Adele could never get used to. And truthfully, she didn't want to get used to it. Really, a voice. Sudden, faint, familiar. She instinctively turned her head. It was the same voice that had helped her resist mental interference before. But no matter how hard she looked, she couldn't find the one who'd spoken. "What's wrong?" "It's nothing. That voice from before, I didn't hear anything." Taking a moment to catch her breath, Adele pushed the thought aside. Right now, finding Yurif was more important than mysterious voices. As she was about to move again, she caught sight of a lifeless pair of eyes staring up from the ground. The expression stuck with her, and after a brief moment of hesitation, she reached down and unclasped the cross around their neck. Planning to return it, "Yeah, I just want to do something for them." She tucked the crosses into her leather pouch and moved on. No matter how pressed for time they were, this small gesture was the least she could do for the dead. As I moved deeper inside, the stench grew unbearable. An acrid mix of blood and rotting corpses assaulted my nose. Wherever I looked, skeletal remains littered the area. My stomach churned, and I had to fight the urge to vomit. I thought I'd seen my fair share of horrific sights, but nothing prepared me for this. Phew! If there was one small mercy, it was that my sense of smell had dulled, or at least the odor seemed to fade with time. Otherwise, I couldn't imagine how many times I might have dry heaved on the spot. "Are you okay?" Sylphie asked in a worried tone. I forced a smile and nodded. "Yeah, I'm fine. I was here to rescue Yurif. This much I could endure." With that in mind, I kept moving forward, stepping over the squelching remains of flesh. There seemed to be mist even inside, clouding my vision, but retreat wasn't an option. I still had enough energy, to suppress the inhalation effects of the fog. After walking for a while, I spotted a familiar face just barely visible through the haze. A slender girl with jet black hair lay peacefully asleep. Her delicate arms and fingers were unmistakable. It was Yurif. Just as I was about to run to her in relief, Sylphie suddenly blocked my path. Startled by his abrupt action, I stopped in my tracks. "What is it?" With a furrowed brow, Sylphie chided me. "Stay sharp. Look around you. There's someone else." I followed his gaze and saw a red-haired man sitting beside Yurif. He sat there with eyes closed, as if waiting for someone. The sight sent a chill down my spine. "Don't rush him like that next time. Be cautious." Understand. He was right. If I had charged in recklessly, I would have walked right into an ambush. That man clearly wasn't waiting there out of concern or goodwill. I nodded, and Sylphie sighed before returning to my side. "That guy, I've seen him before. Crimson hair that fell to his shoulders. A body twice my size. His face, arms, legs, his entire frame was covered in vicious scars, each one screaming danger. As I focused on him, recognition hit me like lightning. Kutra, the man who fought Abel on the train bound for the harbor city of Ark. The one who shattered Abel's magic circle with a single punch, who could go toe-to-toe with him like a monster. I remembered him rushing forward, surrounded by a red aura. The memory made my skin crawl. "You've come," Kutra muttered as he slowly rose to his feet. When he opened his eyes and saw me, his expression immediately twisted into a frown. He looked genuinely puzzled as he crossed his arms, studying me closely. I thought Abel would be the one to show up. With a click of his tongue, he began walking toward me. Despite the distance, his massive frame cast a shadow over me. Reacting quickly, I raised my rapier and pointed it at him. Kutra smirked, as if amused by my reflex. After staring at me for a moment, his brow furrowed again. "You? Have we met before?" "I swear, I've seen you somewhere." Even though I said nothing, Kutra tilted his head, lost in thought. Could he possibly remember the train incident? I checked my pendant. The disguise magic was still active. My hair color and eye color were completely different now. And yet, he still sensed something familiar? He'd only seen me for a brief moment. To recognize me from that, his instincts were unervingly sharp. Whatever. That's not important right now. It seemed he'd given up trying to remember. With a sigh, he looked at me again. I tightened my grip on the rapier. Biting down on my dry lips, I met his gaze. "Interesting. You want to fight me?" Kutra asked, amused. "Hand her over." "Hmm? You mean her?" He motioned lazily toward Yurif, then chuckled, eyes never leaving me. "You really thought I'd stoop so low?" Even as he spoke, a gleam of anticipation lit his eyes. It wasn't malice, it was thrill, the joy of battle. Those crazed, combat-obsessed eyes. The same eyes I'd seen when he fought Abel. "Get ready." "I am." I swallowed hard and summoned the power of wind to my feet. In the next instant, Kutra kicked off the ground and lunged, his fist hurtling toward me with brutal force. A terrifying sonic boom rang out as the fist hurtled toward me. I twisted my body, channeling Sylphie's wind to deflect the blow, and swung my rapier in response. But as if he'd anticipated that move, Kutra's opposite fist came crashing in, aiming directly for my abdomen. Whoosh! I used the wind to launch myself into the air, narrowly avoiding the strike, then used the rebound to deliver a kick of my own. Kutra blocked it with one hand, as if swatting away a leaf, grinning as he wound up for another punch. God! Even though I had layered myself in a wind barrier to absorb the impact, a jolt of pain shot up my arm. It didn't break, but it definitely felt like something cracked. Thank God I hadn't used my dominant arm to block. "You're full of openings. You came to fight me with that level of skill." "Shut up." I knew the difference in power between us was overwhelming. Unlike me, who had to draw out every ounce of power from my spirit, he wasn't even using aura. If he weren't such a battle maniac, I would have already been flat on the ground. But dragging this out would only worsen Yurif's condition. Phew, I tried to steady my breathing, glaring at Kutra, who stood there with infuriating ease, smiling as if this were all a game. Just looking at him made my thoughts scatter. How could I possibly fight someone who was a match for Abel? What's the matter, little miss? Scared, Kutra taunted me, casually beckoning with his finger. Instead of anger, a wave of helpless fear came crashing down. Scared? Of course I was. This man had broken through Sylphie's power without using any aura. He ignored my wind barrier entirely and nearly shattered my arm with a single blow. And I hadn't even taken a punch directly, just the aftershock. The taste of death crept up my throat. Who wouldn't be scared facing a monster like that? I wanted to run, turn around and bolt without a second thought. Bullshit, but I couldn't back down. If I fled in fear and left Europe behind, I'd never be able to forgive myself. Even if I used regression to erase this moment, the regret would haunt me for a lifetime. The very reason I wanted to grow stronger in the first place was so I would never have to live with regret again. Yeah, that's the look I like. Kutra laughed, cracking his knuckles with a sound like breaking branches. His eyes lit up red, burning with excitement. Fear, mixed with courage in your eyes. Not bad. No need for hostage games. He muttered under his breath, then raised both arms once more. Sylphie, can we do it? You're going to use that. If I don't, I won't stand a chance. When I conveyed my resolve, Sylphie hesitated briefly, then gave a small nod. All right. A sharp gust began to swirl around my body. The mist around us scattered as the wind took form, swirling in powerful bursts. Watching it unfold, Kutra let out a surprise hum. Oh! The wind encased me like armor. It became a booster, enhancing my physical abilities beyond their natural limits. It was a technique that consumed tremendous energy. But in return, it temporarily multiplied my physical strength several-fold. A wind. The wind armor wrapped tightly around me. From Sylphie's nose, blood began to trickle out. His face contorted with strain. He hadn't used this power in a long time, and it showed. Go. We won't be able to hold this long, Dot. How long do I have? 5 minutes. Max, finish it before then. I nodded and lunged forward. Dodging Kutra's wild punch, I swung my rapier with all the wind-backed force I could muster. Slash. The sound of flesh being cut rang through the air. Blood gushed from his fist. In a blink, I had delivered 6 consecutive strikes, each one slicing through muscle and even splitting bone. Even with his wounds, Kutra didn't flinch. He just kept smiling. Oh, so it wasn't just talk after all. Blood poured from his sliced flesh, and yet that grin never once left his face. He looked entertained, like pain was part of the thrill. In that case, I suppose I'll stop holding back. A red aura began to surge around Kutra. With a searing hiss, his torn arm began to regenerate. Muscle, tissue, skin, all knitting itself back together. So his aura had regenerative power? What an infuriating ability. No wonder he threw his punches so recklessly. With regeneration like that, he didn't need to guard. To your right. HNGH. A split-second warning from Sylphie, and, just barely, I twisted my body out of the path of a vicious punch flying in from the right. I spun, retaliating with my rapier. Clang! His red aura collided with my wind-infused blade, the clash ringing out like metal on metal. Even Kutra looked surprised, eyes widening. Did he really think I wouldn't be able to dodge that? Honestly, if not for Sylphie's warning, I wouldn't have. Well, looks like I don't need to hold back at all. A crooked grin split his face as the crimson aura around his shoulders surged, burning even fiercer. Gritting my teeth, I swung again. The blade cut across his body, but again the aura instantly regenerated the wound, sealing it before it could even bleed. Whoosh! Another sonic boom, another monstrous punch. I barely managed to evade it, lungs burning from the exertion. Even Sylphie sounded rattled now. What kind of insane bastard is this guy? And honestly, I couldn't agree more. Thud. Ugh, you've gotten slow. Think you can keep up? Kutra asked with a cold smirk. I clenched my teeth, parried his punch, and met his follow-up attack with my rapier. Ignoring the dull pain that reverberated through my arm, I launched another strike. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions as fists clashed with the rapier. It was absurd, How could a bare fist unleash such force? If that were all, maybe I could have managed. But Katra had another trick. He casually regenerated his wounds using aura every time he got hit. On top of that, his sudden punches and kicks were lethal, catching me off guard more than once. Left. Boom. HHNGH. I barely dodged a blow that tore through the air. Katra chuckled, clearly enjoying himself. Your reaction speed isn't bad. But the truth was, his attacks were too fast for me to follow. If it weren't for Sylphie shouting directions, I would have been hit long ago. And even now, my body was boosted by the power of the wind, pushed to its peak. Yet, even in this enhanced state, the best I could manage was barely keeping pace. How much time is left? 3 minutes. Damn it. He's way too strong. Just 3 minutes left. After that, I wouldn't even be able to maintain this state. And stalling for time? Out of the question. I was the one desperate here, not him. The fact that Katra was taking his time meant only one thing. He had plenty to spare. If this dragged on, Yurif's memories would disappear completely. Not just the ones where we talked or where she found clarity, but all of them. Thanks for the advice. Sister-eyed, that smile I once saw, I'd never get to see it again. Grit. That thought brought a chilling clarity to my mind. My heart began to race. A burning heat surged in my chest, and I exhaled heavily. I would never let that happen. I wouldn't let her hard-earned clarity, her treasured memories, be erased like nothing. Clang! My senses sharpened. Blue winds began to swirl between me and Katra. And, suddenly, I felt something I hadn't understood until now. I could feel the wind. The breath we exhaled, the gusts stirred by his punches, the chaotic winds slashed open by my rapier. All of it. It felt like the wind had become my sixth sense. The flood of information overloaded my brain, and blood trickled from my nose. Seeing that, Katra looked slightly puzzled. Boom! The wind moved as if it were part of my body. I sidestepped his punch with ease and backed away. Before Katra could process that his punch had hit the ground, my rapier was already slicing toward him. I could feel every movement of my muscles. At the same time, I realized just how inefficient my form had been. All I had been doing was barely mimicking the techniques Aaron had taught me. No wonder Sylphie sighed so much during our early training. Was I really this clumsy with the rapier? Wait, contractor, did you just awaken that? So this is the world as you see it? Synchronization with a spirit's senses. A power awakened when your resonance with your spirit peaked. If that's true, then this fury I'm feeling must be close to Sylphie's own. Aaron once said that this kind of awakening only happens when one faces death. And right now I was doing exactly that. You've changed, Katra said, smiling even as he regenerated a cut from my rapier. His unsettling grin widened. I can now see how his arm muscles shifted before every punch, how his next move would flow, how the other fist would strike the moment I dodged. Boom! His punch slammed into my gut. But at the same moment, my rapier sliced across Katra's body. Blood gushed from his wounds, yet his smile didn't fade. It was a clean, flawless counter. Katra even nodded slightly, as if impressed. You grew stronger while we fought. You're an interesting one. Red aura began to blaze around him like fire. It felt like something had finally burst free in my mind. I raised my rapier, trusting in that sensation. Then let me show you something real, too. The red aura around Katra condensed and shaped itself into gauntlets. I could feel the sheer power packed inside them. I bit down and coated my rapier with the wind's force. Try and block this one. Boom! The red gauntlet shot toward me with a thunderous burst of wind. I raised my rapier to deflect it, but the moment the two clashed, the rapier snapped in half. Before I even had time to react, a barrage of punches flew toward me. I'm going to die. The red aura filled my entire vision. And just before the world went black, the last thought I had was, there's no way I can stop that. Boom! A deafening crash echoed through the room. The fist that had been swung with full force was stopped midair. Katra furrowed his brows and glared at Adele. That strike, one he had thrown with his full strength, had been blocked easily by her open palm. The very same woman who had struggled to hold her ground against him just moments ago. What the hell? Even the spirit that had been flitting around her like a pesky insect froze in midair, stunned at the sight. "You're annoying." Her voice, cold, unnerving, rippled through the air like a shiver down the spine. "Guh." Bang. Kutra crossed both arms just in time to guard. Not with her rapier, but with her fist. A small fist, but the shockwave it produced blew him back effortlessly. When he looked up again, what stared him down were not the same blue eyes from earlier, but crimson ones glowing with murderous intensity. The atmosphere was completely different now. Something terrifying had awoken. Those eyes, vertical pupils, like a reptile's, glinted menacingly. What was this? A single blow from that small frame shouldn't have been able to hold back his power like that. And yet, here she stood. "Don't get in my way." Whoosh. A crimson wind began to spiral around her. Unlike the aura he wielded, hers felt sticky, saturated with bloodlust. And then, boom, the sound of air being shredded. Fist met fist. She had discarded her broken rapier to the side and was engaging him head-on. The sheer strength in her blows now was on an entirely different level. Kutra was rattled. Is this really the same girl from before? Her punches were heavy, nearly equal to his own aura-infused strikes. Yet instead of panic, Kutra felt something else rising within him. Ha! Ha ha ha! Even as he was slowly being pushed back, he couldn't stop laughing. No, he was laughing because of it. This was what he had craved his whole life. The ecstasy of a life-or-death battle. "Come at me. Let's see how long you can last in that body." "Shut up." Her voice slithered through the chaos, chilling and sharp. The crimson wind surged violently, as though mixed with something not quite spirit-like. Boom! A kick came flying. Kutra ducked low to evade, then countered with a punch aimed at her abdomen. She caught his arm midair and leapt upward, evading the hit. She's got solid combat sense, too. This wasn't just blind rage. Whether instinct or retained reason, her judgment was sharp, practiced. Thud! Another fist came flying. Kutra blocked with crossed arms, but she didn't stop. She pressed forward, unleashing a relentless flurry of blows. Fast, strong, completely different from his own fighting style. But that difference only made the effort behind it all the more visible. Every punch carried the weight of discipline and relentless pursuit of strength. Ha ha! How long had it been since he last felt like this? Since the battle with Abel? The rematch he had hoped for with Abel was gone now. But this fight, this was more than enough. Let's go all the way then. No time for that. Whirl! The red wind licked across her body. Something big was coming. Kutra grinned, lip twitching from the thrill. That feeling again, death, creeping closer. The kind of chill that only came from the battlefield. And he laughed. A single, focused punch came flying toward him. He could have dodged it, but he didn't. Instead, he threw everything he had into a counterpunch, because that was the pride and honor Kutra lived by. Boom! The impact exploded through the space. His body started breaking down under the shock wave that traveled through his arm. Even his regeneration couldn't keep up with the damage being inflicted. Finally, she stopped moving. Kutra slowly drew back his fist, watching her unmoving form. His own body would recover, even if it took time. But her body, would she be able to withstand it? It's over. Crack! A sharp, stinging sensation shot through the back of his neck. It felt like the mark engraved there had been damaged. In that split second, something had interfered with the mark. His body wouldn't obey him. Was that her plan, all along, to disable him by targeting the mark? Then she must have understood its structure, its weaknesses. Just who is she, really? That final question echoed in his mind. As Kutra collapsed, a strange plaza came into view. Then, flames erupted, devouring everything in sight. Like waves crashing upon a shore, the fire swept through the city, taking lives with it. Thick black smoke hung in the sky, blocking the sunlight like storm clouds. Beneath the darkened sky, flames blazed, and with them, screams filled the air. Turning my head, I saw a statue. It stood atop a pedestal engraved with something complicated in imperial script. Only the lower half remained, shattered and unsightly. Someone must have broken it long ago. Strangely, a woman was sitting beside it. Was she the one who destroyed the statue? As if drawn by some unseen force, I walked toward her. It just felt like I should. The closer I got, the clearer her face became. That's me. Long black hair cascading down her waist. Eyes glowing crimson with a dangerous glint. Reptilian pupils. Pale, slender skin. She looked a bit more mature, but that was undeniably Adele. Then why was she sitting next to that statue like that? I stepped closer. Around her were corpses, chests, or heads pierced through. Familiar faces. The Tower Master. The Crown Prince. Even the Emperor. It was a hellscape. A grotesque scene of carnage. And there Adele, was smiling brightly in the middle of it all. She casually flicked off the thick blood staining her arm, then wiped the blood on her face with the sleeve of her crimson dress. A shiver ran down my spine at the sight. I instinctively rubbed my arms. Under the smoky black sky, Adele slowly rose to her feet and began walking toward me. Frozen with fear, I couldn't move. All I could do was stare. The closer she came, the louder my heart pounded. She stood right in front of me, her terrifying figure casting a long shadow. Then she smirked. "Don't be so scared." The voice. It was the exact same voice I had heard before. Could it be? Was the one who helped me back then the real Adele, the original owner of this body? Before I could finish the thought, she reached out and grabbed my chin, staring deep into my eyes. Muttering something in an unknown tongue, she gave a soft smile. That unreadable smile sent a wave of terror through me. Then Adele spoke. "It's not time for you to be here yet." "What?" The moment she finished speaking, she shoved me backward. There was no time to react. My body fell back, and everything went muffled like I was sinking into water. My ears rang, and my vision darkened. The sensation was like slowly drowning. I gasped desperately for air. Tried to move, but my body wouldn't respond. I struggled in panic. Then, as if someone flipped a switch, the darkness turned white, and a burst of light exploded around me. Cook! Ha! Ha! I exhaled the breath I didn't know I was holding and opened my eyes with a gasp. My chest heaved as I tried to steady my breath and wiped away the tears gathering at the corners of my eyes. "Contractor, are you okay?" "No, I'm not." I couldn't even pretend to be okay. Had there ever been a time like this since my regressions began? Not once had I seen the real Adele before now. Why now? Why was I seeing her for the first time? She didn't seem angry about her body being taken over, either. With a deep breath, I reflexively asked, "What about Kutra?" The moment the words left my mouth, I flinched. Right? Time had regressed. There's no way Sylphie would know about that. But he didn't question it. His voice was calm. He collapsed. I looked where Sylphie pointed. There was Kutra, kneeling on the ground, unconscious. My mind blanked. What happened? I looked to Sylphie for answers, and he only shrugged. "I'm not really sure. Explaining it now would take too long." He gestured toward Yurif with his hand. "We should rescue Yurif first." "Oh, right." I tried to get up in a rush, but my whole body ached. Maybe it had something to do with whatever happened while I was unconscious. Now's not the time to be lying around. Clenching my teeth, I barely managed to push myself to my feet. My legs and arms were trembling so badly, I could hardly move. Seeing this, Sylphie reached out his hand. Blessing of wind, blue wind wrapped around my arms and legs. My body immediately felt lighter. I turned to thank him and saw him standing with his arms crossed. Same as always. 5 minutes. "Thanks, Sylphie." He averted his eyes awkwardly, muttering, Yeah, you should get going." "Right." I carefully lifted Yurif in my arms and glanced toward the entrance I came through. It was so far away now that I couldn't even see it. With a deep breath, I kicked off the ground. Ignoring the slippery sensation of flesh beneath my feet, I sprinted forward. "That way." At Sylphie's words, a burst of wind shot out ahead of me, leading the way. I pushed myself to run even faster to keep up. If I had to find the path on my own, it would have taken too long. Thankfully, Sylphie showed me the way. Not that it meant I had time to spare. I don't even know how long I was out. Right now, all I could do was run. Run and escape. Boom. As if the structure itself noticed my movement, holes began to open up all around me, and fog gushed out. The thick mist spread fast. I held my breath and ran through it. Sylphie clicked his tongue and shouted, "Avoid it as much as you can. I can't block it for you this time." "Got it." I nodded, dodging the vents where the mist sprayed from. Even if I had to breathe it in, getting out fast was the better option. Holding Urif tightly, I began to push through the interior. My breath grew ragged, but I couldn't stop running. There was no time left to waste. They had said that inhaling only trace amounts wouldn't cause much harm, so there was no need to hold back any longer. After running for quite a while, I finally saw it. The mouth of the whale I had entered through. I came to a stop atop its pink tongue and noticed the sporadic arrangement of fong-like teeth near the entrance. So that's the mouth. To escape this place, I first needed to pry open the jaws of the whale of oblivion. I gently laid Urif down at my side and drew my rapier. "Will you be all right? Getting out comes first." I replied to Sylphie's worried voice and summoned wind into my blade. With a resonant hum, blue winds swirled tightly around the rapier. It wasn't as powerful as when I had fought Katra, but it was still potent. This much should be enough to force the mouth open. With that thought, I unleashed a wind blade. Thwack! The blade struck the roof of the whale's mouth, and a burst of red blood splattered in every direction. Screech! A pained scream reverberated up from deep within its throat, making my ears ring. Holding Urif close, I narrowly avoided the tongue as it thrashed violently. Even with Sylphie's blessing, my strength was waning. Dodging like this was becoming harder by the second. At last, the whale's mouth began to open. Crack! Unable to bear the pain from the wounded roof, the beast threw its jaws wide. With the sound of blood bubbling behind me, I launched myself through the gap. At the same time, I felt the spirit's power fade away. My entire body went limp. The muscle aches were so intense, I could barely move. What stretched out before me, beyond the whale's mouth, was a wide-open field. A strong wind blew, sending my white hair flying wildly into my eyes. Damn it, I hadn't realized the whale of oblivion was floating in the sky. Throwing myself out, without checking, what a reckless move. So that's why Sylphie had sounded so concerned earlier. Had I known this, maybe I would have tried a different approach. Please, let the save point be close. As the vast green field rushed up toward me, I closed my eyes tightly and clutched Urif close to my chest. I bit my lip, bracing for the pain of impact and the inevitability of a fall that might kill me. But then, the fierce wind disappeared, and all I felt was someone's arms catching me. I opened my tightly shut eyes, just a little, and saw Abel smiling gently down at me. "Still as clumsy with your endings as ever." "Uh-huh." I let out an awkward laugh and tried to avoid his exasperated gaze. He was right, though. I had rescued Urif from inside, only to completely forget to plan for the fall afterward. No matter how I looked at it, that was a stupid mistake on my part. "Oh, what about Urif?" And my question, Abel sighed and slowly descended to the ground. "Maybe think about yourself first before worrying about someone else." He pointed, and I followed his gesture to see Urif lying safely atop a white magic circle, gently settled on the grass. A wave of relief washed over me. This was the first time I've saved someone else. Back then, I was too weak to protect anyone. No, so weak, I needed people like Evan and Abel to protect me. And my words, Abel let out a short, amused breath. "Yeah, I guess it means you've gotten stronger too." I gently laid down Adele onto the grass, carefully releasing her from my arms. Once her feet touched the ground, she wobbled unsteadily, her legs clearly trembling. Seeing that, I offered her my shoulder for support, but she quickly waved her hands, flustered by the sudden gesture. "Yeah, I'm okay." "You don't look okay at all." I cut her off, frowning as I looked at her. Adele gave an awkward little chuckle and averted her gaze. "I guess I really can't fool you, Abel. The fact that you even thought you could, that's the real problem. That habit of hers, always saying she's fine, still hadn't changed. Even in the original story, That phrase had caused no small amount of trouble. Honestly, I'd feel more at ease if she just admitted when she was struggling instead of forcing herself to act strong. Maybe she picked up on the seriousness in my expression, because she closed her mouth just as she was about to say something else. You're right. I'm a little exhausted. After a long pause, Adele admitted it quietly and leaned halfway against me. I held her by the shoulder and looked back up at the sky. Cool. The wail of oblivion thrashed in pain amidst the clouds. The mist that had been releasing in every direction was now noticeably thinner, likely from sheer fatigue. The creature that had once made a blood-boiling rumble was now squirming, trying desperately to flee in the opposite direction. Well, it made sense. After all, it had been wounded from the inside. No living being can strengthen their internal organs. That's why I couldn't afford to miss this opportunity to finish it off. With a hand opposite the one holding the staff, I aimed at the beast, deploying calculation array. Up until now, I had been deliberately lowering the output of my spells because there were people inside the whale. Focusing only on suppression magic made it hard to keep the beast under control, but now there's no need to hold back. Boom! The gem embedded at the end of my staff began to vibrate. An artifact that not only amplified the power of the spell cast by its wielder, but even expanded the total mana reserve. I've been avoiding using it. After all, it was something I'd obtained from the Imperial Auction House. Using something like this within the Empire would basically be the same as revealing my true identity. But here, this was a battlefield. There was no need to worry about anyone watching. Let's go. With this power, taking down the whale of oblivion should be entirely possible. Chwerik, dozens, no, hundreds of magic circles unfurled in midair. Sensing the threat, the whale stopped thrashing and turned to glare in my direction. Of course, glaring wouldn't change anything. Tap! A flick of my finger, and chains shot out, piercing through the creature's skin. Coor! Desperate to escape, the whale surged higher into the sky. But it was futile. Chains made of spatial magic don't break. Cool. Perhaps enraged, it bellowed in fury, its roar echoing in every direction. The chilling pressure crawling over my skin made me smirk. I flicked my finger again. Trying to take me down with that? Monster Fear, a skill typically used by Calamity-class monsters or higher. It paralyzes the body by invoking the primal emotion of terror. But it was meaningless against someone like me, who felt no fear toward this creature. Boom! Once again, hundreds of magic circles bloomed in the air. I could feel my mana reserves approaching their limit. If I didn't have the staff, I would have had no choice but to let the beast escape. But right now, I had the staff. From the magic circles, hundreds of spears began to launch. The whale, in a desperate move, tried to swallow the chains, but instead, its body was pierced by the incoming spears, and it screamed in pain once more. It flailed wildly, trying to get away. Of course, I wasn't going to just let it go. A massive magic circle began forming in the air. At this point, even I was starting to feel drained. To be fair, I had used a lot of mana trying to subdue the thing earlier. That old feeling of emptiness, it had been a while. I let out a soft laugh, then pushed through to finish the final spell formation. Boom! A tremendous vibration erupted from the magic circle, enough to shake the ground itself. With a flash of crimson eyes, the beast thrashed with all its might, trying desperately to flee. Of course, it wasn't like the beast could escape, not with hundreds of chains anchored deep into its body. This is the end. At last, a massive hammer emerged from between the clouds. So enormous that it could easily crush a creature the size of a whale. Adele stared up at it, eyes wide with disbelief. The moment I clenched my palm, quong! A deafening roar thundered through the air as the hammer came crashing down, and the beast plummeted like a stone. The shockwave rippled through the ground, causing the paladins and knights standing on the plains to stagger and lose balance. Quah! Letting out what sounded like a mixture of a scream and a final roar, the whale, clearly at its limit, was now barely clinging to life, its breath shallow and fading. It had survived that last blow, somehow. What a stubborn life form. One of the paladins, who had been silently observing the scene, suddenly bolted toward the Whale of Oblivion. The fury burning in his eyes left a lasting impression. No need for me to finish it off then, and behind him more followed. Paladins brandishing their weapons, striking without hesitation, slashing and tearing into the beast in a frenzy. Their blows, heavy with sorrow and vengeance, were relentless. Seeing that, I lower my staff. You're still as amazing as ever, Abel. At the voice of admiration beside me, I let out a quiet laugh and replied, an archmage ought to be capable of at least this much. Ugh, that was such a conceited thing to say just now. Even as she said it, Adele leaned into me a bit more. Her silver hair, still not fully familiar to my shoulder, brushed against me. She blinked slowly, clearly worn out. To think she'd entered the belly of the Whale of Oblivion alone and rescued people. She'd grown a great deal in such a short time. Choosing to teach her spirit magic had definitely been the right call. I ruffled Adele's hair, and she shook her head, trying to protest. The way she did it, it was strangely adorable. Maybe I was getting too attached to her. Ahem, mind if I join you for a moment? Ah, Your Holiness. Bah, what's with the Your Holiness nonsense? Just talk to me like usual. The Pope brushed his arm, pretending to shudder in disgust. I let out a sigh and gave a small nod. Even when I tried to be polite, he'd brush it off like that. So I stopped bothering with formalities altogether. But still, what brought him over to us first? Adele, who had been leaning against me a moment ago, flinched in surprise at the Pope's appearance and straightened up quickly. Seeing that, he waved his hand and said to her, "Stay, however, is comfortable." The Pope let out a soft laugh and gave a kind smile. I'm not the kind of cruel old man who forces etiquette on someone who's already worn out. Ah, relieved by those words, Adele leaned back into me again. Then, she reached for the leather pouch attached to her shoulder. As she untied the ropes sealing it shut, wooden crosses filled the opening, packed inside. The Pope looked surprised, staring at her as she quietly spoke. These are the belongings of those who've passed. She said it with a bitter expression on her face. If we had more time, I would have liked to bring their remains too. No. This alone is more than enough. We're deeply grateful. The Pope took the leather bag filled with crosses in his hands, gazing at it with a deeply contemplative look. As he took each cross out one by one, his fingers ran across them until he came upon a red cross. At that, he suddenly froze. This cross. He studied it from multiple angles in silence, then quietly returned it to the bag. Thank you. On behalf of everyone in the Holy Kingdom, I offer my deepest gratitude. With those words, he bowed his head. It was such a rare sight that even Adele was taken aback. Honestly, so was I. That fox of a man, so adept at navigating politics, bowing his head like this. It was the last thing I expected. And he had even said it while claiming to represent the Holy Kingdom. Thank you. Still half out of it from exhaustion, Adele managed a dazed response. The Pope gave her a warm, grandfatherly smile before turning back toward the Holy Paladin Order. Watching his retreating figure quietly, Adele turned to me and asked, I did good, right? You did more than enough. You did great. Blinking slowly, she smiled in quiet satisfaction, then drifted off to sleep. I gently brushed her messy hair back into place and carefully lifted her into my arms. When I turned my head, I saw Aaron standing nearby with a big, mischievous smile. I didn't even need to ask to know what that smile meant. I let out a sigh. She stepped up to me and whispered in a low voice. She really is. Mother, isn't she? Think whatever you want. There was no point in denying it now. She wouldn't believe me anyway, especially since she knew from the start that Adele and I were in a contract marriage, and she'd taken over as her bodyguard after Evan stepped down. Any casualties? At my question, Erin's expression instantly turned serious as she looked around. She must have been borrowing Pi's vision through her palm, because her answer came quickly. None. That's good. However, there seem to be many affected by the forgetting mist. Memory loss won't last long. Send those affected back to the ducal house and finish the rest of the subjugation with the remaining forces. Understood. Nodding, Erin replied and took her leave. At times like this, she really was someone you could rely on. But the moment Adele was involved, her behavior always changed. Oh, and should I bring Mother along too? I was about to respond, but decided it wasn't worth the effort. I just nodded. Yeah, do that. She's probably exhausted. She needs to rest. Huh, got it. Smiling, Erin took Adele from my arms. She didn't so much as twitch in her sleep, completely out cold. I chuckled softly. Well, she did do quite a lot during this subjugation. It's no wonder she's worn out.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.